the original demo 1 is was originally released. It is a Nintendo DS demo. So you would have to download it and load it onto a flash card to play it. And you actually 100% could. Like, to this day, I believe you still can. I was actually thinking of using, like, an emulator to do it, but I just decided eventually it was too much effort, because the demo 2, which is this, includes the original demo along with it, and was made originally for PC.
My god, 2003 to 2009. That's the only copyright I had to put on that? Like...
that's actually genius. He originally said he'd been working on it for 15 years, but the copyright implies he's only been working on it for 6.
Also, I want to call you out for playing on easy mode.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
this is the default. I don't know. I press space, now press the shift key. Thank you for playing. If there's a way to change it from easy mode, I don't know how to do it.
I like how he can't, like, he has to be multiple push starts to play kind of thing.
5 years.
Alright, let's done unpacking. Let's go see what's going on. So here we go, here's Bob's game.
But there's nothing unpacked. There's just empty boxes.
You can hold shift to run. Where are the lamps? The lamps are gone.
That's what I was saying. No lamps.
He just moved into Animal Crossing.
It's like Pokemon, like day 1.
We don't know what day it is. Or what time it is, for that matter.
Oh, okay. Enter key brings up your status, your stuff, and...
Physical stamina.
Mental state
Awake
board.
is my favorite measurement of stamina.
That's how I feel all the time.
I'm glad to see that you just pooped.
Yeah, just
okay, WASD moves. I should have looked up controls. I think there's a way to interact, or to, like, examine things or interact. Whatever, we'll figure it out.
Oh god, that transition.
Oh, A look-in box. Hair curlers, toilet plungers, bowling shoes.
my... What is this music?
Very ominous house.
I can't hear it on the...
That is a very large box for bowling shoes.
And then music hard cut when you go into the bathroom.
Just for cotton swabs to hold that big old box?
Yeah.
Dry cleaners? Question mark?
And then back to ominous music.
Oh!
Yeah, the transitions are very abrupt. Oh, there's a baby.
They are.
We can talk to baby.
Talk to baby.
Hey, little guy.
Is it his baby, or...?
Oh, he's stinky! Oh, stinky!
Diapers.
That's a box.
The sprite of that baby was disturbing.
Diapers, baby. Baby shut-ups. No more sleep.
I love this Animal Crossing.
See, my first instinct was, what's that game called? Golden Sun.
Oh, yeah. This was originally for GBA.
Hey, the Final Fantasy box.
Wigs.
The music is louder in here? Oh, because there's a video game going. Oh, we could talk. Is it Doom? We can talk to our brother.
Talk to brother.
Oh god, the chef.
Can you play Doom within Bob's game?
Oh, I hope so.
Get out of my face. I like that guy's priorities, though.
I love the hard cut music.
So
it
weird.
never gets old. The camera is very abrupt.
Ooh, the camera.
I like the table in front of the front door.
What?
That's how he barricaded himself in his room.
Wait,
laxatives. What did that say? Go back.
Candles, rope, onions, dried
Yeah,
beetles. He's trying very hard to do, like, the Earthbound quirky thing.
Yeah, but in order to do that, you need to, like, give the things you're describing some personality, not just say that they're there.
But spatulas, pots, and pans. And chicken sandwiches.
Chicken sandwiches.
Hi, Mom. Oh, the camera follows her. If you finished.
What?
Oh, wait. What? What?
Find something for me. Sigh. I need some batteries. Go find some. A fetch quest! Alright, we gotta find the garage, or maybe the basement. I'm guessing
like
it's...
the-
What do you need some batteries for, Mom?
That's the laziest way to do a fetch quest. He's like, yeah, go outside. Wait a second. Never mind.
Where does you think he's going? Very natural dialogue.
Yeah.
I wonder this is real life.
So the very first task is the mom nagging Bob. So I mean, or definitely not Bob. You. This character
Right,
looks nothing like Bob.
Nagging Midoriya.
Yes. Hello,
Oh,
Dad.
right, the dad is the thing.
What?
Oh, he's playing a
get
video.
it.
He's
Oh.
playing not Pong, Ping.
Maybe he's just like pinging google.com over and over.
Ugh.
The dot represents a warrior of the light. Oh, Final Fantasy reference. The first RPG. Kids like you. Yeah, Just Live is right. He is very, very attached to the you bit. Like, I think he must have thought that this was like the most clever thing in the world, and he just can't stop showing it off.
I wonder if like the characters are like talking to him, or if they're just not aware that he's there. like
I mean,
they think he's in another room, and
It
they're
seems
just
like they're talking to you. I love that it specifies from kitchen here, in case the player forgot that the mom's in the kitchen. That you had to walk through the kitchen to get here. Hey you. Alright. Let's go to the basement and or garage. Oh, there's the door to the garage, which you can barely see.
Oh wow.
Cardboard boxes.
A small
go
box
to
for fishing
attic.
rods.
As someone who just finished Swords, as someone who just finished moving and unpacking, this is definitely what I want to do with my free time.
Yep.
Okay, attic is cool. I guess it makes sense they wouldn't have put anything in the attic yet. Wait, did we just fall out of the attic? Oh, no. Okay. Socket wrenches don't really look that
Is it
much
gonna
like
do that for
batteries.
every open box? Is it gonna be
Oh
the
my
same
God.
dialogue?
Oh no, you're right.
Oh
Oh,
Oh,
no.
thank God.
Okay, he dropped the. He
no.
got. Did he run out of cylindrical metal things to make jokes about?
No
Right?
Pringles cans.
No.
Okay, I got a
That's just
question.
lazy.
Is there a
Gee.
walkthrough on GameFAQs for this?
I don't know. I haven't looked. You should check. Oh, high voltage. That's always great for when your fuse box is sparking.
Yep.
Alright, I can't find the batteries.
Wait, it wasn't the one on the bottom right?
there is a game facts page.
Really?
I don't
Is
think
it
there's
for the
really
puzzle game
anything.
or this?
It's Bob's Game Q&A. There's really nothing on it, but it does exist. There's even a page for Bob's Game Corporation.
Oh boy.
I feel like you skipped the bottom right one, but maybe I just looked away for a second, which has been a problem with this whole thing. Oh, that's why I can't reach it. Is that another puzzle?
Is this the puzzle? Do we need to push a box? Can we push boxes?
There are 2 posts on the Game Facts Bob's Game message board.
Oh, what are they?
So they're both by the same person. They're from 6 years ago. One is called ... what, and then the other one is called What Is This? So the first one says, "Are you kidding me? I looked this up as a joke. Why is this on GameFAQs?"
Maybe your brother has them, since Mom did tell us to go yell at our brother.
Is Bob using game design?
Is that game design?
Oh. You're right.
But she also said in the basement or whatever.
Yeah. I'm guessing maybe the basement will be important later.
So this person posted on GameFAQs, his name Kaiten Giri, it looks like, is just recounting everything that happened with Bob's game, like the entire history of the hunger strike, the Kickstarters are in here, the hack van.
Oh my god, someone did my job for me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you didn't need to do anything.
Also, I like that their signature for the form is "Dream of Butterfly" or "Is life a dream? I don't want to wake up because I'm very like."
What?
It's a lot. Like, yeah, there's another person who comes in and starts updating as well, and is just talking about how this dude is lazy and the game sucks. And then there's this one person who comes in at the very end and just says, "What am I even doing here?" And that's it. That's the end of the thread.
Also, Ukini-chan has a good suggestion to cut the power. It's genius. I bet you've solved the puzzle.
How many Sakura-con nerds does it take to solve a puzzle?
Hey, you were right. Brother from upstairs.
And then we turn it back on.
I don't know why it darkened. Oh. That was an abrupt camera movement.
I just googled Bob's game now, and there's an article from Forbes about Bob's game.
From what year?
2014. It's from Forbes magazine about Bob's game. Wow.
Yeah, there is a fair amount. Most everything I could find online was mostly just about the protest, and then like, oh yeah, I needed some Kickstarter stuff or whatever. Most of my sources for this are just Wayback Machine archives of the blog itself, just going through day by day.
Are we about to get our first weapon?
Is it a game toy? Not a Game Boy. It's from when you was born.
Coloring use is so
oh my
hard
God.
to read.
This is so important. I just found on Apple Music somebody made an entire musical album about Bob's game.
What?
Oh my God.
What?
Like
It's called Bob's Game by Sad Toy Cats. It was released in 2019, and I don't know if it's about Bob's game, but it has Bob's game as the cover art.
Oh my God.
Here, if anybody wants to look at Bob's game on Apple Music.
I am going to play that right now. Hold on. I need to go to the channel to get the link. Let's listen to Bob's game.
What's on Spotify?
missed the fact that there is a Bob's Game concept album that we are now currently listening to. I'm skipping songs. Alright, that was Bob's Game, the album by Sad Toy Cats. I hope you all enjoyed it.
Did he, like...
I have no idea where that came from.
Would you call this capitalizing on somebody else's, like, IP, or...?
So, is Sad Toy Cats band? I think it might just be one dude. I'm not sure.
Is it Bob?
But it legitimately might. So they do like video game music covers. They have 2 CDs of video game music covers, and then just this one random CD just called Bob's Game. And I'm on their website right now, and I'm trying to see if there's like if it's actually like connected to Bob's Game,
it's in
like
the same font. It has to be at least a ref. Maybe if it's not a concept album about Bob's Game, the title has to be a reference to it.
But like, yeah, like I wonder if it's like the Proto Men, you know, just nothing actually to do with it, but
just like named after it just for reference sake.
Yeah.
Because obviously they know about video games because they do like Mother cover. This dude does like covers of Mother, and there's like some Pokemon covers and stuff like that. So he knows about it, but.
Also, overprotective Mother's Daytime talk show. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that the Mother character in this game is nagging and is the first obstacle and is, quote, overprotective.
Of course.
I'm sure it's just purely a coincidence.
He wrote his own license on GitHub. Like, he didn't even, like, use, like, templates or anything.
Yeah, no, based on what he wrote in his autobiography, the engine that Bob's Game was built on was made by a friend of his that went on to become a fairly successful video game developer. I can't off the top of my head remember what indie game he made, but he did wind up making a fairly well-known indie game. And I think he originally made the engine that Bob edited to eventually become the engine that Bob's Game was made on. So, like, everything, as far as I'm aware, is just programmed in C. Not C# or C++, just straight C. And it was all proprietary.
Yeah, I think there's potential of running ND. He did have a code for ND. I'm kind of curious now.
Oh, maybe he actually did do some kind of development on D.
Yeah, there is a folder for ND. I'm super curious, but I don't have time for like going to delve into this.
Yeah, maybe we can delve into it and then like post an update or do like maybe in a year we'll do like a follow-up video or something. Because Bob is actively posting updates to his blog.
There's a leaderboard function and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why we really were given the game toy. Mom just kind of gave it to us for no real reason. It bothers me so much that it looks like you can walk down here, but you actually can't.
You're given the game toy because that was the first bell ball. Like a callback to...
Oh, I hope so, Para. That would actually be a somewhat clever, like, invisible wall mechanic. Just, like, Yes, you're right.
Oh my god.
Maybe para mind control.
The goth vibe.
That is pretty good.
Well, let's just walk in someone else's backyard, I guess.
Man, his coloring of sprites is so weird because he's got some some of it is really shitty pillow lighting, but then some of it's actually really good. It's fucking bizarre to look at.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible sprite work.
No, it's pretty good. It's just the lighting is awful. Like it's pillow lighting is just like a.
So what is pillow lighting? Explain for the people at home and me, because I don't actually know what it is.
So pillow lighting is it's a common mistake for people doing like new indie games stuff. So like I'll find a picture for it so I can explain it. But basically, it's the way that a light hits an object. Any experienced artist will have the light hit it from like an angle above. Here we go. This will explain it better than I can really. I'll just have to flash a picture of it.
Oh, I'm playing Tetrid.
So when you do show when you do show the picture, the top is pillow lighting, and then the bottom is appropriate lighting.
This is a very
Oh yeah. Okay.
Rob, I'm surprised you're not very angry that this is called Tetrid, and yet all the blocks are only combinations of three.
It should be Tris.
There will never be a long bar.
I'm judging you on your not Tetris skills right now.
I'm not good
There
at
is a long bar,
Tetris.
but
You can do it, come on. How much of this do I have to play?
Isn't that the best sign of a game? How much of this do I have to play? And the worst part is you might just have to play till you lose.
Oh god. Oh, I didn't think of that. Should I just lose? Vote now on your phones if I should just lose.
Email me at this web zone.
Email me at this web zone if you think I should lose at Tetrid.
is he cheering, or is the dialogue going on, or is just basic cheering?
Every time you clear a line, he does a little cheer for you.
Okay.
Alright, you know what? Uh-oh, be careful. Please don't make me.
You sucks.
Oh no!
Oh no.
What?
I have
You
to
suck.
beat it!
Oh
Oh
god.
no! No! Is there an exit button?
Oh, backspace, enter. No, I can't do anything. I have to beat Tetrid. We're trapped in a Tetrid hell.
I'm okay. I'm looking for solution right now.
I don't think you're gonna find anything, Gia.
Well, he has a. I'm reading the code and his comments. Like he has a chat function in the game apparently.
That might be the code for. Oh, I should have put the other one there. That might be the code for the puzzle game. Fox game. It might. I would be surprised if he had the source code for this available. He might. I don't know, but knowing Bob, I'm going to say he does not. Thrilling gameplay here, folks.
You will never make it.
I also
Oh
love
my God,
the
no.
idea of a player signing up for what is advertised as an RPG with puzzles, and being forced to play a knockoff Tetris.
I mean, I guess.
His GitHub commenting skill is terrible. Holy
What
How am I
are
gonna
his
contribute
comments like?
if it's open source? I can't even help him.
Like, I would wager his comments are as unhinged as could possibly be. But I'm genuinely curious about his programming comments.
It's like the way it's like capitalized is like his game.
Oh god.
S.
Oh,
like
I'm bad.
There he is. Okay, he looks a lot
Oh no, I'm bad at Tetris!
better. Like he doesn't look as
Yeah, he has cleaned himself up a fair amount.
I can definitely see the weird alt-right in his eyes though.
I'm so glad I'm
This
being forced to play this game I'm not good at that I don't want to play.
his variable name is so long. Bob's game leaderboard and high score board stats. Stop.
I'm not a true
Oh.
gamer, I'm bad at Tetris.
It's not even real Tetris. It's weird.
Oh, what happened? It's going faster now. Am I allowed to lose? I'm scared to lose. This is the most
Oh.
effective a game has scared me in a long time. This is a true horror game right here. Please, I want a weird line block. God, I'm not getting a weird line block. Oh, I'm bad at Tetris! Okay. Oh, what is happening?
Whoa, in the air right there.
Worse.
Oh my god, am I allowed to lose yet? No, no! Please, God, don't make me have to play this over again. Oh, God. I'm sorry if there's anybody with epilepsy watching. I didn't know this was going to happen.
You think there's some kind of trick?
Oh my god! How do I escape? Oh, I closed the game on accident. Oh no! Oh no! Escape key hard closes the game. Okay. I'm thinking that game is unbeatable. Not just because I'm bad, which I am, but I distinctly remember
If you saw what he said you think there's some kind of trick.
That is true. Alright. Did it save any kind of progress?
Does it
You
save
have to
this game?
you have to use the blocks to spell out Bob.
Okay, update to the GitHub, because I'm reading his GitHub right now. Says it will be continuously updated for Windows, Mac, Linux, web browser, Android phone, and Nintendo Switch.
What? Oh. I don't think Bob's game is available for the Switch.
It says that he's trying.
Oh, he's
trying.
Do I have to look at these boxes?
So it went through how many types of Game Boy before it got to Switch?
Also, we are speedrunning Bob's game. Any percent category right here.
Oh my god, we could have.
He could speedrun.
I
Bob's
might
game.
very well hold the world record for Bob's game.
You could. We could set a record.
Hera, we've been talking about it. We found the game to do.
Oh no! Oh, that's gonna cost me frames.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh god. It's not
Movement
apparent,
tech is
but
really important in this.
This is actually this doesn't control very great. Like it feels
Okay.
very slippery.
So you say this literally as I'm reading this on
You
GitHub.
save this.
Says your favorite. You can play as your favorite game type against your friends with fantastic controls, super tight timing, and features and other power-ups. Super tight control.
So I mean, I guess they're definitely not tight. It feels a little like slippery, like you expect it to be on a grid, but it's not.
Jesus
like-
Christ, I am gonna just every time somebody says you, I'm just gonna think, why you? We have fucking ruined everything forever. Para thinks he could actually beat Tetris. I feel like I do pretty good, but then I would just keep trying to, like, actually expect Tetris blocks and then just get fucked up as a result.
Should I just open an issue on his GitHub and say, "Hey Bob, I think I have an issue with this game."
So look on the Reddit, look up the Bob's Game Reddit, because there is a
Okay.
thing that says like, "Hey, is it impossible to beat this puzzle game?" And people say, "Yes, it is impossible to beat the puzzle game. That's the end of the demo. That's intentional." And I'm wondering if this is that. I'm going to enter a stranger's home without permission. Okay. So I'm legitimately wondering.
Funny
If
Zelda
this is-
reference.
So 13 years to get the demo this
All right,
13 years to play Tetris.
Tetrid.
Wait. Okay,
Tried.
so I've now wandered to the wiki, which Bob is not allowed to edit,
Yes.
and it says it is a hybrid between Zelda, Pokemon, Harvest Moon, and Earthbound, MMORPG elements.
He's making
Where is
every
any
game
of that
ever
other
at
than
the same time.
Tetris?
I guess there's a little bit of Earthbound in him trying to have quirky dialogue, and there's a little bit of Harvest Moon in that it's like slice of life. It's a stretch. It's a stretch, but like I can kind of see it.
No, don't play that game.
There's nothing else I can do. We're stuck in Tetrid hell.
Even on the
Oh, that's
GitHub.
the game?
This is it.
Even on GitHub, it's like, please edit my Wikipedia page because I'm not allowed.
Yeah, just anytime he possibly can, he asks people to edit his wiki page because he is forbidden from doing so.
We should just edit his wiki page and just write, I edited your wiki page.
You're welcome, Bob.
Oh man, that was some hella delay on that block being laid down.
Yeah.
my
If I
God,
can't
Para.
do this, maybe we should see if we can switch the stream over to Para and see if Para can beat Tetrid, since he's better at
Para.
video games than me.
Yeah, Para, go get the game, start heading here, and then we can just bring you into the call and
Yeah,
screen
do
share.
it, do it. Yes, I will stream you playing this Para.
The game crashes after I win. Someone says that in GitHub.
I want to see Para play this now. You've set yourself up for this, Para. You have no one to blame but yourself.
I was kind of tempted, Dawn, to just send you the the zip for this game unlabeled and tell you not to open it until we were here. And I'm sad I didn't do that.
And then you gave me a Trojan.
Video games. No, rotate.
Video game.
You can't rotate when you're against the wall.
Ooh.
Bad video game. That's the only reason this is bad.
Oh, update with Bob's music. I found Bob's World a vaporwave tribute.
Para asks, where do we actually download the game?
You can download, if you look up Bob's Game Kickstarter, you can download it from there. There is a link somewhere, because that is where I got it. I would find
It's
a
on
link
Steam.
to it, but I am stuck. No, the one on Steam is not this.
Oh no,
Oh.
that's the creator.
Yeah,
thing.
the one on Steam is presumably what Bob used to make this thing.
This thing.
So yeah, look up the Bob's Game Kickstarter. Make sure it's the one that is for the RPG Bob's Game, not the one for the puzzle game Bob's Game. Not
Oh
confusing.
my god. V blocks are the new square blocks, and I hate them.
Dawn, you could also download this. We'll just band together until one of us can beat Tetris.
Para's better at it than I am.
Oh, that's a line block. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the offset blocks. They're surprisingly useful once I wrapped my brain around how they work.
Don't give up on Tetrid, there is a trick to it.
Okay.
So, on the TV tropes page for Bob's game, it does say Nintendo Hard. Tetrid is insanely difficult.
Okay, so there is apparently some way to win. Oh
Well,
my
what?
god! Tetrid!
Oh my god!
Oh, it's
Oh,
falling.
I can't see the blocks! Oh,
Oh,
oh no! I'm ruined! I regret everything I've ever done!
why does it shake? What purpose?
Epilepsy on his handheld.
was, was that was that the screen shaking or him just violently shaking his game toy?
I couldn't tell. Somebody go back and look, or pay more attention this time. Okay, you know what? I was bitching about this a lot. That was actually really funny. Oh, this is a line.
Game of the year 2021.
Exactly.
Are those smiley faces that they put on it? That's
Yeah,
pretty
they're
Yeah.
little smiley faces. They're kind of cute.
Pleasant.
Kind of.
I'm surprised he didn't say it's part Mario because of that.
It's every game. Oh god. The tune is moderately catchy at least.
Yeah. I think this game, if I were to play a few more days, I get used to like the shape of it because if I play the normal Tetris, it's like 4 blocks and 5 lines.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What am I doing? Okay.
Far right, far right.
Oh. I forgot.
Even the music is like, you fucked up, you fucked up, you
For
fucked up.
some reason, you can't rotate the blocks on the far edge of the screen.
God, that's so annoying.
Oh my god, I'm bad at
Like these
Tetris.
B blocks, they're the worst.
Okay. Okay, we're maybe salvaging this.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that, because it's just going to immediately lead to me fucking up, but...
You got this.
God, why is it giving me more of these? Okay.
It's basically Bastard, which is... if you've
Oh,
never
no.
heard of that, you should look it up. It's
I have
amazing.
not.
It's Bastard Tetris, where it's Tetris where it deliberately tries to give you the worst possible blocks it can.
Okay, I love that.
It's really funny. Ooh, good recovery.
No!
No,
Oh
this
no!
we are going to fail this Tetrid. I'm sorry to spoil it for everyone at home, but I am not going to be able to recover from this. Oh no! Okay. Oh, we've started over apparently. At least that's merciful.
Far right, just like Bob.
The best jokes for these panels would never come from us.
No, they really never do.
Oh,
It's
no.
like when we hosted that that one cosplay contest, and like the funniest part was the guy zooming in on my junk.
That was the funniest part. What am I doing? Now that I know it's beatable, like, I have to keep trying. Or I have to keep trying until Para takes over. We'll see.
Does Para play everything?
Para is very good at puzzle games.
Para plays
He's-
every
he's-
game.
He's the
Oh
one
no, I
person.
can't be.
Oh, what?
I was trying to see if I could rotate it to fit it in that little L-shaped indention, but I could not.
I mean,
God.
based on what I just saw, you could. Okay.
All right, I'm down to get all
Dang.
those blocks in a row. There we go. That's what I'm
Hey,
looking
this
for.
works out.
I'm still. Don't get your hopes up. I'm going to ruin this.
I think this might be time for me to get some drinky poo.
You haven't been drinking? I've gone through a whole. Danny's gone through an entire bottle of wine.
What have you gone through, Gil?
I've gone through a single glass of absinthe.
Okay, fine. I will get my soju. I will be right back.
Okay. This isn't the worst I've ever done it, Tetrid. Okay, we might actually recover and be able to complete the Tetrid. I'm saying that way too early. I'm going to ruin it. Okay, no, it is just the screen. It is not Bob angrily shaking the game toy. Sorry, you. It is not you angrily shaking the game toy. Oh god, oh no! The Tetrid is happening. I was a fool to underestimate the Tetrid.
Is it? I feel like he's going through like a metaphor phase where it's like, as much as I build my life, it all crumbles around me by shaking. Like he hates his life or something.
We could read a lot into a lot of Bob's game things.
Drink more absinthe that might help
Oh
your Tetris
no!
skills.
It's shaking more! I am so sorry, anybody watching this. I did not know this was going to happen. Oh no, no, no. If anyone can look up on GameFAQs how I pass Tetrid, I am fully willing to cheat at this video
How to spell
game.
Tetris?
Alright, time to find out if Coke Zero goes with soju.
Just drink the soju.
It's not a flavored one.
Oh, drink it.
Drink it anyways.
Rob, I'm amazed you're still awake.
Maybe he's
I
not.
literally just finished brushing my teeth.
Okay. I can't believe my hubris. I thought I could surpass the Tetrid. I was wrong. Dead wrong.
I have to say his music is not bad. It's
Yeah, the
actually-
music isn't terrible.
Yeah.
Para kind of mentioned that too. He's like, the music actually isn't bad. Also, cheers.
Cheers. Cheers to video games. I'm going to be the world's best Tetrid player. Here we go. Here we go.
Now we're doing it. Now we're doing it. What possibly, like, what trick could there possibly be to this?
Maybe you have to wipe the board?
The trick is to get good.
I like that there is something online saying, yes, this is beatable, but it doesn't actually explain how to beat it. That is just like one of the... It reminds me of when you like look for a problem, like you Google it, a problem your computer's having, and there's a blog post of someone else running into it, or a forum post, and they just say, oh, never mind, I fixed it. god. Oh no! I can't. When the screen starts shaking, I just lose it. I cannot Tetrid hard enough to deal with the screen shake. Oh! Okay. Tetrid. No, we're done. This is not going to be the successful Tetrid. Yep.
Arrow, we need you.
How was the Tetris spell? I'm just trying to...
It's Tetris, but with a D at the end instead of an S.
Yeah, maybe there's a GameFAQs walkthrough for Tetrid specifically.
I just can't get over the game design decision of this. Like, signing up for an RPG and having to play Tetrid.
I wonder if this is the MMO part of it.
I guess, to be fair, maybe it is a puzzle element that we have to figure out. Can anyone think of any alternatives to Tetrid that, like, any secret
He's like-
solutions we might have here?
500 points to beat the game.
Is that something that somebody posted, or is that theory crafting?
Yeah, Tetris is entirely beatable. It's just hard. It takes 500 points, which is 50 lines.
50 lines.
What is the significance of 500?
I don't know.
So, okay, so I have to clear 500 lines. That's not happening. So now we have to think of...
50 lines.
Oh, 50 lines. That's not happening.
Yeah.
So now we have to think of how the hell do we get past it? Like, there's got to be some kind of puzzle solution to get out of the game or something.
It did say that, yeah, like there's a trick.
Yeah. So
Maybe
let's
maybe
put our
Parrot's
gamer
working
brains
on getting
together.
there.
I need to keep
What
talking
file
because...
is this? Okay.
What was that, Gia?
No, I'm gonna download the file and check it out.
Okay.
You think it's gonna be like uncompiled and that you can actually?
Oh, just like look in the source code for the solution to the...
Oh no, yeah, that's right. He did release the source code.
Yeah, I
Oh, yeah, he did. You're right. Look up how to complete the Tetrid.
Paris
We
said
must-
he found a video of someone beating Tetrid without any kind of trick. Just straight up get 500 points.
Oh my god. But is that... the question is that what's expected of the player? Like,
No,
does
you're
the
at
game...
170.
Yeah, I can't really look at that. I have to continue concentrating or I'm going to ruin Tetrid. So, like...
Could you imagine if this was a game you paid for?
Right? So, like, okay, so it is beatable, but does the game expect you to beat it? Like, is it mandatory to beat it, is the question.
Yeah.
I can show you the answer, but I don't want to give spoilers.
Thanks, GS. Good help.
If I fail this Tetrid, then I will say screw it, give me spoilers.
Okay.
Oh!
Someone
We not program
What?
more, you are best. I did it!
Yeah,
You should press
there
start.
we
What?
go. That's
I
why
did
I
it!
posted.
Congratulations.
I did it! I did it! I'm the best! I'm Mr. Video Games!
Number 3 in the world, Tetris.
Yeah, Tetrid. Who can speedrun Tetrid? That's the Tetrid %.
You're a warlock now.
Yay, I'm a wizard. It's like you was born with a special power. I like how this random kid also is talking in the weird you speak.
Whoa.
Oh. Is this Bob?
Oh,
It's on a different level matrix.
A million seller. Once those Gantendo guys see it, I'm in. It is Bob! Look, and there's even, like, the notes on the wall, like I said he had. Okay, it's Bob. It bothered me that the comma for Bob was also green. It's unbobbable. 5 years later. All right, we're time skipping.
That is the same amount of time skip between his posts, right?
Roughly. Okay, there's a time now. Why was there no time before? I like that there's no sprite for Bob sleeping. He's just sideways on his bed.
This game is complex for what it is. I really like it. His life has color now. Previously, it doesn't have any color, so I wondered that.
Was that MES? It wasn't MES. Okay. Well, volume. So yeah, like, there are elements... Oh, it's the kid's room. He's not a baby anymore because it's 5 years later.
Yeah, okay.
There are elements of this that, like, I think have potential. Oh, hello. Oh, because
Oh, hey,
it's
they're
5:59
actually,
a.m.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like,
They're...
okay, well, there's bugs. Bugs happen in games. Like, I don't want to make fun of the fact that Bob spent all the time making this. Like, this is legitimately impressive for what he has made, and like, it is not.
And
easy
yeah,
to
the
make
fact
video
that
games.
this works on the DS from like one guy.
Yeah, like, it is legitimately impressive. We should not.
And we don't.
Maybe we should say, like, don't obsess your life over a creative effort like this, but it is still very impressive that he did this, and we,
Yeah.
like, and
Yeah,
I can
maybe-
definitely see that there are interesting elements that, like, I think would be cool if this was like a free indie game on itch.io, or like maybe even like a $5 or $10 game. I think I'd be down for it, like, just to be
Yeah.
weird and experimental.
It's got
Or
some
if-
good ideas that just need some refining. Also,
Yeah, if
Trevor
maybe-
asked Gia, what was the secret to Tetrid?
Oh yeah, what
Was
was
it
the secret?
just-
Aside
Was
from
there
500
anything... Oh, it is just 500 points? There's no, like, other secret to it?
No.
Oh my god.
That's a weird place for a TV.
So yeah, like if he maybe had a development team, maybe this would have turned out.
Yeah.
And he didn't use any library, hey? It's all just pure.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
fact that he made it from scratch rather than like
Ah.
using a pre-built engine or like a library or anything. It's really cool and like really legitimately
Also-
impressive.
We kind of, like, shit on the camera for the weird transitions, but as far as, like, actually moving with the character, it has a better camera than a lot of, like, SNES games.
Yeah, that is true.
Where, like, you run to the right and then you kind of stay further than, like, 50% on the side of the screen.
Okay, so I guess I can't
And
leave
the-
without getting my lunch.
And the conversation was kind of thought. At least it wasn't repetitive. It's kind of thought through.
Can I talk to Dad, please? Video game? I'm trying to talk to Dad. Okay.
Good.
Oh.
I
Gas
wonder
prices.
if this is like projection of his parents.
Yeah, I'm really guessing that this is kind of going to be like a bit. If this game ever actually exists in a form other than just this demo, I'm really going to guess it's going to turn out to be like a glimpse into Bob's psyche in the same way that like The Room is a glimpse into how Tommy Wiseau views the world.
It'll be a better Y2K.
Oh man, we should stream Y2K.
No, we shouldn't.
Y2K is on my list of topics for
Oh,
future
man, that
Otaku
would be a good
History
one.
is. Still have the game toy.
Parrot
have Game
really
Toy
did think this game was
colors.
going to be Y2K earlier on. I'm surprised there is still more to this.
Yeah, I
gotta say too, he is a very unique RPG protagonist in that he still has both his parents.
I was thinking that earlier. Like, every RPG, like, nobody has both their parents. Do I just have to, like, kill time until 7:30? Is that what
Could always
the
play
video
more
game
Tetrid.
wants of me? Oh god. I really wish there was a way to skip dialogue.
Yeah, more Tetrid.
Can I play Tetrid? I cannot play Tetrid.
What are our stats, by the way?
What are our
How's
stats?
status?
We are bored. Our external style is average. We are awake. We have a fresh hygienic condition. Our biomass intake is full, and we have just went with our bodily waste. That's not true. We just woke up.
Uh-oh.
It sounds like there's honking outside, and I don't know if that is, like...
I hate you, Para.
Try going out the back door of the house. Yeah, that door that I've been trying to go out actually is the back door. There is a front door here, but it seems to give me the same text. I probably should have been reading what my dad was saying. Should I talk to my mom? Okay,
Listen
so
to your mother grumble.
grumble. I think this is, like... I think it is. I think I just have to wait for Mom to serve me breakfast. Oh, wait a minute.
And
Does TV make time go faster?
it stopped.
Yeah, I think TV makes time go faster. Women, huh? I'm telling you, am I right? Women, am I right, fellas? Can't leave yet.
Well, better follow Dad.
No. Okay,
I don't
bye.
know. Oh, he just drove through the,
Just-
the garage
Just
door.
this truck is a lot blurrier than all the other art assets. I'm just noticing. Can I leave? Can I go?
Dad left. Oh no.
My God! Oh no! I mashed the button too many times.
Oh no. What is happening?
Okay.
Frame rate. Why? Oh God.
Okay. Time has stopped. Why has time stopped? You need to find something to pass the time. Okay, so this is the game tutorializing that you need to do things to pass time, I guess.
So I'm getting a tip here. I'm being told someone might have found a demo 3.
What? Demo 3? I mean, we haven't even beaten Demo 2 yet. Oh, Dad's gone, so now I can play Ping.
Oh god.
Wasn't
No!
he talking about, like, something about Warriors of Light and Darkness?
Yes.
Yeah, he also said something about it being at the bottom of the screen, so he was describing vertical Pong and it's horizontal.
Also, this is horribly weird because you control both paddles.
Oh, what?
Yeah, like
You-
there's not a
You
control.
are the hero and the villain.
What happens if I? No. Okay. So, the score. Every time you ping, your score goes up. So yeah, you control both. Oh my god, this is disorienting. You know, this actually, I'll give Bob credit here. This would make for a very good, like, experimental, like, semi-horror game, in that, like, you were playing slightly wrong versions of familiar games. Like,
Wait,
it's Tetris,
so if-
but the blocks are slightly off, and it's Pong, but it's a little weird because you're controlling both paddles.
Hey,
It's like-
so get the ball going and then don't move. Like, just don't touch anything. Like, try to get it out and then just don't touch anything. Also, yeah, we found
there's a little bit of randomization to the
Aw.
balls. Here, I'll let it
we.
die, and I'll just sit here.
Aw,
It
damn
looks
it.
like
Yeah.
lucid dreaming. Everything is slightly off.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
found a demo 3, by the way.
Oh my god, demo 3.
I linked it, and then there's also a blog with a bunch of stuff, and it's
Sorry.
not Bob's own thing.
Oh.
This is just the ever-evolving story.
Yeah, this is ongoing. Okay, I'm slowly starting to get the hang of Ping.
Oh, I think who did we lose? Oh, we lost to Danny.
Yeah, I think Danny's going to sleep. Yep, she's passing out.
All right, so we've got. I guess we've finished the Otaku History, and now we're just let's playing Bob's whatever.
Yeah, this is just Let's Play Bob's game at this point. No!
I can't believe I wasn't the first one to leave.
I know, right?
But now that I'm not the first one, I'm leaving. Okay, bye.
Alright.
Okay, good night, Rob.
Good night.
We should get Para in here.
We should. Someone invite him to the Discord call.
On it, Coach.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hello, Para.
It's Para. What did you think of Bob's game?
I thought it was a very interesting story. Yeah, like I said, I really thought that this was going to be the story of Y2K, the postmodern RPG at the start. I was like, oh, that's where this is going.
It is very similar. It was really like the proto Y2K.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm more interested in this than I am Y2K, though.
Yeah, there is definitely more information, I think, on the development of this than Y2K.
It's also just more fascinating as a product.
I'm just kind of hoping that the rest of this demo is like weird, fucked up versions of classic puzzle games, because I think that's kind of funny.
Yeah, like that.
I mean,
that
this
is
looks horrible to play. Don't get me wrong, but
it kind of is. My strategy so far is just to try to get a rally going, and then figure out which paddle you're moving to just very finely adjust it.
this looks like it could be an interesting concept if it wasn't so impossible to play.
Like I said, I think this would make for a great, like, experimental itch game.
Yeah, yeah. I tried to play Tetrid, by the way. I got to like 300 points.
Okay.
And then I got a ton of V blocks dumped on me. I'm like, oh, okay. Done.
Yeah, the V blocks are garbo.
Those are sincerely difficult to master. Like I was like, I'm not actually thinking about this. Like, all right, how do you master like Tetrid here? Because it's actually pretty brain bending. Like you have to really think about it.
I was kind of thinking that, like, how long into it would it take before your brain just goes to Tetris mode and then you're fucking up?
I don't know. Oh, that was a oh man.
Yeah,
What
this-
is your
think it
high
was
score rally so
66.
far?
66
like eight-
apparently. I don't know if that
No,
is
that's
mine. Okay.
Dad's high score.
That's Dad's high score. I assume
You got up to like
that's-
18 at one point.
I really hope that's not what I have to be.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
definitely what you have to be.
Oh,
Yeah, it's your turn to read the code and tell us.
Oh god.
Oh no, G is silent. She's either
Lost Gia. I
eating
really
more
wish that I
edibles
hadn't
or...
turned on the TV in game before this. Oh, because now I'm just hearing the.
Oh yeah, I noticed that.
The entire time.
I'm assuming buttons don't do anything.
No, I tried. Basically, the only buttons other than the arrow keys are spacebar to like examine things, and then start or enter to open the menu. And neither of them are doing anything. I'm keeping my hand as far away from the escape key as humanly possible. If I accidentally close this, then that's the end of the stream. I am not doing Tetris.
No, if you accidentally close this, we gotta check out Demo 3.
Oh, right.
We're in this for the long haul. I just started drinking my soju. We can't stop now.
This is the rest of the night.
Once you get up to like a pretty good rally, it starts to go pretty straight, but then you have so little time to move the paddles to make any kind of micro adjustment.
The difficulty is trying to move the correct paddle. Like,
yeah,
I can react in time to where I need to move, but the problem is, like, mentally my brain can't keep track of which paddle is being moved when.
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I like the dialogue at the top. This is so easy.
And then,
point of
what's
this?
the point of this? I
What
also
is
like
the
that the
point of this?
dialogue is cut off by the UI.
Yeah. I hate this game.
This is easy. I hate this game.
It's great if you program a really bad feature in your game, you can just have the game character just be like, "Wow, this sucks," and then it's good.
Alright, I'm coming up with an idea in my head that I think I might need to steal.
I'm a genius.
What really scares me about this is that I can see you starting to get better at this game.
So my idea here, do like a Her Story style game where it's the game is like a fake OS computer screen, but like make it like a knockoff itch, call it like Scratch IO or something like that, and every game is just like this. Like just make it a compilation of slightly wrong classic games, and
Yeah.
like have some backstory that like aliens made it or something. Basically just Omega Mart, but in video game form.
You really hung up on that Omega Mart
It's
thing.
fun! Everybody go visit Omega Mart in Las Vegas when the pandemic's over. It's neat. Ah! Nobody play Ping.
I got it. The
Oh.
trick is to either use WASD, slow down your computer a lot by having Firefox open. Dying a lot, then trying again after game.
So I was hoping that by saying, oh, I see what you're saying. So like, oh, I see. So you can use WASD. So the trick is to use WASD to like swap hands, basically. So like, now I'm using arrow keys, now WAS. Now arrow keys, now WAS. But honestly, I'm not sure if that makes it much easier, because WASD will still control the paddle on the left if it's that time for rally.
Oh, it changes control depending on which side the stupid thing is on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so whichever, so
Oh, God.
now I'm controlling the right paddle, now I'm controlling the left. Now the right, now the left. And that's the only one I can control at a
When the
time.
ball hits a paddle, control changes the other paddle. I
Yes.
noticed that like right away. I could tell that's not what's supposed to happen.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so awkward.
I know. That's why I'm like, okay, this is kind of interesting, even though it's so awful.
Okay,
Like
okay,
it sucked,
okay.
but it's like, wow, what a funny idea for a sucky idea. I thought for sure you had it. Like,
I
where
thought so,
the fuck
too.
did it go? I thought you had a great rally going.
I did have a good rally going, but like you said, it just gets going so fast that like you can't. Like, I
Eventually-
just don't have time to react to it when the randomization veers it like too far down or something.
Honestly, after 18, my eyes stopped falling and it was just gone.
It's just pure instinct at that point.
Yeah.
Trevor says, I'm pretty sure I hear someone sing Taco Burger in a mumble TV.
Oh yeah,
Oh, probably.
Well, I mean, the TV sound has got to be just recorded from Bob
sorry.
himself.
Taco Burger.
Oh fuck!
Oh my god, that was so good.
That was so good.
Dude, I
Okay,
could go
so
for a
I
Taco
actually
Burger.
start getting good at it when it's like, when it gets going like fast. I can kind of like see the code in the Matrix.
You enter the flow state for about 2 seconds. before
Yeah,
you lose.
I just as I enter the flow state, I lose. Like,
Yeah.
if I can get into
There's
it, then it's okay.
There's a point where the ball starts to go. It doesn't start bouncing as far, but it's just going so fast though that like the micro adjustments you have to make are completely impossible.
Yeah.
I dare say this is probably harder than Tetrid.
Yeah, this is probably harder than Tetrid.
I thought Tetrid was going to be the final boss. I'm really kind of shocked.
That was where everything was gonna end.
See, I kind of thought it would too, but on the other hand, then the demo would just be like 5 rooms.
Yeah.
And I was like, Bob would not release a demo that short.
Bob has a little bit more pride than that.
Bob has a little bit of a bigger ego than that.
Oh god, he really didn't program a way to quit the game.
No, there's no way to exit or anything.
Yeah, I couldn't find one either in Tetrid. Like, you're just stuck.
Oh fuck!
It's just 6:31 a.m. Monday forever.
Forever, we were trapped in
You
this
will
hell.
never have any dollars.
I will never get my oatmeal.
This is purgatory.
Your dad warned you about playing Ping. Like, he warned you.
He did. Dad did tell me not to play Ping.
This is what was good. He knew this would happen.
No. I just get desynced from the ball and move the wrong paddle.
Yeah, oh boy.
I can kind of hear what the TV's saying. It mentioned something for only $5. I'm going
I just want to hear about this taco thing.
Oh,
Taco Burger.
Taco Burger. So I may as well give miscellaneous Bob facts that wound up getting cut or not mentioned. In the video, on day like 90, stage 90, or whatever, when it's Bob revealing that the blog was just viral advertising. In the video, there's like a quick slideshow of Bob working on Bob's game, and it's like each frame is a different like photo of him or just sitting at the computer, and in a lot of them, the vast majority of them, he's shirtless.
Oh, of course.
Because of course. I mean, he's literally locked in a room alone. Not like, who cares if you're shirtless?
I mean, I wouldn't wear clothes if I was doing that. Like,
I don't usually wear
No.
clothes.
In the
makes my roommate
autobiography,
mad.
Bob revealed that in that compilation, there is one frame of him masturbating.
just one frame.
Yep. It goes on for like a full minute or something. At first I was like, I should look through this to see if I can find it just cause why not? And then when I realized how many there were, I was like, oh no, I'm not bothering with this, just to try to see Bob's dick.
Oh, damn. Oh, joystick support in this game.
This game has joystick support?
Yeah,
I wonder if I can play this
Software-
with a PS5 controller.
Oh god.
software comes with no warranty.
Found a comment on some blog. Oh, and a big cheat for anyone finding Tetrid a bit too hard. Press the following buttons to add points to your score. Q plus Z plus left square bracket.
I
wonder if that works.
left square bracket. It does not work here.
Damn it.
I pasted the controls on the this chat.
Oh, you can hit F for an FPS meter.
Oh, good. Maybe you can turn down the FPS on this fucking
Yeah,
game.
that's. I'm
Z
gonna read
equals
some-
Y.
Well,
X
good news,
equals
guys.
X.
I have 60 FPS. I'm truly
Okay.
gaming in the Bob world.
Okay, you can control the game, so you have to edit the file in the config.ini. But he left it question marks. I'll show you.
What?
So you can edit, but he like left it a question mark of what you can edit.
Oh, I can edit the ini for the game.
Like config.ini, whatever that is.
.ini, yeah. The problem is,
Man,
though,
I
will I
am-
need to restart the game to do that?
I'm sorry for ripping on you for playing the game on easy, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was mentioned that this is easy mode. That's gotta be part of the joke, that like, this game is very obviously very difficult, but it starts on easy mode.
Can you guys explain what is explain this quote unquote? Make sure you have VSync enabled for your graphics card. It
Oh.
might also help you to save the newest drivers for your card.
Oh, VSync, yeah.
Yeah, what is
That's just, it syncs the frame rate with the refresh rate of your monitor, I believe. I might be wrong.
Yep.
that? Oh,
No, that's exactly what it is.
So then that way
'cause
there
when that
won't be
doesn't-
visual tearing as the game is
Yeah.
updating at a different rate than your monitor is.
well, he gave very detailed instruction on how to do it.
That was nice of him.
If you're interested.
Please let me know if there are any hot cheat codes for Ping. Taco Burger! I heard it! I heard it! It was just a very light Taco Burger.
Taco Burger.
Yeah, I heard it. Now I'm not going to be able to unhear it. It's all I'm going to be able to
Oh my
hear.
god, I heard it too, yeah.
No, I'm going insane.
Oh,
for
no.
Ping.
I can barely hear the
It's like so sing-songy too, it's like Taco Burger.
Yeah, I thought Tetrid would be the game to break me, but I think it's gonna be Ping. So, how long do we want to try and Ping before we give up and go to Demo 3? Or does
That is... I really think that's entirely up to you at this point.
one of you
I don't mean the
guys-
character in the game, I mean you.
One of you guys, could one of you please launch Demo 3 and make sure that it's not just this? Because,
Just
Ping. Just Ping forever. No, because this demo is technically Demo 2, but it's just the first demo with more content. Like, it's a longer version of the first demo. So it would not surprise me if Demo 3 is just also this, with, like, more content that we can't access because we're stuck in Ping hell.
Gia, you're reading the code. Is there more after this? Like how?
So
is there
there's game. So the mini game folder has Game Toy, Ping, Ramio, Tetrid, and a TV.
Huh.
So unfortunately I'm running on the Windows host machine, so I can't read the bin file. So I need to turn to my Linux.
Oh, damn it. Sorry, continue.
Is this the real game? Like, you have to hack it to, like, find out what the cheat codes are, and that's... like, it really is like an IRG.
another ARG?
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. I'm gonna turn off my computer and I'm gonna load my Linux OS system and read it from there.
Alright.
and see what it is.
Thank you, Gia.
Okay, hold on. I gotta
Undertale and
restart.
Doki Doki Literature Club ain't got shit on this. On fucking Bob's
I'm
game.
God.
I'm, like, partly hoping that this entire story is actually made up, and Gil just made up this entire thing.
And then
That's like-
I've just been making this just to mess with you guys.
And then part of your long con was that you're gonna get stuck playing Ping for half an hour.
Oh yeah, this is definitely what I want to do on my Saturday night. Actually, this is weirdly like, this is triggering the part of of my brain that like Dark Souls does, where I'm like, I know I can beat this. I know
This did precede Dark Souls by a couple of years, so
like it's triggering the small part of my brain that is like, I am slightly close enough to where I'm like, I think I can do this, and I am improving in slight increments enough to where I'm like, okay, I think this is possible, and so I could just be at this all night, probably. This is like the brain worms that I have.
okay, I don't actually understand how computers work well enough to know how to run Demo 3. It's
Is it
like
not
a jar.
EXE?
No, it's not an exe.
Oh, weird.
It is it's playable as a Java applet and is dependent on Amazon EC2 servers that I cannot afford at the moment. I am working on building it into a downloadable jar.
Oh, I remember reading that. Yeah, I do remember reading that about Demo 3, and I didn't even try to download it, assuming it just would not work.
Yeah, there's a bunch of jar files and there's a run.bat which I don't want to run.
Just load up a virtual machine to run it. If I knew
This-
how to do that, I would.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to brick your computer for Bob's game Demo 3.
Gil, on the other hand, absolutely will. Somebody in chat mentioned where they posted a link to a YouTube video of somebody beating it, and they get the score to over 400.
Oh my god, they
What?
must have gotten into some kind of loop.
No, not really.
Okay, so if it keeps speeding up, I imagine at some point it gets going so fast that just any keyboard movement moves both paddles. And I imagine at
No.
that point it'll get easier. I'm telling myself this so that I don't just die in ping hell.
Okay, I will say this about Demo 3. It's about 50 megabytes larger than the demo that you're playing right now.
I'm back. I'm just gonna re-download into my stuff.
I do better when I just start unfocusing my eyes. Like, I just let my vision get blurry, I just become one with the ping.
Use your force to control.
I must become one
Okay.
with the game.
This RPG demo.
I really regret turning on the TV in game before doing this. All I can hear
so
is
glad-
I'm
Taco
so glad that you
Burger.
did. What? You care about Taco Burger.
Okay, let me see.
Save us, Gia. Oh my god, save us.
I'm suspecting. Yeah. So let's see. It's gonna take me slightly slower to open stuff in Linux because
That's
I'm really
fine.
bad at
Ping's
Linux.
not going anywhere.
Okay. Let's see. Child map, minigame.
I guess to
There
be
you go.
fair, I said I'd never get 500 points in Tetrid,
That's true.
and I did.
You did prove us all to be utter and complete fools.
Sudo ls. Okay, there you go.
Oh my god. The next mini game is amazing. Holy
Oh
shit.
no. Oh no.
And like super shitty.
This is great because you guys can, like, you're free to look up spoilers and future content. I am not. I cannot look away from Ping.
Cannot look away from Ping.
For some reason, my brain has a hard time remembering what this game is called, and I keep wanting to call it Piss.
What? Okay. Okay, that's weird.
Okay, I'm slowly learning what the TV is saying. I heard, look at the food. Don't you want to eat the food? You can today for only $5. Taco Burger.
Oh god.
Look at the food.
I assumed that the TV was just gibberish. Like Mr. Saturn speak. When I first turned
It
it
did
on.
kinda sound
And
like
now
that,
I am starting
yeah.
to... Can I understand what Mr. Saturn's say now?
Entirely possible, yeah.
Wow, I'm learning hex dump for you guys, whatever that is. Hex dump file. Okay, got it. Hex dump.
We're going to just completely reverse engineer Bob's game at this point.
What the heck? Okay, no. I'm learning Linux, so it's pretty fun right now. No fudge. Oh, I need to download hex dump.
Please sing it more.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna take a break after this one because I need to go use the bathroom.
Pee the bottle.
Like a
The
true
great is there's
Bob's
no-
gamer.
There's no pause features. You just have to let it
Yeah,
run.
so you guys
and
just
lose
get to
it.
see me lose at Ping for a couple minutes. Be right back.
He'll come back and he'll have won.
Somehow. That'll be the trick.
Look at it go. It is strangely hypnotic. We're gonna have ourselves some Ping ASMR. Listen to the soft beats.
Wait, did you guys burn the file first? Or just open it?
Eat what?
You have to burn it as an image to play the game, or you just unzip it?
Oh, weird. I mean, I guess you could mount it as a
Okay.
like an MDS or something, but
Okay, so XXB file name. Okay.
Bikini-chan, I hate you. That sounds like a brilliant idea.
Bikini Chan, that's my.
Bikini-chan.
Bikini Chan. I love you, Bikini Chan. XOXO.
Like, I hate how good that sounds. Well, now I'm just trying to listen to the like the TV. I couldn't really hear it before. I also like the just kind of picturing it in my mind, the image of you just sitting there looking at this screen doing this over and over, complaining about it constantly.
I'm back. Have I beat Piss yet? I can't remember the name of this game.
You beat it.
Ping.
You beat it once, but then you forgot to enter the skill testing question, so your prize didn't count.
Oh no. So I was thinking about it. This is like maybe the only piece of outsider art for video games.
Ever?
Maybe, I mean, can you think of a better, like, outsider art, like, can you think of a better outsider art example for video games? The reason I call it
I don't
outsider
really know
art,
what you
despite
mean.
being very heavily ingrained in video game culture, is just because, like, it's like outsider art from a video game creation standpoint.
I don't know what outsider art refers to, actually. I've never heard that
Oh,
term.
outsider art is a term for when somebody who's not an artist creates a piece of art. Often
Yeah,
accidentally.
This is 100% outsider art, yeah.
Yeah.
The person can still be an artist, but it has to be created in a way where it's very detached from the normal what's the word I want to use? The normal routine of making of that piece, sort of art.
Yeah.
They have to have, you know, unusual. They can't have much background.
They need to be insulated from their art, from the culture
That's
of their
exactly
art.
it.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yes.
Gil, I just know someday you are going to do an otaku history on Ulililia.
Ulilia. See, I've been tempted to, but he's not on my list because he just seems like a really nice guy, and an otaku history of him would just be making fun of how, like, bizarre he is, but he seems like just a genuinely nice person. Like, everything I've seen of him, he doesn't seem like he's, like, super misogynist or racist or anything like that. Like, he just seems like a really nice guy that just is just a little weird, and I'd feel bad doing an otaku history on him, because I don't want to just be making fun of him.
Fair.
I kind of between the Temple OS dude and this dude, I kind of see them both having the similar.
Yeah. Like,
Great?
Temple OS is a very good example of, like, outsider art in the realm of web development. Or just
Yeah.
OS development.
So how would you rank for these two persons? Of these two weird things, they're both so intelligent, but in a weird way.
Yeah, they're intelligent in a very narrow, very specific way. Like, they're intelligent at the act of creating and programming, of, like, creating a technology. But they're not very smart in the, like, learning what makes a good game, or in Temple OS's form, making a bad game. Actually, I don't want to say they're not smart, because I feel like, I don't like calling people, like, dumb or anything, or not smart. It's kind of like, they're very invested in their one specific thing, but then everything else they have zero curiosity on.
I mean, yeah, it's just kind of being one-sided brain, right? Isn't that kind of whole thing? At least with Ulililia.
Yeah, with Ulililia, well, I mean, it's like, you know, the whole, like, hyper-focused, like, the traditional, like, autistic savant that is very often misrepresented in media. Like, just an area of focus that you just hyper-fixate on to the exclusion of almost everything else.
A blessing and a curse, I'm sure.
Yeah. If we can't find a way to skip Ping, then I think this is just where.
No, I can't.
No, you just gotta get good to Geel.
Gil, how did you mount? Did you mount the game, or you just like extract it?
When I downloaded this, it was just a zip file and there was an exe in it. Well, there's a bunch of other files too, but.
Yeah, so you open the exe. Okay, that makes sense.
Correct. I don't know enough about computers to know how to, like, decompile an exe, if that's possible. I wish we could just skip the first 15 points and just get straight to the part that sucks.
I mean, that's basically how I feel about any MMORPG I've ever played. First 15 levels is garbage, but, you know, around level 20, things kind of get fun.
I was hoping I had a slight epiphany, but it turned out to be for nothing. I thought, oh, can I hold down shift to make the paddles move faster? Like, I can hold down shift to run? I cannot. It does nothing.
Oh,
It'd be too easy.
Clearly the worst day of our lives.
If the paddles move slightly faster, it'd be much easier. My old man reflexes, by the time I realize where the ball is headed, I can't react in time, or I can't get the paddle down in time. Okay, okay. Oh, no. I lost it. Should update the Twitch stream to say that we're playing Bob's game. I'm sure it's a very hot market.
Maybe, yeah, Axum, we tried the Q, Z, and square black bracket, and it did not seem to work for us. Is Bob's game on here?
Probably.
Oh, it totally is.
Oh, is it really? Oh my god.
It is. Properly punctuated and everything.
Good.
That's actually incredible because Twitch recently has like purged a ton of games on their list.
Oh, really?
They don't even have Tetris Attack on it anymore, which
They
I
don't
was
have
streaming.
Tetris Attack, but they have Bob's game?
Really?
It's 100% true. Yes,
Oh my god.
I had to say I was streaming Panel de Pun, which is the Japanese title of the game. Different game though. I couldn't say I was streaming Tetris Attack. That game doesn't exist in their list right now.
It does not exist.
And that's been a problem. That's been a Twitch-wide problem for some reason, that a bunch of games got deleted off the database, and nobody knows why. They haven't been able to get an answer on it or anything.
I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it was a mistake. Like somebody deleted a huge chunk of them.
Maybe.
And they were it's too much effort to put them back.
Yeah, I don't know.
If my time in game development has taught me anything, it's that a lot of things that seem mysterious are because somebody just made a really dumb mistake. And just nobody can own up to it. Are the Yakuza aliens responsible for this?
I almost forgot that was a thing. It's all just been so fucking crazy.
Bob does seem to believe in aliens, by the way. From what I can tell.
I heard Rob.
Rob also probably believes in aliens. He's
I
not
don't know.
here,
He's
he
too
can't yell at
he's
me.
too sciencey to believe in anything
Yeah,
fun.
you're right. He's too sciencey to believe in Bob.
I'm just listening to the mumbling. It is some ASMR
Yeah, I'm
stuff
trying
there.
to decipher the mumbling. I think the bit is that it's like the end, like in like commercials for like medications where it's listing off like the side effects and stuff. I think that's like the joke.
Oh, okay.
Well, Gia found something. It sounds like.
Damn it, I got it to like 30 something.
Oh.
I was doing good. I was in the zone. Auto zone. Oh, damn it. Arrow's right though. I can slowly see myself improving at Ping. I want to see a TAS bot play this. Stream this at GDQ.
My God.
Tara.
I mean, if you could figure out how to like actually Taz this, it'd be pretty easy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it would.
Oh, look at that. Slow down.
Oh, nice slow down.
Any slowdown you guys are seeing is purely in the stream and it's not on my end.
Oh,
Why haven't you opened 36,000 Firefox tabs yet?
I could open a whole buttload of Chrome tabs, I guess.
Although, maybe computers are too good for that. Maybe you have to do, like, go into your task manager and set the priority to garbage.
The broken part of my brain is
that is an option.
I'll try that. The broken part of my brain though is thinking that would just be letting Bob's game win. Can't let Ping beat me.
Your dad warned you. Your dad warned you about Ping.
Alright, I'm gonna try the task manager. Let's see if this works. Bob's game. Resource values. Oh, how do I do this? Oh my
Just
God.
set it to garbage.
Oh god, they changed it.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do this now?
I don't know if you can anymore.
You
Windows
gotta
is
be
trying to
able to.
protect me from myself.
Yeah, Windows 10 does that.
I can provide feedback on Bob's games. Task.
Oh.
Debug. Create dump file. Go to details. Alright. Now, we gotta ping properly. I'm hesitant to open a bunch of tabs in Chrome because I don't want to mess up the stream. For all
Damn it.
7 people watching me fail at ping.
Dedicated people are stuck around.
Yeah, thanks, folks. I appreciate
Or they
you.
Oh, I found it.
Found
In your processes, find the whatever. Right click, go to details, right click it again, set priority.
Okay.
Maybe what you need to do is just stream this at like 10,000 bit rate. I can really see every close-up detail of that pillow lighting.
Set priority low. Do you want to set priority for Bob Games? Yes. Change it.
Priority no.
Priority no. Alright, let's see if this works.
It almost did.
No,
Oh,
there's
God.
0
I
difference
know,
on my
but
end.
you had a good run.
Your computer is too good.
It is. I just upgraded it like a few months
I
ago.
can't believe that I'm actually cursing the fact that Bob made Bob's game too optimized.
Better than most modern games.
I guess I could try running it on my laptop, but my laptop isn't set up for streaming. My laptop is significantly worse than my computer. Oh, then we'd have to. Oh no, if we had to beat Tetrid again, we could just cheat it.
What? We tried the cheat.
Yeah, we tried to cheat. It doesn't work in this.
Yeah, it only works in Tetrid. I mean, yeah, it would work for that, but
Yeah, like
it would work to skip Tetrid, but
if this winds
Why
up
did-
crashing or something, we will not have to survive Tetrid again.
I like how nobody played the game far enough to get frustrated with Ping instead of Tetrid.
Yeah, everybody just gave up at Tetrid. This is far worse than Tetrid.
Oh, this is vastly worse. Tetrid is actually it's doable. Like it's not easy, but
I mean, Tetris is fun, and Tetrid's basically Tetris, so yeah, whatever.
it's
So,
aside from the whole
aside
stupid
from the
shaky screen thing that just
it's
made it
kind of
awful.
fun,
Yeah.
actually.
So I'm gonna go out here on a limb and hear me out. And I may be the first person ever to make this comparison, but Bob's game is kind of like Go.
Why? How?
So hear me out. Bob's game is like Go.
I'm listening. I'm ready to call you out, but
Because Go, as you play it, you start like your view of the game shifts. At first, it's like you're just putting down little colored stones on a grid, and you're just trying to like surround enemy stones and not get surrounded. And then as you learn how to play Go, it becomes about controlling territory, and like you start seeing the game in terms of the whole board and like a vague fog of your influence and shit like that. Bob's game, Ping specifically, at first is just Pong, but impossible to fucking control. But then as you play it and get better at it, you start like seeing, like, it becomes about like paying attention to like, oh, I need to micromanage this paddle and then this paddle, and then oh, I need to make micro adjustments here and there, and like it becomes a different game beyond the first game. That's it. That's my thesis.
That comparison is a stretch.
The point is, Ping has depth. Oh,
Oh,
damn it.
fuck! God damn it! It really took a bad bounce to like 30 there. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to like fuck
You
it
didn't
up.
wanna mess it up.
Oh god. 66. Are you fucking kidding me?
should make this a charity stream.
like fucking desert bus for charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a race. Who can beat Ping or
Oh my
desert
god.
bus first?
Oh god.
Oh yeah, or just a Ping fight. Just who can beat Ping first.
You'll have like an incentive for turning the TV on or off. A bid war.
Gil has turned into the dad.
I have. Is it like a giant metaphor that like you become your parents? Like the dad was completely ignoring us when we tried to talk to him earlier while he was pinging it up. Is that like the
Now I
metaphor?
see why.
Yeah. And like he came up with like this elaborate story about like the warrior of light defeating like the demon king or whatever. Like, is that his method of coping? Is the dad trying to like, because he cannot defeat the ping? Is that the dad just like, is that how he deals with ping?
Somebody.
Is that how I'm supposed to deal with? No! Is that how I'm
Somebody,
I thought you had it.
somebody sent me. High ping is insufferable. Yes.
I'm so sorry, people. This is it. This is our lives now. Come back in 2 hours and maybe I'll have gotten up to 40. I'm gonna get Taco Burger in my sleep.
In a year, I'm gonna have to do an otaku history of the time that you fucking died playing Ping.
High ping kills.
Oh, that's why it's called ping, because you need a high latency in order to actually win. You all just assumed it was a very lazy grip on Pong, but no, it was right in front of us the whole time. It has depth.
There are so many layers to this. Oh god. Why did somebody make this?
Make what?
I'm gonna post this in the chat.
Oh wait, you're talking about something other than Ping?
Ping flashes.
Oh
shit.
no!
You can't even play
No.
that anymore.
No!
The Flash is dead.
Thank God.
Okay, so when I make Scratch.io, the game of weird knockoff games, Ping is going to be like the hidden, like, hard mode. Although I know there's a game after this. What if the game after this is worse?
Oh, it's great. The game after this is amazing.
Like, is it legitimately amazing, or is it, like, more difficult, do you think?
It's legitimately, well, it's, I mean, not legitimately amazing, but it's better than this.
Okay.
Oh. Oh dear God.
It slightly bothers me that the kill zone for when the ball gives you game over is, like, not actually at the paddle. Like,
I noticed that, yeah.
no.
Jesus, that was a really good one.
It does feel very good when you get into the rhythm.
I can see that.
No, no. I always wind up getting screwed when it's like near the edge of a paddle, and then like I get two in a row where the random number generator flings brings it far.
I love multiplayer, single-player games.
Alright, what are some other classic games we could make Ping versions out of? Mario, but every time you jump, something
I
stupid
do need
happens.
sandwiches, and no, I haven't eaten them yet.
Look at the food. Don't you want the food?
I
Taco
want the
burger.
ping. I want a ping burger.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I was eyeing something else.
Oh.
Also, Gil, don't look at chat.
Okay. I am physically incapable of looking away from Ping.
I'm glad this is how we're suffering together. It's been too long since we played a game, and so we're going with ping for some reason.
This is all a giant social experiment to see what people will sit through.
People will sit through high ping, apparently.
There's a Let's Play from the Something Awful forums of a Japanese, like, Kaizo style, like, super ridiculously hard platformer. And it was written in completely Japanese, so the LPer named it just dongs.exe. And he made the Let's Play as bad as he possibly could, as a, like, statement about how, like, people will just watch anything. That's
Yeah,
not
I mean, they're
going
still
anywhere.
watching us.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be just be bots. Who knows?
Axum is a bot. Should we bring Axum into this call? Is Axum still watching?
I mean, we could bring anyone to this call at this point.
I was somehow hoping that when I left, that you'd somehow go
that, like, your presence was inhibiting my
Yeah,
capability.
yeah. Or just that I get lucky.
I'm gonna edit his config where it says easy mode equals to yes. I wonder if I save it to no, how the game will be. So I'm gonna do it on my computer.
Easy mode equals false.
Yeah. I just want to do that. Okay, I'm gonna edit right now.
Oh, Axum is still there.
Can you edit this to say ping equals false?
I can try actually. So let me see.
Oh, Don, I got it. I'm going to, in Scratch.io, I'm going to make a difficulty setting of very normal.
Thank fucking Christ.
Okay, so the setting is full screen equals no, easy equals yes, ping equals easy, yes, ping equals yes.
There's a rhythm to it.
There is.
I
There
can't wait.
legitimately is, yes.
I can't wait for the cool hip sequel Pooch.io.
Wow. Oh, I got out of the rhythm. If you think about it, this is just a very poor rhythm game.
Or a really good one. That means Paris should be playing this.
Your little butterfly.
Okay, so what would the Scratch.io version of DDR be? Would it be like a typing game, like random letters are flying at the top of the screen, and you have to type words like it's a typing game rhythm game?
It's DDR, but instead of revolution, it's like Dance Dance Retribution.
Yeah, what would the gameplay
You'd
be?
be-
What would be the slightly wrong twist on DDR be?
Yeah, it's somehow also like a zombie survival game. Every time you get like a correct note, it shoots a zombie on the screen. It's okay, Axum. We don't know what we're talking about anyways either, so you'll fit right in.
I just love the idea of somebody, like, let's say a 12-year-old, getting a DS for Christmas, and their mom says you can buy any game. They go to the local GameStop, they see Bob's game, and they think, this game looks cool. My name is Bob, I'm a small child. And they buy
My
Bob's
name is
game,
Robert.
and then they play this forever.
They play Ping until they die. Either of old age or of hunger. We don't know.
Wow, that took a fucking wild bounce at the start there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this Ping.
Rubber banding all over the place.
You know, I'm just starting to realize that the reason the development for this game took so long is that he had to spend a lot of time playtesting Ping. He must have
And
gotten
figuring
really
out how to
fucking good
pay.
at
He
it.
must have been phenomenal. I want to watch Bob play Ping.
You know, because honestly, what this game seems to me like is a game dev who got too good at their own game and didn't realize it was as hard as it was.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Like, absolutely, right? Like, they got fucking obsessive playing Ping for like 20 hours. And by that point, they're like, yeah, 66 seems reasonable. Like,
So funny story about this. I heard a story about the development of Halo, the original Halo, and they
Really?
I'm
play-tested-
dying to know how these are related.
They playtested the easy mode. The designer, one of the level designers, I don't know if all of them did this, but one of the level designers, when playtesting his levels for easy mode, he would play the game using only his mouth.
okay.
Like he would control.
Impressive.
He would play the controller, like he would hold it, I think, but he would only use his mouth to play, or his.
I mean, that basically sounds like anyone who plays Halo because they spend more time shit talking than playing.
But just like I love the idea of just like I just like the extent that developers go through to test the easy mode to make sure, or just to test things in general to like handicap themselves.
So, like, was there like an idea that like this should be
I gotta
easy enough that I can beat this with my mouth?
Yes.
Like, if I can't do that, then it's not easy enough. Like, I have to make
And-
sure that
Yeah, that is how he balanced it.
that's actually pretty cool. I like that.
Apparently, he still had playtesters complaining it was too difficult.
Hmm.
Okay,
Which
so
is-
when I
find
changed
funny.
the testing, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Jake.
When I changed the config, the easy mode equals no, the game is actually slower.
The
What?
game is easier when.
Yeah, he walks. I do not know whether it's our computer, but when I turn it on, like the Bob guy walks like very slow compared to your speed. When
Oh
I
my
see.
god, does that mean Ping is slower?
Oh, no.
That's amazing.
I can try ping right now. How do I get
Oh,
to ping?
I accidentally.
Well, you have to get through Tetrid first.
Yeah, it's really slow compared to whatever you played.
Do
God.
I relaunch the game?
You could. I mean, you could get through Tetrid now. We have the cheat code, right? Did someone confirm that that works?
Yeah, somebody test the Tetrid cheat code so that.
I did not test it. I just say it's 500 points, but
Let me see if I can get it.
Yeah, apparently.
yeah, it is slow. everything is slow. Like the camera angle is slow, the mother is slow, the speech is slow. Everything.
Oh, it's a slow run.
I show you the config file how I set it up.
So Axum, what did you think of Bob's game? The story.
Oh man, that was just. It was just something, and it had a little bit of everything in it. I just kept on thinking of Neil Breen and Double Down.
It is very similar to Neil Breen.
Oh, that is the nicest comparison you could make.
Alright, I need to overcorrect, because I constantly undercorrect. So I need to overcorrect. Oh, damn it, I did it again. I'm focusing on one paddle too much. I need to focus on two paddles. I need to split my brain into the left and right hemispheres. Oh, no. What was your favorite part of the story, Rich? Excellent.
Honestly, that video of him just going to Nintendo World, I was just like, the fact that he hired people to go with him to go just
Japanese girls.
cute Japanese girls replacing stuff like. It reminds me of when I'd be working retail. Every now and again, we'd have someone come in and just do stupid stuff. Sometimes they'd play around a guitar or something. It just gave me that vibe, and just seeing those like poor retail workers just being like,
Oh, yeah.
I have this is my life now.
My life
And you
is
know, like,
dealing with Bob.
but I'm sure for them it's just like a regular Tuesday. I can't imagine that the Nintendo World Store doesn't have its share of like crazies that come in like every day.
The store closed, right? Like the Nintendo World Store is no longer open, right?
Really?
I thought it closed down. I might be wrong.
I mean, maybe due to COVID, but
I was kind of thinking about that during that video actually, where like he was in there being weird and they weren't really reacting all that strongly. I was like, I wonder if they're just used to this kind of nonsense at this point.
Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got a rhythm that might work, and it's to
You got
literally
it this
play
time.
it like a rhythm game. Where every time I hear a boop, I just move down. Like, I've stopped trying to pay attention to where the paddles actually are, and just tap it, like, to the rhythm. It's not working.
the Nintendo World Store is still open. They did close temporarily for COVID.
Oh, they closed temporarily. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but not super. From between March 2020 and August 2020 is closed.
Okay, I think I must have just read, like, a thing saying, oh, Nintendo World Store closing, and then just
Nah,
assumed
they're
that
fine.
Hell Dimension had taken another life from us.
No.
What, you mean they started playing Ping?
Nintendo's got plenty of money to keep Nintendo World in New York open. That's really what that store is, right? It's like, you know, the idea of having a storefront in downtown Manhattan is like kind of a prestige thing, really.
Yeah.
Fuck, Nintendo has enough money for goddamn anything. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
Not
That's
enough money
so
for Bob's
that's
game, apparently.
Ooh.
They were too scared.
actually I've been to that store. I bought a bunch of stuff there.
Yeah, the Nintendo World Store in
Oh, I forgot you were in New York for a while.
I was, yeah. I walked down there and actually I have a hoodie that I wore today. It's from there.
Nice. Yeah, the Nintendo World Store is really cool. I'm glad it's not closed.
Yeah.
I'm sad
Yeah.
Bob went there, but
Yeah, he might have tainted it a little bit with that excursion, but
Like I was saying, I did really like the vintage footage of Nintendo World Store as of like 2009 or whatever.
yeah, it was a,
Where they're, like,
a neat
advertise-
little time capsule.
It was, yeah. Like they're advertising like old DSs and like 4th gen Pokemon games and
the Wii.
like
haha, when
the
Bidoof was
Wii,
relevant.
yeah, that's exactly. Like I really like that. Oh right, I forgot I was trying to get to Tetrid. There's more dialogue than I thought there was on the way to Tetrid.
Is it slower? Or oh no, you're not testing that. You're testing the Tetris code.
No, I'm testing the code. Yeah. Oh
The
God!
Doof was
I just
never
realized
rare.
that.
You're not wrong, but he was slightly more relevant to
I
this
just
game.
realized that
He wasn't an
if the Tetrid code works, I will be able to play Ping.
By that you mean you will have to play Ping.
Well, yeah.
Was that? Yeah, we're getting to the charity stream.
Where is the
Ping
cheat
is like a
code?
fucking virus.
Cheat code.
I did it.
Huh?
The game's still going. Oh! I did it!
Oh shit!
I did
Oh
it!
my gosh!
Did you get it?
Well, that was easy.
That was easy.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I got it.
I wasn't looking. I was trying to do the fucking Tetrid code.
I'm sorry, boss. I just scared my dog. I was so stoked.
Oh, scared me.
Hold on, I gotta go calm my dog down.
What's the code for Tetrid supposed to be? What do you have to do?
QR in left square bracket, I think.
I think it's QZ in left square.
Alright, I did it. I beat Ping.
Okay, well that ain't doing shit for me, actually.
Oh.
I also don't get my dad like, oh, so now time is moving again.
Yeah, for me too.
Okay, yeah, turning on the TV does speed up time. It's moderately nifty. I like how we were just getting used to complimenting this game. I made you a lunch.
Cute Z plus. Okay, let me see.
Alright, we got a lunch.
You got
bag.
lunch bag.
Peanut butter sandwich again. The bread is
I'm not having-
transparent and goopy.
I'm not having any luck with this cheat code. It's not doing anything.
No.
I don't know if I'm doing something wrong though. It's
You're telling
very
me that
possible
Bob
that
is
I am.
lying to us? 3 years ago. We were jumping all over the place at this time.
I really want to see a fight in this game. Like,
Oh,
I
your shirt
I
was
need to know what the
bobbing.
combo is, or the combat.
Your shirt
Are you
was
playing
bobbing.
fucking Memento?
Oh my god, it's the green room is back.
I wasn't pressing anything there, it was auto-scrolling the text.
God, the green room. This really is a fucking like. I don't want to turn on sticky keys. What the hell?
A little day for every more? What does that even mean?
I don't know. I think he's supposed to be talking unhingedly.
Seeing this like game actually progress makes it feel like there's a full game here too.
I know,
We're
right?
gonna hit the end of the demo and we won't know what to do with ourselves, or we know we're Bob's game.
Then we can just go to
This is-
Itch.io and
this
start
screenshot right
playing
here is me
random.
playing Ping.
We'll just have to make our own Bob's game.
Yeah.
We'll
Did
make
anyone?
Bob's game fan fiction.
We can make Beb's game.
We can make Rob's
Whoa,
game.
3 years later.
Rob's game. we made it for him.
Rob didn't feel like making a game, so we made a game and called it Rob's game.
Oh, what the hell is night? Not nighttime?
It's after school. We went to school, and while we were at school, we got
Literally nothing of note
we
happened.
got a flashback of Bob going crazy making Bob's game, and then we're back to modern day with
I remember that time I played Ping for like 10 hours and then I suddenly came to and I had gone to work and come home.
Should we play more Ping? Should we do
This is why you need a dev team, because... this
Para,
game-
are you playing Tetrid still or did you give up?
I am trying to play it now.
Oh, we can go on our
I'm not gonna go for that long though, because even if I get past Tetrid, I know it's waiting.
Yeah, fun and enjoyment is waiting for you.
Wait. He's studying. Isn't our little brother like 5? He's like
Yeah,
6,
7 maybe.
Like 6 or 7 at the oldest. I don't remember him needing to study at 7. I was in 2nd grade.
I will say honestly, Tetrid is pretty fun actually. Like,
Yeah, Tetrid's not bad.
it's not that bad. Like, I mean, it's a pain in the ass once the screen starts shaking, but like,
There's 2
Oh,
lamps
that's
on
awful.
There's 2
It's okay.
lamps on the table.
2 lamps.
So Tetrid reminds me of like those really bad like LCD
Ultima.
games that were like 50 in 1 like LCD games
Oh,
that like had over
yeah, I
Tetris.
know what you're talking
Plug and
about.
play.
Oh god, yeah.
Where did brother go? He told us not to rat him out, but
He
I
did.
don't know what we'd be ratting him out for.
Being a douche.
Just leaving? I wish I could just leave.
You know you're in this for the long haul.
Hello, mother.
Stuffer.
Squid lasagna with banana sauce. How very kooky and quirky.
I did figure out one little quirk to Tetrid. It doesn't really matter now, but there is like there is actually a trick to it where if you hold like left or right, the block never gets placed. So you can think about where you want to place your next one.
Oh, that actually
Yeah.
is
Game
really
design?
neat. I can only assume it's a bug.
Oh, it probably is, yeah.
It's
Although
always
it
a
could
feature.
be like, yeah, it could be like, oh, this is a bug. Actually, no, it's the trick. You see,
Oh
It's a
my
Bob's game.
The
I didn't
par-
fuck up designing my game. It's just an Easter egg, guys.
the parents have 3 lamps in their rooms. In their room.
Oh, that's
why
what he
Animal
picked up.
Crossing.
That's
though.
how you know they're really crazy.
Okay, we have to break into our brother's room.
No, the baby's room's on the bottom. Oh yeah. Yeah, we were asking about that. The baby's like he's like 8 years old at this point.
And he's
8-year-olds study a
studying,
lot.
apparently.
You don't remember studying at the tender age of 8?
I remember.
Do I need to...
You would though, you're Asian.
I've never been up here before. Oh wait, no, this is true.
Oh,
Because
We have been up here before.
no, because
Yeah.
that was the version of the game that I accidentally quit out of.
Oh, that is
What-
some Undertale level shit right there.
Alright, Para, you need to play through and defeat Ping after having gone to the attic to see if that one line of dialogue changes. Oh.
Oh,
I'm
God.
looking through
What-
Stuff. Okay. Found some super glue. Alright. Neat.
oh,
Which line of dialogue is it in the attic?
Never been up here.
Yeah, he just says that he's never been up to the attic before.
Oh,
That's it.
Which means you have to beat Ping. We need to know, Para.
Watch, it took me that long and Para's gonna beat it in like 5 minutes.
I actually did like some really sick maneuver in Tetrid, and I'm like really excited about it, but I can't really explain what I did.
We just know it was sick maneuver. That's all we need to know.
just drifting all the blocks.
Like I did a fucking T-spin like with a V block to fit it
Oh,
inside
dude,
of the
I did a
V-block.
T-spin with the V block once. That's how I got
Oh
laid
yeah,
the first
oh
time.
yeah.
You've never been with a girl and given her the T-spin
Oh,
with a V
babe.
block before? Like, come
I've
on.
given her the T block. Let me tell you.
What is a
Did
T
you do
block?
the V spin? Did you do it with the V spin though? That's the important part. And while we're at it, have you ever given a girl the Saskatchewan whiplash before?
This is Saskatchewan whiplash.
Ever had a guy do the Bob's game on you?
So, when I worked at one of the facilities I worked at, like me and a bunch kind of the older guys who worked there, like everyone around my age, we played this stupid game where we made up sex moves with each other. You try to make the other person laugh, and like at that point you got them, but then you could turn it around on them and be like, well, how'd you do that? Like, or like, how do you do that one? Or like, explain it to me. So you'd be like, hey, have you ever been with a girl and given her the Chinese sideways dragon twister? And if you made them laugh, then you got them, but they could be like, no, like, explain that to me. And kind of the most infamous one we got out of that was giving someone the Saskatchewan whiplash. And when we were talking about it on deck one day, like one of the really young staff came up to us and was like, or they were just kind of nearby us, and they were like 19, and they were walking behind us, and we're giggling about it, and they're like, what's that? And we're like, don't worry about it. You know what? You'll figure it out when you're old enough. And they're like, no, I'm old enough. I can know that. I'm an adult. And we're like, no. You guys just don't get it. And we caught them later in the office, like trying to Google it with the other young staff.
Oh God.
I think we caught them also Googling this, what is it, the Alaskan frozen pipeline or something like that. It's the stupidest things.
Also, this is completely unrelated, but just a piece of very unfortunate foreshadowing on Bob's part. Bob's mom here is warning.
No, Yu's mom.
Yu's mom here is. I'm gonna set the priority for this back to normal. Yu's mom here is lecturing Yu about how if he doesn't study, he will wind up homeless, eating out of a dumpster. There is a significant portion of Bob's life where he was literally homeless and eating out of a dumpster.
Oh no.
And it was after this was made, so it's not like he was like writing about that. Like, he legitimately, like, years later after making this, he wound up homeless, eating out of a dumpster behind a Safeway.
After getting $100,000 inheritance.
Yeah, he basically wasted it. This is also after the $10,000 from... Oh no, this is before the $10,000 for the Kickstarter, because I learned this from reading the Kickstarter autobiography.
I like to think of, like, when they speak about you, I like thinking, or I like picturing it as like they're speaking like a mobster. Oh yeah, this is what you think she was doing, eh? This is what you kids is getting up to these days.
It's like those stupid Nintendo Wii commercials, like we would like to play.
Oh my god.
You will need to play this.
I
would like to play.
I wonder if you was meant to be like a kind of slight
Like a
nod to the
Wii,
Wii.
like joke.
God.
Oh
Yeah.
God, I know.
Because
It
Y
absolutely
is near
was,
W.
given the spelling of like WII and YUU. Yeah, it absolutely was.
Another fun game development, in fact, League of Legends was...
There's nothing fun about League of Legends, let's be honest.
It was originally... It was called League of Legends during development, and they weren't confident in the name. It was only like a placeholder name, because they thought that because it abbreviated to LOL, that like nobody would take it seriously, and they're like, we can't name our game something that would abbreviate to LOL. And then Nintendo announced the Wii, and one of the designers told me this at a game developers conference. He legitimately said that when Nintendo announced the Wii, they're like, shit, if Nintendo can get away with that, we can. So they just named it League of Legends so that they could abbreviate it to LOL.
If anything, that probably helped it, let's be honest.
To some degree, yeah.
I also like Gil's subtle flex of like, yeah, I was talking to a League of Legends developer at a games developer conference. I work for video games.
I do work for video games.
Yeah, I'm chill with Riot.
It's pretty casual. Had a barbecue with them.
I actually did I did go to a GDC
I-
party.
I know you did. That's why I was saying it. I seem to recall you mentioning something about a barbecue or something at some point. It's a little humble brag. It's all good.
It's fine. I'll have you know, I beat Ping.
Oh, I mean,
that is your fucking gamer cred right there.
literally just as you said that, I beat Tetrid.
Ah, nice.
Ooh, Paris catching up to you.
He
He's gonna
is.
beat your world record.
It wasn't 500 points. It's like 250.
Fuck, this game is still going. I haven't been reading any of this.
Yeah, I've been vaguely. His parents are mean, and apparently, you is in elementary school. I
It's
guess?
like every anime I've ever seen. Yeah, that checks out.
I'm also really excited because I got a Tetrid in that one. I got 3 lines clear. I was like,
Wow.
ooh. Yeah.
Look at you go.
Nothing special happens. You just get 3 lines.
Oh, I got electric toothbrush though. Can I brush my teeth? Is that a way to pass the time? What do I do with that?
I feel like you did 3 lines when he was making this game.
Oh,
You actually took it with you? Why?
in Bob's autobiography, he does mention at one point trying cocaine, and he said it was stupid because it was like taking Ritalin, only it only lasts like 5 minutes.
All right, there you have it, everybody. Cocaine is basically Ritalin, but short-lived. So if you're gonna get fucking ripped on something, it might as well be Ritalin.
But it depends on the type of pill, I guess.
Gia, have you
Yeah.
tried snorting Ritalin?
Please
No,
do
that
not,
would be crazy.
please do not snort Ritalin. Oh, hello,
No,
younger
that's
brother.
don't do it. Don't do it. Bad people. Bad people.
Oh, okay, so the
Take
little
us.
brother studying at age 6 is like a joke. Like, he's super duper smart. Got it.
Does Bob has real life as a brother?
I don't think so. I think Bob is an only child. If he does have any siblings, they weren't mentioned at all in his autobiography. And he mentioned so much in there that I imagine they would have at least been brought up in passing.
Okay, his name is Robert. I'm gonna people search him. Robert.
I actually found his Facebook, and I was very tempted to add him, but I thought that would be too weird.
Yeah, I was just gonna see him. I'm not gonna add him either. Obviously, if I'm adding him, it'll be weird.
This guy really likes his purple-green
He does.
colors. Try hitting your normal Nintendo with your electric toothbrush. Clearly,
I'm just
the
doing the
puzzle is
adventure
obvious.
game thing at this point of where I just rub up against every surface. to
try
see if
everything with everything.
to
Yeah,
see if there's something
yeah.
I can do. This music, a lot of the music in Bob's game are kind of Bob's, but not this one.
Yeah, the music is sort of like weirdly okay, right?
I got an auto lockpick. A coat hanger glued to an electric toothbrush. It should do the trick. I'm not gonna lie, there are tools that are kind of just that.
I think he has a sibling.
Oh,
Brother's got a nice setup here.
there's a GameCube, an N64.
Now, when it says look at shelf, is it telling us to look at ourselves with a bit of a, like, slur, or... I should look at my
I
shelf.
got canned air? Why do I need Oh, I was assuming we'd be playing some of the Brothers games. No, we're going to spray the thing, and...
Remember the part about this that's supposed to be an RPG?
Oh,
I'm just surprised that you've been playing the game for this
Hey,
long.
you found the
but
next
it's
game.
Stuck in a horrible mini. Oh no! I've got it. Connected it.
so...
Oh, what
Why is
the?
it dudes with mullets?
God.
Oh, my money's going down! This is a statement on capitalism! What the fuck, I love that!
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no, you
What?
died because you had $8,000. Oh no, that's 0. I see.
You ran out of the monies.
Okay, so
Oh my god, so the twist on Super Mario Brothers is that you're running out of money and you need to collect. This is Super Mario Brothers 35.
30 what?
Yeah.
yeah.
The fuck are you talking
No,
about?
the Mario Brothers Battle Royale. One of them is that
Yeah.
your
Oh!
or your timer, I forget.
No, you're running out of time, but you can use coins to get time.
Yes.
Like getting coins gets you time, sort of.
Okay, so yeah, this is right here.
So-
Bob's game is influential. First, it
I
influenced.
I think that Bob has grounds to sue Nintendo. Does he even realize?
First, Bob created Inception. Then he created Mario 35.
Also, the idea that you need to collect coins as like a time power up so that you can keep going is actually kind of a good idea, and I hate that.
I love that you hit the block and it's just like dollar bills.
Yeah.
I'm so scared because I was like, oh, this looks pretty easy compared to Ping, but now you've died twice, and I'm really worried. Because I know how Super Mario Brothers fan games can be sometimes.
Oh, I've played Kaizo.
Oh yeah, I've played worse than Kaizo.
What is this music?
The jumping physics are
This
very
is-
bizarre.
Oh no, that money, you're... Oh wow, you really have to do this quickly. What the hell? Oh shit.
Oh, I have to use an enemy to get up there, I bet.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
This is actually hard as fuck, isn't it?
So, according to Bob about
Just a
what
sec,
is
I'll
his
be right back.
opinion on controller that vibrates, I won't miss the pathetic vibrate function in current controllers. Instead, I think it should be replaced by violent shaking capability or similar using jackhammer. Imagine your hands goes numb gripping the controller for dear life. How rumble would it be?
Well said.
Okay, I'm back. Since this run is a foregone conclusion, I'll just wait for Salaryman to die. Okay. Oh no, I'm not
Wait,
clicked on the right window.
Salaryman?
Okay. Alright. Oh no. Oh man. The controls for this are really not good.
All nice and slippery.
Yeah. The jumping controls specifically are really wonky.
Hey Gil, next time you die or you're not like on a time crunch, just for us in the stream watching or not in the stream, us in the Discord call watching this, hold Windows key and push plus a few times and you'll zoom in a little bit.
Oh, okay. So you guys can see it better.
Yeah, it won't affect the people watching the stream at all since the
Sorry,
stream is
Windows
just
key
doing
and
like
do
that.
what now?
Hit plus.
Oh, plus.
Yep.
Oh my god. Is that
And then if
better?
you can push minus to zoom out. So
Is this
yes,
better?
that's much better. I can actually see it now.
Okay, cool.
You know what this game actually really reminds me of? And this is going to be a really kind comparison.
F-Zero.
No, it reminds me of the game Retro Game Challenge for the DS.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, have you guys heard of that or played it?
I have heard of it, I don't know much about it.
Do you know about Game Center CX?
Yes.
So Retro Game Challenge is the localized version of Game Center CX.
Okay.
The Game Center CX DS game,
Right.
where like Arno gives you these challenges and these retro games that you have to beat, and it's like this where it's like oh, this game is like Ninja Gaiden, but it's not. Oh, this game's like Final Fantasy, but it's not.
God.
There's like a not Gradius. There's like a not Galaga. There's like a not there's like a not like oh fuck, what's that racing game? There's a racing game. Anyway,
Rad Racer.
something like that. Anyway,
Also,
it's
I think there's a run button.
Oh my
And,
goodness.
so yeah, it's like this where it's like these games that are obviously like these retro games, but there's like some kind of cool twist to it. And then like the really cool part of the game too is that like to beat these challenges, like sometimes you won't know what to do, but you can like go read magazines about the games. They're like designed like Nintendo Power, you know, like back in the day, like well they'll be like columns that have like cheat codes for like this game, and then you'll have to figure out like what the cheat code is for the game so that you can beat it and stuff. So it's like it's got like those kind of cool like kind of a cool metagame element to it, and it's really fun. I recommend it actually.
Oh,
Okay, thank you for reminding me that I can run.
And the crazy thing is, I think
Can't
Retro
run
Game
from your
Challenge
problems.
Retro Game Challenge came out after this game, like by a year.
Once again,
So
this game
this guy Bob was ahead of his time because like this is really similar, which is really bizarre. Because the whole thing about Retro Game Challenge is that all the games have like a weird twist to it, where it's not the same game. Like there's some new concept that you have to learn. And they're like really clever. They're actually fun though, is the difference.
Actually, I'm gonna take it back. I'm going to take back my thank you, Don, for telling me I can sprint. Because now this means I can constantly hold
Now you're.
F.
Oh god, this.
Sorry, not sorry.
The more I watch Gil play this game, the more I understand his psyche, because when he do the 100 days protest, he has the impression that you can't give up. So it reflects in his game where user cannot take a break or cannot save or cannot exit. It's just pure hardcore beat this game, like the way he did for the 100 days lockdown.
Real gamers don't pause.
Yeah, that's his stick.
Controls so terribly.
The guy in this just looks like the angry video game nerd a little bit. That's all I can fixate on.
I can see it.
Yep, I was definitely thinking that too.
Oh god, I want to see ABGN review this. Review Bob's game.
I bet there's a secret.
Oh my god,
invincible block.
such a good idea. I just gotta tweet that to him.
See, the thing is, though, like,
Ah, fuck.
Bob's game itself is nothing special anymore. Like, anyone could make a game like this. Like, you could make a game
Funny,
like this
yeah.
in probably like a month.
If he'd
of
released
making
this kind of like in the time frame that he actually set out to do it, it would be special.
Oh,
Because it
absolutely.
like this clearly has a lot of ideas that were very original for the time, but since then other people have explored it and now he's a dildo. Oh, Gil, don't fuck this up.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay. Guys, it turns out that actually the game I'm really good at is Ping. I'm gonna beat it. Like, I don't even think it's gonna take that long.
How are you that good? What the?
I had 2 straight streaks of over 40. Like, I've got this. I just need to get it to 66. Ah, shit.
Once I thought
This is
Sarah,
hard,
please
though.
put that on your next resume.
Once I thought Ping like a rhythm game, it became significantly easier.
That would make sense as to why Para's good at it.
Maybe.
Tara has to like make children so the genes continues on.
Gil, are you playing on controller or keyboard?
Keyboard.
Yes.
Okay, I'm also playing on keyboard. I thought maybe that would be it, but
I
no.
wish I was playing on controller because my
I'm just
fingers
good.
were very sore from holding down shift.
What, you mean you haven't turned on sticky keys?
This is actually one time I might want to turn on sticky keys.
We found the use for sticky keys. It's Bob's game. Okay, I was so certain I was gonna beat Ping, but I haven't beaten it yet.
This whole like rabbit hole of Bob's game just keeps getting deeper.
What a time to be alive. I'm happy to live in the same timeline as Bob.
I'm not happy to be alive while watching Bob's game.
You think you're happy? I'm playing Ping, knowing that this fucking Mario shit awaits me.
Yes, Para has better rhythm. Para is unbelievably good at rhythm games. I remember watching this asshole full combo, I think Cult of Personality on Guitar Hero 3
Oh, yeah.
blindfolded.
Not blindfold. I couldn't, but
You weren't looking at the screen. You were like turned around.
Well, there's no way I could full combo that blindfolded. I could full combo it, and I could play it blindfolded, but I can't do both.
You can do both.
I don't know, man. We have video proof.
Keeps wanting to go in and out of the bedroom.
Look at that angry video game nerd go.
Okay, so I got up to 42, and then I got to 45 in Ping, and I haven't gotten there since. I've been getting stuck. I'm getting worse at this game as I play.
What?
When was Angry Video Game Nerd popular?
Are you saying why is he popular?
No, when? What
Oh.
years?
Oh, definitely
Oh,
right
God.
around now.
Yeah, like 2000. Oh, let me see when his first video was. It's been a long time. I remember watching him in like.
He was definitely one of the very first like popular YouTube gaming personalities.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess the
2004 was when he started.
Holy shit! Really? That long ago?
Wow.
That's before YouTube. Where was he?
No,
uploading?
it was on YouTube because his first videos were victims of the 10-minute YouTube video limit.
But YouTube didn't exist until 2005 at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he recorded the videos just onto VHS for like his friends.
Right.
The first like 5 episodes, I think. And then once YouTube became a thing, he threw them up on there, and then just exploded into popularity.
I guess the question is, what was the height of the popularity of AVGN, and could this?
Okay,
still
I got it.
win? Did you do it?
Ping is defeated. I got it.
You beat
Uh-oh.
Ping. Tara's gonna beat
Yeah, you gotta
Mario
step on it.
Run before me, and I don't even know what we're gonna do.
We're gonna cry. We're gonna look at the eternal 6:03 p.m.
So the enemy, is it a head?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure
It's
out.
it's a guy with a mullet.
Yeah, I'm trying
Okay,
to
it
figure
is a head then.
really
Is it his brother?
Yeah, it
but
could
that
be his
would
brother.
imply that you made this game. But
How do you know I didn't make this game?
but it's like been established that like he's playing this on his NES, and like GameCube exists, and the Game
Isn't
Boy
it his
exists, and
MES?
the Game Boy was from before you was born, implying that and you was only in elementary school, so like in theory he's playing on a very old hand-me-down console that like barely works, which is why he had to like spray inside of it.
Maybe these are Yakuza aliens.
They do look like Kiryu.
Oh my god. All I gotta say, our little panel tonight definitely went in a way I was not expected.
I actually got through fucking Tetrid and Ping like relatively quickly enough that I feel like I could speedrun this.
Oh my god.
Maybe
Like-
I'm just really bad at video games.
Maybe you're also just kind of tired from having done this stream for like 3 hours.
I guess.
Liv
I-
says, Gil, your mic is really quiet. Is it just on my end? I think it is his mic being quiet, but I think that's because he has Bob's game fatigue. Oh god, Gil, I swear to god.
Ugh.
Oh!
I said the same thing.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Hi, Dad.
I'm going to credit myself for pushing you to.
Thanks, Mara.
Did you play Ping?
Oh shit! Did we ever, Dad? Let me tell you.
And just then you turned around and punched his dad.
Oh shit, he's pissed about the high score. Is that what it is?
Oh, that was the world record. I think, yeah, first try.
He thinks we beat it on the first try. Are you fucking kidding?
You're right, Dad. First try.
I got 71, so I'm just gonna assume that's.
The video I watched was like 500.
Oh.
Oh my god, he's Gollum. You has to save us.
2 years ago.
Another time jump.
You years ago.
I need to do an Otaku History just covering the plot of this game. Oh, I'm not pressing any buttons.
Glad he's still shirtless.
Fairly sadly ironic. Mom has said that he has sat in his room laughing for 4 days.
I wish I could be happy.
Are the blocks on his wall like him playing Tetris?
Also, I'm not pressing anything.
Notes of Tetrid. How to play Tetrid. Until we're laughing with him.
Diary in the game format, isn't it?
Everybody just start laughing, maybe then it'll finish.
Ha
But hey, it worked.
Oh! We finished!
Cannot be stopped.
Try it on normal, no, fuck you.
I mean, the game is telling us to try it on
Fuck
normal.
you, game.
The game is telling us to try it on normal.
It's also telling us the game cannot be stopped, but I feel like it has stopped itself.
I literally think that playing it on normal just changes how many points you need to get in Tetrid and Ping. Because I've seen the YouTube video where like someone had like they had to get like 500 points in Tetrid to beat it, and then you said like 300 is the high score in Ping.
Yeah, it said like 333 or something.
That's
dildos.
I hate it. I hate that you suggested that we shouldn't play this on easy mode.
There's a
I wonder
readme.
what is stored in the standard error text.
I like how it's like play it on normal mode, but it doesn't tell you how
Yeah, it doesn't tell you how to
to.
get to normal mode. Can I change normal
Yeah, you
mode?
can change to no. No, change
No,
the
no,
easy
you probably
mode
have to
no.
put easy mode to no, yeah.
Oh, easy mode.
Oh god.
Don't do it, it's a
No.
trap. Ha ha ha, that means we
Full
have to do it.
screen, yes.
Like any good protagonist, we have to follow into the traps.
Did you
It just
save?
makes sense. There is no
There
save.
is no save. My screen is black. Oh,
What am I supposed to do after I beat Ping?
Cry.
I don't know what I do next.
Feel horrible about
question.
yourself.
That's the wrong one.
Was nobody else paying attention?
I think you have to like find like things to make like a door pick or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you,
no,
when the mom is cooking dinner, you kind of just have to fart around and wait for dinner to happen. I think.
Oh, I see. I can't even play Ping while I wait. The main character makes the right choice and refuses to play Ping ever again.
Is that what happens when you try to play Ping a second time?
Yeah, and he says, this game's boring and I already beat it. I don't want to play it anymore.
I was really tempted to look at Ping a second time, but I was also scared that if I did, that I'd just have to beat Ping again.
He gets stuck playing it again? No. Oh, Christ.
Hate everything.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Playing normal, I guess.
Having dinner at 4 p.m. like a normal family.
Hey, that's what time Rob had dinner.
That's the time I usually have dinner, is around then.
Done unpacking, as there's still just a bunch of boxes around.
Speed running.
Aw, man. Speedrun go.
Oh wait, I need to go.
Any percent Bob's game.
Speed running. Get the timers going.
Has anyone really got the timers going before, though?
I actually don't know how the timer program works. I've never actually tried to use it.
What would our splits be for this game, Para?
I mean, it'd just be Tetris and Ping, and
That would be
Fuck
my
up
guess.
brother's life. Tetrid.
I could maybe see like giving batteries to mom, then Tetrid completion.
what is the Mario game called?
I don't think it actually has a name. It's not mentioned, I don't think.
Ramio.
Although when you beat the Mario game, that's the end. So I don't know if you necessarily need a timestamp for the end of the Mario game. I think it could just be like demo over.
Yeah. Well, no, you have to. You have to stop when input stops, which means during that fucking laughing
Wait,
sequence.
you have to wait because you have to hit spacebar at the end.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
That would be the good time to read donations.
You know what? I'm going to whip up the donation generator, and I will just make some up for when we get there. Actually, I will do that for any time we have dead air. That seems like a really good time for it.
Mashing spacebar. I am not good enough at Tetris to speedrun this game.
Time to get good.
I'm still wondering if there is a trick to this.
I mean, he said there was, but yeah.
But this is also Bob. He could just be effing with us.
So I had a situation where like I had a V block like the way you stacked it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I managed to T-spin another V block to interlock with it to make like a 3x2 rectangle.
Oh, what?
I have no idea how I did it. You can do that though. That actually works.
Oh, that's...
Not now. I mean, it's like
Y-
blocked
yeah,
off
I just
now.
ruined
But...
it.
Okay, do you want me to read some donations? Because I got some here. Okay, had to kill during this run. Put my money towards kill the animal. Let's kick viewers' butt.
Yeah.
I got one that just says honk, 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 honk. Had to donate during this run. Put my money towards save the frames. Let's kick Grub's butt. Thanks to the runner and those working behind the scenes. Glad to donate to such a worthy cause. Put this game towards the runner's choice.
What I can do.
Another great day of AGDQ. Love watching my childhood donation get destroyed. Money goes to kill the Germany, view the viewer. Had to donate during this run. Put my money towards kill the grub. Let's kick cancer's butt.
Let's kick cancer's butt. No.
Greetings from Games. Long-time donator, second-time viewer. I am donating because my animal has died from viewer.
Check out what I can do, guys. I'm finding the bugs in Tetrid.
Well, you can do a similar thing if you just hold left or right at the bottom.
Right.
The block won't get placed at all. It just kind of sits there, and you can think about where you want to place the next one.
First time watching AGDQ, second time runner. My game passed away from grub. Money goes to kill the games, kill the grub. Honk.
When was Grub?
I don't know.
I,
I'm trying to
I
figure
don't
that
I
out
was gonna ask, is that
myself.
a GDQ meme? I haven't watched
I
the last.
guess.
I don't remember that one.
I remember Honk because that was the same year that
Yeah. I know
Goose Game came out.
I know Honk, I know Orb, I know Wah. I know
Ugh, there's Orb, which I hate.
I hate Wah because every time somebody says it, the entire room explodes.
That's how I feel about
I'm
Orb.
so sorry to inform you that I am partially responsible for Wah.
What? How?
Because I was at that GDQ and I was in the audience and I started doing it.
But the question is, were you one of the progenitors? Like, were you one of the first people to do it?
I don't think I was the first person to do it, but I wasn't, like, the last either.
Okay.
It's a different vibe when you're in the audience. You're ready to do fucking anything.
No, yeah, I'll
Yeah,
Yeah, I
kinda
can
get
attest to
that.
that.
Like, the first year was the year that it was okay to WA.
Yeah.
After that.
Well, people kind of stopped doing it at some point. Like, that
Yep.
meme died. Orb
They're
has not
still
died.
doing
but-
fucking Orb, and Orb is a million times stupider and more annoying.
Yeah. Well, there is a canonical Orb. The Super Mario World Orb. You always have to say Orb.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because
But they just say it all the time. And it's just,
Yeah.
ugh.
I like how that
Orbs in
meme
the
somehow, for some reason, started during Mohawk and Headphone Jack.
Really?
Yeah, that's the first time that someone started doing Orb for orbs that weren't Super Mario World. I don't know why. I don't know who started that, but
That's so weird.
it's so weird, yeah. But I can't think of Grub. That's not familiar to me.
Hey guys, long time runner, third time runner. It gives me great joy to view a great cause. Greetings from Germany. P.S. Save the donation, donate the frames.
These are good.
First time watching AGDQ, second time runner. My viewer has passed away from viewer. Money goes to kill the games, donate the donation. Hype!
Okay, I hate hype too. I hate when people
Yeah, I
say
hate that one too.
Thank
Had
you for
to-
the tip, by the way, Para, about like just holding left. This is
Yeah, it's really useful, right?
Yeah, I really like this one. Had to kill during this run. Put my money towards donate the Germany. Dying. Greetings from Germany will never get old. I
oh
agree.
no, oh no!
Okay, so I think I figured out what Grub's from. I think it's from Hollow Knight, and there was an incentive that was like, save the grub, leave the grub. So,
Okay, I didn't see that run
That makes sense.
because I haven't played Hollow Knight, so I didn't want to see it. Oh, is that a Tetrid? Did you get one?
It is. It is. I did receive a Tetrid.
Nice. You got a Tetrid?
Another great day of GDQ. Love watching my childhood viewer get destroyed. Money goes to kill the viewer, save the cancer.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized, by the way, that the Bob's, or not Bob's, use room, like, from the very first screenshot that we saw in the story, that's what the room looks like 5 years later. It's not
Yes.
the game. It all makes sense now.
Okay, so this glitch or bug or feature has
What is
changed this
happening?
into like a turn-based Tetris. Like now the point is just to sit here until I find the perfect place for the next piece, and then I just immediately go drop it.
Had to view during this run, put my money towards view the games. Let's kick Germany's butt.
What's with all the Germany stuff?
Harry, you want to field that one?
What?
What's with all the
Yes, what's with
references
all
to
the Germany stuff?
Oh, just because a lot of people from Germany donate.
Wow.
And they always like, phrase it with, like greetings from Germany.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a lot of French donators too. I don't know why
Oh
Germany.
yeah.
Oh no,
I-
oh no.
yeah, that's a-
I'm losing the Tetrid. Okay.
Oh no.
Regain the Tetrid.
I think
at
greetings from
250.
Germany just rolls off the tongue really nicely.
It does. It does.
It does.
Greetings from Germany will never get old.
What's the ideal place to put the next block? Here, we can workshop this. We can beat Tetrid as a group.
I'd say 1 square from the right.
1 square from the right, like just as it is right now.
Like go far, like no, rotate it once, clockwise, and then left.
And then the far left.
Or like so, rotate it clockwise once, go far to the right, and then move left once.
Got it. All right, what's the next best? Oh, I wonder if I can warp it around that one section. Right
You can
there.
totally, rotate it 180 and then squish it into that little area there.
Should I squish it straight down, like just to make the V longer, or should I try to like rotate it
I would
90
make.
degrees and swoop in like to the right of that V?
I would probably make the V longer,
Okay.
or I guess it's a Y.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's another V block. Ooh.
Good night, Levy.
Continue elongating.
I'm going to bed too. Save the animals, kill the gamer.
Good night, folks who are going to bed. Dawn, don't forget to eat.
Shut up.
No, oh, okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
Oh no. Oh god.
I've recovered the Tetrid. What do you guys think? What's the pro Tetrid gamer move? I'm thinking far left, just so we can start building down.
Like sliding into like the left of the Y, almost,
Yeah.
but
What do you think, Don?
I almost want to say go to the, because you got that weird little gap on the bottom left. I want to like say you
Yeah.
can fill that out slightly, but
That's what I'm thinking. To keep it how it is and just make it hug the bottom left of the Y.
yeah, it's not really ideal. But and then that you can just go far left again.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. Okay.
From the absolute left to the right is kind of the best I can
Okay,
see.
yeah, I see. Like, on the top left of the Y. Okay.
You'll have to kind of do some fixing from there, but
Oh, but this
oh,
one's
then
worse,
that just
far
do
left.
all the way left.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so it's gonna get rid of that line and then drop down.
And then that one, rotate clockwise once, and then 1 block from the right, and it should fit in there.
Only one. What? One
So
to
rotate the
right.
block clockwise once, go all the way to the left, and move right 1 space.
Oh, all the way to the left and move 1. Yes, I see. Got it. Oh, what? Oh, Bob. Bob.
Oh,
good.
Bob! I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I can't rotate anymore.
I'm just down into his rabbit hole now. Freaking.
Oh, fucking V-blocks. Oh, I have ruined this. Okay.
I'm gonna share a link.
Oh no.
It's nice to see how he writes those jumps and stuff. Trajectories.
Oh no. I'm just gonna let this fail. I'm reading what Gia has.
Okay, I'm back. Gil, did you fuck up?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
Wait, that's the wrong Bob game. I'm sorry.
Oh, sad.
I know that Bob game actually.
I thought it was that Bob game,
Thought
but
it
it's
was this
not
Bob's
Bob.
game, yeah.
My fault.
Remember when Bob said this was going to be an RPG?
I
Are you-
remember.
We're kind of playing a role.
You're playing the role of Bob, the Messiah.
I somehow did beat Super Bobby Brothers. It wasn't actually that bad.
Yeah, it's really the easiest of.
Oh yeah, it was really hard to figure out that one jump, but then once I got that,
Yeah.
like the physics are terrible.
Oh, they're garbage. This just makes me, I think as like a fun little programming project, I think I'm going to make turn-based Tetris.
Tetris Tactics.
Oh my god. I'm going to call it that.
Perfect.
I'll thank, what am I doing? I'll thank Robert Poloni in my credits for Tetris Tactics.
Gil, did you read through the Kickstarter? That's a really wrong description.
For which Kickstarter?
Bob's Games Kickstarter. He talks about having a new tool, new library. He was really happy for his future.
Yeah, I do remember that one of them had a very positive, like, outlook. I didn't really talk about it too much, because it was something that kind of just got trimmed for time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I beat Bob's Games demo, so I'm satisfied.
Yeah, but you
are
didn't beat it on normal.
I think I can live without.
No, you can't. You know this.
I obviously can't, because here I am.
You're on a mission at this point. I don't know why, but
I don't know either.
You
I
are
wish
on
you
world
did.
record pace. That's why.
I mean, probably nobody's ever beaten normal, right?
Nobody ever.
I assume somebody has.
Actually, I think they have, because I think I saw this.
Just gotta be someone fanatical enough.
Yeah, Bob.
I did look it up, by the way, and sadly, there are no entries for this on speedrun.com.
Oh my god, I could submit
Which
anything and have the world record.
You could be the first, yeah.
Good night, Gia.
I will warn you,
Right.
however, that if you do speedrun this game and put up a time, I will try to beat it.
Oh, damn it. And I know you will too.
You fucking would. I love how you won't do it unless there's a time to beat, just because you're a piece of shit.
Now the question is, Para, would it be better to run it on easy or normal?
Oh god, easy.
You have to, no, you have to run it on normal. You know how I feel about fucking easy mode runs.
And you know
Fuck
how
you,
I
Farrah.
feel. And you know how I feel about getting a 333 streak on ping on command.
Shut
No.
your whore mouth. Nobody gives a shit
No,
about your
fuck
stupid
you.
run if it's run on fucking easy.
Nobody gives a shit about your normal mode purity here. Like
Fuck you. Everybody cares about Bob's game on normal.
Oh god. I just can't. I can't. I mean, I think that Gil can absolutely get 500 points in Tetrid.
I'm actually not
But-
confident in that. Like,
I think you can if you really wanted to. But Ping, 333 in Ping.
Is that really how many you have to get? Actually, you know what?
I think so.
I think I could get that in Ping. I'm more confident in my Ping ability than I am in my Tetrid ability.
Nothing like some good old ping ability.
My reasoning is, once you get in a rhythm in Ping, it's fairly easy to maintain.
Yeah, but even just the slightest mistake.
That is true, but Ping is the...
I was
Tetrid is the-
panicking when I got to 57 in Ping. I was like,
Ping is the slightest mistake.
like you know how like speedrunners have like heart monitors.
I just don't think I'm good enough at Tetris to...
When fucking Darbian is like about to beat the Super Mario Brothers 1 record, that's my heart rate when I'm getting up to a good streak in Ping. Oh god.
Oh man, I did not even see that like little placement you did there, Gil. Oh, whoa. Cut it the fuck.
Honestly, those blocks are like really tricky and interesting.
They are.
Gil's getting good at this.
This game, I hate to say that this game's kinda good.
You hate to see
Far
it.
left, far left.
Kinda good.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, Tabris or whatever the fuck it's called is not bad.
I found the Steam page for Bob's game, for the puzzle game, and watching the video for it is mind-boggling.
It is good. It is a
It's
good
hard.
video, and by good I mean not good.
I do not like this
No.
V block coming up.
Okay.
V block ruining everything, just like
Yeah.
everything ever.
Having a place to put these is like probably the key to this game.
Oh no, okay. I can't
There's a
rotate it
bunch of
anymore,
clearing
so
there,
now it's
though.
just a matter of trying to figure out how to salvage this. Okay. This really makes me want to make turn-based Tetris.
It's just like shitty Tetris though.
I mean, I would
This-
probably add a hook to it, like these weird-shaped blocks. Like, you would need a hook to it rather than just straight Tetris. Like, you would need to add very strange blocks, so there's a reason for it to be turn-based. Oh,
Right.
God, no!
Oh yeah, you
no.
fucking
You could always do like you could show like 4 or 5 blocks in advance, so you kind of have to like try and plan ahead.
Mhm.
And then there is the strategy, is trying to think that far ahead.
Where would the incentive
That's the
be
tactic.
to, like... They would need to be unusual, so you actually have to, like, think about them.
yeah. The game needs to attack you with like incredibly strange blocks that you don't know what to do with. That are like fucking like 9 blocks like large and like and you're just like, oh my
Randomly
god.
generated blocks.
Yeah. And they can get like power-ups that will like
Fucking
do shit to the board or affect the next block you get or whatever.
fuck do I do?
You have to make like holding blocks a thing. That's gotta
You
be
could
a part of that.
you could do it like because in like Final Fantasy Tactic, it's your turn and their turn. So like on your turn, you get to think about it, and then on the next turn, it just places a random block wherever the fuck it feels like.
Oh, that would be good. So you have 0, like, enemy turn, and then it places, like, a
Yeah.
red block.
And then you're just like, oh, how do I salvage this?
No, no! Tetris.
Imagine like a competitive Tetris where like you each take turns placing blocks on your own boards, but then like every turn you get to send like 1 block to their board and you play whatever you want.
You can see what they're going for, and you just go,
Yeah, and then just do something that fucks it up. Yeah. I think this could be kind of a fun like little itch.io idea sort of thing.
Oh yeah, this is 100% just something I would just throw up on itch.io just to pad out my
Right.
portfolio.
Oh my god. The greatest part about that, though, is that if you make that, it's gonna be inspired by Bob's game. That will be the actual reason that you like designed it. That's like officially no shit the inspiration.
Yeah.
It would be a Bob like.
We're done. See, the reason I'm not confident in my ability to beat Tetrid is because of stuff like that, where like if you make like I make one mistake and I'm just done.
Yeah, that's
Tetrid.
I can't believe the Tetrid is by far the best of the games within a game in Bob's game.
Are you talking shit about Ping?
I will go to bat for Ping. I prefer Ping to Tetrid.
At least neither of us is standing up for the fucking Mario clone.
Oh no, it was horrible.
Even though it's the easiest of the three. Oh Christ.
See, this is why game design is stupid. As a game designer, this is why game design is stupid. Because this is like horrible and frustrating, but that's what makes it fun. And like, the most well-constructed game is the one we both agree was the worst to actually play.
Yep, that's there you go. I just imagine like you could create a game like with love and care and talent, and people will play it for less time than you've spent playing Bob's game tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I am absolutely certain that the FPS I've been working on, the amount of time I've spent playing Bob's game tonight is going to be more than the grand total that anyone else ever plays that first-person shooter I made. Like, combined.
Oh.
Oh, I've made a mistake. No, I can salvage it. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good.
We're good.
Those blocks, I really like the...
I really like those weird, like, missing L-shaped blocks.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
Like, enjoy them. They are really cool.
I do too. They're really interesting to think about.
Oh god, this reminds me of The Witness.
What? Shut up, Gil.
And that's like seeing like your second grader's shitty crayon drawing and be like, you know, when I think about it,
created
it really does remind me of the Mona Lisa.
Can't breathe.
It's a good thing you can just lock the block in place, so you need to take a rest.
Okay, I'm wrong. This is the best game because I can pause during it with just holding the down right key. Okay, my reasoning for why this reminds me of The Witness is because it has these bizarre, weird blocks that aren't they're Tetris shapes that aren't connected. Like these weird.
I actually do. I do remember the thing you're talking about. Yeah.
I actually, The Witness is a game.
The Witness is Bob's game.
It's a topic that I kind of have, like, vaguely wanted to do an Otaku History on, but I don't think the development of it is particularly, like, interesting. I just want to talk about it because The Witness is one of the most fascinating games. I could talk for hours about The Witness because there's like, I think it's the only game that's been made ironically.
How was it made ironically?
Just cause like, oh god, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, Bob's Tetrid. Okay.
Oh, nice.
I can just cheese it. Just cause like, maybe not ironically, it's just like, everything, half the shit on like the game's Steam page is just like false. Like it talks about how it's a game that respects your time, and everything in it moves like ridiculously slowly, and like, what do I do with the next piece?
Yeah, that. Ooh, this piece though.
Ooh, this is gonna be.
This is the fucking square block.
My my brain is jelly from Tetrid, so I can't
My
talk
brain is
intelligently about
dildos
the
from real
witness. But
life.
like, I've spent like an unhealthy amount of time thinking about the witness. Like, it feels like the game like is berating you for playing it at various points.
I actually really like The Witness. I really enjoyed that game a lot. It's hard though.
I enjoy it, but like, I
Also
hate
kinda
it.
hate it.
Yeah, like,
I
I have beaten the challenge at the end, like the timed challenge.
yeah, so have I.
So like, I have played a significant amount of The Witness, and I really appreciate The Witness. But oh no, okay, but,
Ooh, good recovery.
Oh,
but like a lot of stuff in The Witness, just like, oh no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I was going to put it on the right, but I forgot that I got a Tetrid, and so it cleared that line. No.
Dongs. Sure.
I should be better and actually think ahead. I'm not Tetris tacticsing enough.
You're not a Tetrid pro. Oh, that kind of worked out.
Yeah. What am I doing with this next?
Hera, when are you gonna play Dark Souls?
I don't know. I think we're doing it right now, aren't we?
This is the Dark Souls of puzzles games. Just being a Castlevania fan as you are. Dark Souls is basically the only good 3D Castlevania.
These like slightly not happy blocks reminds me of a version.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm just half expecting the game to like start telling you to die as you get to 300 points.
Rotate it once more, Gil.
Oh, it's
I
done.
can't rotate it.
Oh,
Yeah,
dildos.
I'll blow it.
It's great. These V blocks are like they're like
fucking
they're like
square
the-
blocks.
they're like the T blocks in Tetris.
No, dude, they're the fucking square blocks. T
No,
blocks you
no.
can do anything with.
Well, that's
Square
what I'm saying,
blocks, just
though.
like, fuck you.
No, but like the T block, the V block is like derivative of the T block, though. It's got the middle cut out, and that makes it like the worst block in the game instead of the best one.
Yeah, but that's why it's like the square block is because.
Well,
it's a
yeah, no, I
awful
know.
thing.
No, I know that, but like, it's just funny that like by removing the middle part, you make it like the shittiest.
Oh yeah.
Just hot fucking trash.
We are all getting weirdly invested in
I just need
Oh,
to think
Christ.
of more ridiculous comparisons to make with other good video games.
This game is a metaphor for drug use.
No!
Oh no.
I'm getting Tetrid.
Of drug.
Do I really have to get this to 500 points?
Yeah, I think so.
More than halfway.
Oh, someone is raiding with a party of 11. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Hello, people. I hope you're ready to watch Bob's game.
Hello, everybody. I don't know who we know who would have a raiding party of 11.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay.
You-
Salvage
Want to
this.
watch
They-
Bob's game?
They said they brought the beers, but I'm drinking. What the fuck am I drinking? Soju. I'm drinking soju.
I thought that said we brought the bears.
I would be down for some bears. I'm Canadian. I hang out with bears all the time. I am a bear. You
Welcome
should
to
see how hairy
Tetris
I am. It's
Tactics.
fucking awful.
Whoever is raiding us.
Yeah, how did you find us to
God,
raid?
okay.
I don't recognize his name at all.
I hope they just looked for Bob's game.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they're raiding the Bob's games, in which case I could not blame them because this game is art. There are some bears. Crack open a bear. Again, I'm Canadian. It makes sense. Bear is my
Oh
nickname.
no! I hit space
What?
too early!
Oh no, I
Oh,
see it.
No! Catastrophe! Disaster!
What does bear have to do with autumn, aside from getting ready to sleep?
What am I doing with this V block? I'm hitting it to the left.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I found
Oh.
when I played this.
Oh, that's cool.
I found when I played this that usually those V blocks just end up going in a
Facebook
stack.
friends with Rob
Yeah.
Pothar. You spelled Rob's name incorrectly.
Wait.
You need to be his friend. How
Damn it.
dare you?
Okay.
Oh no. Kid. Oh
You
no.
can
Oh,
salvage it.
oh thank God.
So Rob's asleep. The bastard. Rob Hansen. Yeah, okay, fair. Which friend of Rab's are you, and can we make fun of him for it? It's just anything I can make fun of Rob for, I'm happy with. Also, wouldn't any coffin be like an antique coffin?
Well, yeah, they don't make any new coffins, so
they just recycle the old ones.
yeah. They just use it.
Oh no.
The coffin tree ran dry centuries
Oh,
ago.
no.
Oh,
Coffin
no.
tree ran
no.
dry.
I am getting bombed very hard right now.
Oh no.
Oh, God, this is physically painful.
I'm gonna
Channel name
I'm
used to
gonna
be
go get a
Coffin
drink.
Bear. Para, you don't drink. Shut up.
Well, he's going to get a drink, not an alcoholic drink.
He's going to get squirt. We all know
I
Para.
can use this. I can use this.
Hey, there you go.
I'm becoming one with Bob's game.
Bard and Bear.
Shaking from this is just it's
I know
needless
the
difficulty.
shaking is awful. Well, either way, hello, raiding party of Bard and Bear. We'll tell Rob that he's a dork and missed the
What
raiding
am I
party
doing
from
with this
his
block?
Zagura conference. You can rotate it counterclockwise once, or there you go.
I'm putting it there. Hey, 420. Everybody smoke a weed. We have 420
Just one?
points. Just
But it's
one.
about to change.
Just one weed.
Man, weed's legal in Canada now, and I still haven't touched it.
It's fine,
Uh-oh.
I guess.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, that was actually very merciful.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Now I'm trying to figure out what to do with this next one. If I want to do it to the far right or one over.
Ooh, I'd say to the left and then one to the right. Because you can fill that three gap there.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. With this block, perfect.
This one, yeah.
I'm
Oh,
starting to
look at
like
love.
recognize.
You're getting that Dave level of weirdness of like trying to fit things into other things.
I'm like starting to actually recognize these horrible Tetrid shapes.
Oh, left,
Yeah,
far left.
I'll hit it with the left. Right.
Yeah, right. Far left.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I fucked up. Okay.
You sure did. Oh, you fixed it. And then center, and then to the right one. And then 470. You're almost there. Oh, I can't wait to see Pang.
Oh god.
Oh, this one's decently easy. That's nice.
I've actually been thinking ahead and being like, okay, I need to create blocks
Oh my
separated by individual blocks so that I will have room to drop a V if one is given to me.
I have actually been thinking that, yeah.
I did it.
You got
I beat it on normal.
it. Oh, thank God they not
Oh
programmed.
god, my eyes.
me to watch it. I didn't even have to like think about playing the game or anything.
Oh right, I'm speedrunning.
Sure. Oh god.
I love how this is just kind of like this moment right here is like, by the way, 5 years later.
I just love this slice of life story. Like it's just about a kid who like one
Likes
day
video games.
played a video game, and it was like really cool.
Yep.
Once upon a time, I played a video game. It was all right.
He has this sweet story of like really impressing this kid with some unbeatable game.
Let me play your shitty Tetris clone for you. Yeah.
I like how you realistically have to like sleep in bed. Like you have to wait for it to be.
I wish I could realistically sleep on the floor.
Me too.
Oh, there's our like weird level design of EV equals time passing.
But I have to wait for my parents. Okay, they're up. They're up. I can
You have to
maybe-
speed run running up the fucking clock.
Oh, no.
Like ping.
That's gonna be my next speed run project is speed running a clock.
Okay, a minor detail that I like about this, there's a little additional animation for turning around.
Yeah, that is pretty good actually.
Yeah, actually, I noticed
Really
that.
goes-
Like, it's a really odd, like little attention to detail that's like just really cute. Like that's neat.
Hera, you're really cute.
Oh, thank you.
You're not Gil, shut up.
War, collapsing economy. Oh, these politicians.
The social commentary in this game is really biting.
This is a
Yeah,
George
our
Bush
dad is
era
a
game.
balding old man.
Oh god, it fucking is.
Also, I'm just realizing how tiny everybody's arms are.
Oh my god, they're single pixels.
Like, when
Yeah.
you compare that to their torso, it's really weird.
I'm kind of okay with it though, because at least it's not like just Final Fantasy VI sprites recolored, like most of the
Hey, shut up. I like Terraria, okay? Even though that was Final Fantasy V sprites, I think. Oh no, Taco Burger? Parrot, or God, who the fuck's playing this game again? You have to turn on the TV so we can hear that awful, awful shit again.
I was going to ask, should we leave the TV on?
Taco Burger. Donation incentive, guys. Should we leave the TV on?
I've already turned it off. Time for ping.
Alright, apparently
We
Gil
are-
donated.
Yeah, high score is 300.
Oh my god. You are already doing immensely better than you ever did before. Holy shit.
I have become
Jesus.
the ping master.
I hate myself so much. I hate you more for getting like good at this.
Don, you should like download this and play ping.
I don't
It
want
is really
to.
indescribable what it feels like to play ping.
I'm sure it feels like dragging your ass through sandpaper after fucking shoving a jar of Tabasco up there.
Okay,
It's not good
AVGN.
for anybody. I hope you're ready for lots of Taco Burger, McBob.
No, I turned off the TV. We get no
Ah,
Taco Burger.
damn it. I hate you. You're the worst. Okay, fine. I'll just do the commentary myself. For $5, you can get yourself a taco burger. It is a taco with the entirety of a burger stuffed in the middle. You can also get it in Dorito flavored. While you're at it, you can get a popcorn chicken pizza.
I want
Which I had, by the way.
That
It was
actually sounds
alright.
good.
Wait. Have you not heard of that?
I'm sure I have at some point.
That Yeah, it's an
mind
actual
is full
thing
of
they're
pain.
doing right now. You can get a you can get a popcorn chicken pizza at Pizza Hut, and it's like a crossover with KFC. We built Gia a computer like a week ago, and she's like oh, like how can I repay you guys? And like buys a fucking popcorn pizza, popcorn chicken pizza
That was it.
Where do you buy this?
at Pizza Hut, and instead of pizza sauce, it has gravy.
Oh,
What? That sounds
I was
horrible.
Oh
I was
no.
on board until then.
yeah, same.
It's kind of amazing.
That sounds very Canadian.
I mean, if there was French fries on it, I would
I was
agree.
gonna
Great
say I want
pizza.
a poutine pizza.
Yeah,
Pizza.
exactly. That's got to
Okay,
be a
but-
thing that someone's made.
Oh yeah, I've had a poutine pizza. It's
Okay, yeah.
fucking delicious. 10 out of 10 would poutine a pizza again.
This is a baby game for babies.
Fucking God.
Eat shit, easy mode, dad.
So invested in this right now.
Oh, damn it.
Oh god, my eyes are fucking with me.
You got the 66.
Yeah.
Oh, Canada, right.
Okay, so easy mode speedrun is easy. It's too-
Normally, I like to shit on easy mode speedruns, but I might be willing to make an exception.
There's absolutely no way I'm ever gonna speed this up. Just not gonna happen.
So
I mean,
what
if
you're
you-
saying
5 years
there-
later,
What you're saying, Pear, is if I set the world record for normal, that you're
I
not going to
probably-
beat it.
I don't think I will challenge you for that. No.
Why is there not? I need to see now. I need to look up. Bob's Game speedrun. Is this a thing?
No, why did it bounce so far?
Wow.
Bob was hungry speedrun. Bob the Robber. Snail Bob. You know what we must do, guys. This is our claim to internet fame.
God.
None of our Spaceship Below stuff that we've been doing. No, it's all coming down to Bob's Game.
Bob's Game is the final frontier of entertainment.
I know it's not going to happen, but I hope that before Bob dies, he releases something.
I hope Bob releases wine.
Before he died, well, he's got like 40 years. So.
No, I mean, that's right. He predicted his life.
Because, like, for as terrible as this is, I want to play more. Like,
God.
I don't know why. Like, I just want to see what else Bob will create.
The game. Bob will create it.
I wonder if there is out there somewhere there is more to this game that he's made and hasn't released.
I mean, there's
Yeah,
I mean, there is that-
demo version
there's that
3 that
third
you
demo.
downloaded, but you are too cowardly to run because it is very likely a virus or at least a Bitcoin miner. Para, you pussy.
I will say, I have not seen anything about cryptocurrency for Bob.
Yeah, okay, let's be honest. Bob is above that.
It's honestly surprising. I hope the people who are rating our stream are enjoying Ping.
Yeah, people who rated us, are you regretting your choices right now?
Are you regretting your choices as much as we do?
Are you, Keel, are you regretting the fact that we've been streaming this for like 6 hours?
I'm gonna be honest, like the first half of my day was spent at the DMV, and this is honestly preferable to that.
Oh God.
Duck in
What-
this Bob's
what-
game.
What is Sigma Mario? His fucking thing gonna be on hard mode or whatever the hell difficulty?
Probably
we're
less
playing?
money.
I'm gonna guess either less money or it drains faster.
Yeah.
What was it called? Bobbio?
I don't remember. Was nobody else paying attention?
I was playing it,
We
of course
didn't-
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, damn it.
Right. Bobcoin. All right, everybody, we're gonna donate to Bobcoin. I don't know who in the chat said it earlier, but they are 100% correct. This is very much hypnotic.
It is.
ASMR, soothing. Doop, 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 doop.
I wonder how much of this the Nintendo representative played. Well,
I
okay,
mean, Ping is obviously the reason that he wanted to play. He wanted to hire this guy.
so admittedly, this was like, it was probably like 2006 or 2007 that he talked to the Nintendo rep. So I'm going to guess that just purely the fact that Bob alone made all of this was enough to impress him. Like,
Probably, yeah.
not the actual.
I mean, I'm
design.
still kind of impressed that Bob made all of this.
Yeah, the fact that Bob made this in 2008, 2008, yeah, 2009, is definitely impressive. And like, I'm guessing that the Nintendo rep didn't really care that much about the game design choices and was instead just like, oh, this kid is motivated enough to do all of this. If we give him a team, like, this
This
could turn into something
25-year-old kid.
you know.
Just reminds me of late Sakura-Con AMV theater. Yeah, I'd say this is just about as painful as that.
Oh god, is this the next panel? Just Gil just sitting here trying to beat
The Ping
normal
panel.
mode Ping. We'll set it up as like an installation in the retro game room, like
Oh my
like you know how they do like the Nintendo World Championships there.
Oh, damn it.
Right.
Yeah, I would
Right.
like to set up in the game room a PC playing Bob's game with like no context to it. Just like it's just
No
there.
context. Yeah.
People will walk by and just see someone playing Ping and being like, God fucking damn it.
Alright. Okay, hear me out. Twitch plays Bob's game.
Oh, that's the worst idea.
Just fucking up, no, down, fuck!
How long did it take them to do anything in Pokemon? Like, how many Pokemon are we gonna give away?
Did Twitch Plays Pokemon ever actually beat Pokemon?
I think they did.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They did. They've done it like a lot of times since then too.
I know that my personal favorite was Fish Plays Pokemon,
Oh yeah.
where it was just like
What?
it was a fish. It was a webcam on a fish that had sensors, so when it detected motion in various corners of the screen, it would press buttons. And so as the fish swam around, it was as though the fish was pressing buttons.
How long ago, or how long did that one progress?
I don't know, but I think it did eventually beat it though.
I do know that there was also one of the buttons was reorganized to swap the places of other buttons, or to swap the place of all the buttons to randomize it.
Yeah.
So it
So
wasn't.
it was like cleverly set up in such a way that it would make it sort of possible when.
Just so that,
Wow,
like,
I
if
went.
the fish mostly is just swimming in one corner. It's not going to sit there forever, just mashing A and never moving. Was the intention, I believe.
Jesus, I went to Twitch Plays Pokemon's Twitch page right now. They have 100 viewers watching Battle Revolution, and like the chat is active. Like, it's still fucking going. it's way more active than our stream currently is. On just like a random day, like nothing
Yeah.
particular is happening.
There is nothing more active than Gil playing Pang.
Pang.
Look at all these pixels. Look how active they are.
These are accurate to the pixels, alright.
I was really good at Ping when we first came back. I got like 70 real quick, and now I'm
You
just,
did, and now
I've
you're just
lost it.
screwing the pooch.
Ping
I'm
is
still weirdly
this is a very
hypnotized
Buddhist
by it.
game because it's easiest to play when you empty your mind.
Oh, you got too ahead of yourself.
Yeah, I haven't even made it halfway to the high score yet.
Oh, honk.
Honk.
I wonder if
Somebody needs to
Bob
get the
has-
goddamn goose out of there. Bob has done everything. Why would you question him?
So if Bob thought this was normal, suddenly easy mode makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
No!
Fuck, I was like way into that one too.
I have found the best way to play is once the rally gets going, to just look at the middle of the screen. Like, I just stare at the dotted line and just use my peripheral vision
That makes sense.
to just, like, get the
Yeah, I
vague-
can see like the little shimmies of like one to the other.
No.
Too fast.
Yep. Oh, no, I jumped up too quick. We need to get competitive ping going.
I'm getting weirdly invested in this.
Going for the high score, baby. What was that video? What score did it get? 500 something, right?
Like 500 something? Yeah.
I need to know the
Jesus
exact
Christ.
score so I can beat. Oh, I would only have the one chance though, because as soon as you win, you can't play anymore.
That's true. That's true.
And you have to go through fucking Tetrid again.
No, what I would do is I would have to like figure out a way to program like a way to save state Bob's game.
Yeah.
I would need to find a Nintendo DS emulator that has save states, and then play the DS version of the demo.
There is nothing excessive about this idea whatsoever.
Nothing. Oh, damn it. I
Oh,
got off. Beat.
off Ratham.
We're dead. Yep. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the slight flickering from the fake CRT. I don't know if that's coming through to you guys.
A little bit. It's just
Yeah,
kind of on
I
the
do see it, yes.
paddles itself, though.
Yeah, on the paddles is where it's kind of bothering me.
I will burb. I need some water.
glad I'm playing Ping instead of Monster Hunter. I'm sleeping.
I gotta sit down and play more Monster Hunter. It's good.
Very good. Video games are good. Might need Para to beat Ping on normal. I'm not sure if I'm powerful enough. Oh.
Okay, Gil, I'm curious. How is it playing Bob's game after downing however much absinthe you did?
I only had a glass. I really didn't have that much, honestly.
I mean, I don't really remember a whole lot about how impactful absinthe is, other than the fact that we got pretty shit-faced while playing Sanico 6.
I mean, it's strong, but you water it down.
I mean, if you're a wuss, I guess. Oh god, Impero was there for that too.
What they say, absinthe makes the heart grow bobber.
Fucked up.
What was I there for? What?
Sanico 6 absinthe drinking.
I sure fucking was, and I was sober.
Yeah,
How-
you
how
were
was that?
invested in that game.
That's this Bob's game is the Sonic 06 of its time.
2021.
2009. Yeah, 2009.
I used to think that Sonic 06 was the room of video games, but now I think it's Bob's game.
I don't know what comparison I would
Sonic
consider
06 is the
Sanico
Cats
6 to.
of video games.
What?
Cats, the movie that came out in 2019.
In that they have CGI buttholes, or
Yes. No, and it's not just because of the furries. My theory is they were both things made off of IPs that were popular 20 years before they came out, and they just, it's like a corporation made them, and they're just horribly bad in very obvious ways that could totally be, like, anyone with a brain would tell you that, like, this is not a pleasant experience, but it still got pushed out anyways because we need to make money. We need to make capitalism go burr. And they wound up being notoriously bad and, like, horrifying, not just to experience, but, like, just to look at. And almost any given still or screenshot will show something going wrong or looking out of place or broken. That's my theory.
but you and I both know that Sanico 6 is a magical, wonderful peace-building exercise between even the most violent of warring nations.
Sonic 06 is legitimately entertaining.
It really is.
It is
although
the unifier.
That it is.
I would maybe say Bob's game is legitimately entertaining. Okay, I would rather play the Sonic storyline of Sonic 06 than Ping. I don't know if
I mean,
would rather
that
play...
I feel like that goes without saying.
I don't know if I would rather play the Shadow or Silver storylines of Sonic 06.
Are you telling me you would rather play Ping than the ball puzzle?
I legitimately might. At least with Ping, I can kind of just, like, go into, like, a meditative state. But, like, for the ball puzzle, you have to, like, fucking pay attention. you succeed at ping by letting go of your thoughts and becoming one with nothing. And the ball puzzle, you succeed by just ball puzzling.
Sonic 06 and Bob's game do remind me of each other in the sense that, like, both games you don't really play them so much as you have to experience them like a hostage negotiation.
You don't play them so much as you experience them.
it's the controls in each game are just so like
Aggressive.
the trick is just learning how to play the game and like not fuck up.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, both games, like, the surface quote-unquote game is not the game. The actual game is figuring out how to progress through the broken systems. I don't know. I'm really
The
curious.
true game is the friends we made along the way.
Yes. I'm really legitimately curious if holding to the side to freeze a block in Tetrid is intentional. Knowing Bob, I'm going to say it probably is not intentional, but I really don't know. Maybe we should just start reading the Bob's Game autobiography.
I will say, like, the more we play this, the more sad I am that he became this weird right-wing psychopath.
Yeah, and
I know, right?
it really came out of nowhere. Like, the autobiography, like, it has some misogynistic stuff in it, but it's mostly just, like, aimed towards his mom and a girl that he liked in high school, which is, like, not surprising at all. But, like, beyond that, there's not much misogyny, like, or any real right-wing stuff. It, like, is just entirely from his blog that he started updating, like, as of last month, which is still baffling to me.
Oh, Bob, how ye have fallen. But yes, for any of the raiding party that's still here, we did a big history on the creator of this game, Bob, of the Bob's Game, and man, it is a wild ride. Highly recommend you check out the VOD for this after.
Yep. For those of you in the raiding party that are watching, the reason this is so difficult is because which paddle you control switches whenever you whenever you ping the ball.
Okay, now I'm wondering what the money was used for. I still want to know what the combat would have been in this RPG.
I want to know, if you play ping long enough, do you eventually have to go to the bathroom?
I don't know. I don't actually know if there would be combat. He's never once spoken about the combat. He just has said that this is an RPG with a focus on puzzles over combat.
If you play ping well enough, does your external style eventually become good?
Bob has never, like, his wording has always been vague enough to where you could interpret it to mean there is no combat, or you could interpret it to mean there is combat, but the focus is instead on puzzles. I'm willing to bet that there's just no combat.
I think all the combat is contained in those tense dinner scenes.
If there is combat, I'm going to guess it's, like, Finale Fantasy or Final Fantasy game that you play, and
Oh god, I
then-
want to see Final Fantasy so bad.
and then you would just be playing, like, a extraordinarily difficult JRPG boss fight that you have to play like flawlessly and just like puzzle out the exact
Undertale
order.
before Undertale.
Okay, you had to play fucking Mirthbound, and the game looks exactly like this.
Yes.
But then like the combat involves like some kind of fucking rhythm game.
Like, yeah, it would be Mirthbound or it'd probably be like Bother 3 and
Bother 3.
Bother 3. And yeah, it's a rhythm game, but it's like DDR max difficulty like style rhythm game. Like
Yeah.
Bob is actually a very big DDR fan. It's basically the only
I remember you mentioned that, yeah.
basically the only exercise Bob would get would be on DDR machines.
Yeah, mood. So the thing is, the DDR game, like, it'll be like not that bad in terms of like sheer skill, like you need to play DDR, but like it'll be like kind of fucked up to control in some way that makes it like a pain in the ass. And there'll be like 6 arrows instead of 4.
Right? Yeah. It'll be like it'll be 8 because they'll be like diagonals, and you'll have to use the numpad to hit all of them.
Right? Yeah. So it'll be like Pump It Up. That actually exists.
Oh my god, does it? Shit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it'll be DDR typing game. It'll just be a full keyboard at the top of the screen and letters just fly at it.
Jesus. And the challenge will just be figuring out how to fucking read what's happening at all. And then the screen starts shaking, and you're like, oh god damn it. That actually reminds me of DDR as well. The Tetrid thing where the screen starts shaking. That's reminiscent of like modifiers in Dance Dance Revolution.
Yeah.
That's a thing that you can do, is like have the arrows like spin or shake around or whatever to make it harder to read.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think his like game design document for this was? What do you think
There
the
was no fucking
end all be
Document.
all plot was
Game
for this
design
game? Like
document.
where was it going? I mean, obviously he's amateur enough that he didn't have an actual game design doc, but I'm sure he had like an outline of where he wanted the plot to go.
So if I remember right, I think there are some clues to where the plot would go in some of the trailers and stuff like that. I think that it would go like villain in-game Bob would host like a puzzle game tournament, and that's it.
I can collaborate with that. I actually found the demo 3 for Bob's game, and I just kind of played through it, and it's ridiculous.
How'd you get it to work?
Yeah, we found it, but we didn't play through it. What all has changed? Is it worth checking out?
Is it
So
different?
like, it's the puzzle game, but it's kind of framed in the entire tournament kind of thing, and then there's, once you inevitably lose, there's like a long monologue at the end of like Bob going like, we're gonna have mind controls, I'm like a psychic wizard or stuff like that. It's just like ridiculous.
Yeah, see, Bob tried to play a lot of the stuff off as like viral marketing and like, oh, I was just hamming it up for the camera, and like I was totally on board to believe that until I read his autobiography, where it's very obvious he sincerely believes that stuff and is just trying to write it off to not look crazy. I think that
So, in Demo 3, how much content is there after Mario? Sorry, Barrio.
Oh, demo 3 seems like it's really short. Like, it starts out, you're playing as Bob, you're like programming the game, like you have to go in and turn on like both your lamps and like make coffee. And then there's like a scene where you go down like a long elevator, and then you're just you're in this you're apparently your apartment's like above this expo hall or something, and there's just like a million people there for this puzzle game tournament, and then you comes up and he's like, time to play the game for the interdimensional championship.
Oh god.
And then it's just that puzzle game that's on Steam, and it like switches modes. So like one mode's like Puyo Pop and like Dr. Mario and like the Tetris knockoff, and it keeps on switching. And it's like not even like a full screen of it. Like it's like framed around with like a like you'd see it like E3 or something, and you're just playing it on this big screen, but it's hard to see anything really of value.
Is that? I'm guessing that's the one where the final puzzle is unbeatable.
I would imagine so.
Okay.
I still love the dialogue at the top. This is so easy. Is this even possible?
To be fair, there is like a slight like progression because he goes, "This is so easy." Then as it speeds up, okay, maybe not.
People like this at the start or at the top is my favorite.
Oh, damn it. I'm doing good. I haven't even hit triple digits yet. Like, this is crazy. I was wrong. You were right, Para. This is worse than Tetrid.
Yeah, I had told you 333 was not
You were
fucking
correct.
happening. I don't know how this is possible. 66, yeah, that is actually possible. Like, that's... You could get good enough this game to hit 66 within, like... You know, within a 10-minute time frame, they'll get it once.
Within a reasonable length. Well, for me it took 2 hours, but within like...
It won't take you 2 hours to do it again.
Yeah, exactly. Did it take
333,
2 hours? It didn't
that's-
take me
that's
2 hours.
a-
It took me like what? Like half an hour to beat it?
I don't know, we'll have to go back and look at the... I'll have to go back and look at the VOD. I think it took you, like, probably, like, 45 minutes.
Yeah. I hate that there's a video of someone doing this to 500. I hate it so much.
I see someone mention that this reminds them of AMV theater. I'm just wondering, like, how stringent are their, like, review policy of, like, actually checking the AMVs? Can you submit a long play just playing Bob's game?
I mean, I
Just
can see where they're
Linkin Park in the background.
I can see what they're getting at though, because anytime I accidentally step into the AMV theater, all I can think about is like, oh, when is this gonna end?
When is this gonna end so another terrible AMV can start?
I kind of like AMVs, but like not.
That's
I mean,
fine.
like,
I just
in like a half sincere way. Like
Yeah.
I like them I like them ironically, but then I'm also like I can get into the high school weeaboo mindset of like, yeah, it's so cool that
I
when
totally
the
understand
song,
that,
when
yeah.
the song says yeah, that the main character opens his mouth and also says yeah, like
100%. And SactorCon is like, that is the place to indulge in that.
right.
You know what I mean? So I totally get that. I absolutely 100%.
With AMVs, like when you get a good one, it's usually really clever and entertaining.
Mhm.
The problem is that that's 1%.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. know. For some reason, I like bad AMVs just as much as good AMVs.
Well, I mean, you are playing fucking Ping right now,
Yeah.
so I can see where that comes from.
My wrist is
Oh,
getting very sore. I think my body is physically shutting down from Ping.
Have either of you, like,
Gil
has it started to set in for either of you that this is going to be something that we talk about forever?
God, it is. And, and Ping is going to be just in our vocabulary for the rest of our
Exactly.
lives.
This is part of our arsenal now.
I don't know, man. I'm
Along with, like,
hoping.
Dave and my boy. Yeah, Ping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I've had enough to drink that it won't be.
Just next year at SoccerCon, I'm just gonna come up and say Taco Burger. Taco Burger.
Taco Burger. I should have turned the TV on. No, I shouldn't have. I immediately regret saying that.
Yeah, that many, like, quotable lines from this game. Or I was, like, trying to think of, like, a good meme from this game. There really wasn't anything.
Taco Burger's pretty much it. And Ping. Taco Burger, Ping, and Tetrid.
Pretty much. Is that picking up on Mike?
What?
My cat.
Very.
Yeah, I'm hearing a cat.
I did hear a cat, but I think only when you were talking.
He was screaming the other side of the room.
Yeah, same.
Fan. Yeah. Fan, over here. Yeah, I
Oh
see
no,
you.
oh no, okay.
Didn't we have the conversation about how 333 was impossible like 15 minutes ago?
Oh yes.
Oh god.
Like, if there wasn't that video of somebody hitting 500, I would think it was impossible. Or that Bob had been the only person ever. That's why I'm so mad there's a video of someone hitting 500. I'm like,
Just think about
damn it,
how long
somebody
Bob must have
else done this.
there are so few playable parts of this game that you know that he must have spent so much time playing this and just be like, yes. Because I've been there as like an amateur game dev before, right?
Yeah.
Where like I'll program this one thing and I'll just be so obsessed with it that I made something that works that I'll spend the next 8 hours playing it.
And
I have this this difficulty perfect for me,
yes.
who's been doing nothing but play it for the past 10 hours.
Exactly. That's exactly why the high score is 333. Because you know fucking Bob has done it.
I also,
Yeah.
Absolutely he has. I also think there's a common thing in new game developers, like first-time game developers, that they look at the act of creating the game like a game itself, and so they think of themselves versus the player. Like, if I make a thing that the player can't beat, I have won. Like, that is how a lot of amateur game designers and game developers.
I could see that a little bit.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with Bob there might be a bit of that. Like,
There might be a little bit of an adversarial relationship here.
yes.
Until he realized that it was cutting into his fucking Kickstarter profits when nobody could beat the demo. Like, okay, I guess I'll
One of the
make it cheap.
programmers from the Stanley Parable thought it was worth dumping $5,000 into.
Oh god. I'm not surprised. I've been there. I have stories to tell.
Oh, do you?
A little bit, yeah.
How many games have you dumped $5,000 into? Was Mighty Number 9 one of them?
No. I did dump money into Mighty Number 9 though.
Oh, did you dump money into Mighty Number 9?
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I put more than $50 into it. I'll just say that.
Oh.
More than 50.
I did not
Less than
donate to Mighty
5,000.
Number 9. I donated to Red Ash, the indelible
Oh
legend.
no!
Luckily, it didn't
Wait,
get
wait, wait.
funded.
Which one was Red Ash? I remember the name.
Red Ash, it was a Kickstarter that started right around the time Mighty Number 9 released. So right when, like, the public opinion of, whatever his name was, that designer, was like, at its absolute lowest. And Red Ash was basically the mighty number 9 for Mega Man Legends. Like, the idea was it was a spiritual successor to Mega Man Legends,
Yeah.
since everyone was still, like, fairly fresh in the minds of the cancellation of Mega Man Legends 3.
Yes.
And so, I think that was a good idea,
Right.
But then Mighty Number 9 came out, like, either shortly before or during the Red Ash Kickstarter, and everyone was like, oh my god, Mighty Number 9 is terrible, like, we'll never trust you with a Kickstarter again, and it made, like, no money.
And, well, the Kickstarter had already been kind of in development hell, too. Like, there had been a lot of problems.
Oh, had there?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
The,
what
the Mighty
about
Number 9
development.
Kickstarter.
Oh, the Mighty Number 9, yeah.
Yeah, Mighty Number 9, like,
oh, I thought
that.
you meant Red
like,
Ash, yeah.
No. Mighty Number 9 did not release under, like, good circumstances either, so...
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because the public opinion on Mighty Number 9 kind of started souring as time went on, like, before its release. So, yeah.
And just, like, the fucking gall to go ahead with this Red Ash Kickstarter, like... When also you haven't even, like, completed Mighty Number 9 yet? Like...
I mean, to be fair, like, from what I know
I mean-
about game development, like, he's probably
Okay.
done most of his actual work on Mighty Number 9.
That's true. Okay, I'll be fair. That is true.
But of
They're
course,
probably
the public
they're in
doesn't-
post-production, basically,
Yeah, but, like, at that
so to
point,
speak.
the public doesn't know that, so, like...
Yeah, that's true. But you
so-
still want to get started on the next project.
Yeah, so, I don't know. But,
And I
yeah.
think that they had run out of money on Mighty Number 9.
Oh, yes.
So
Um... So, yeah.
Mighty Number 9 is a surprisingly good speedrun. I will say that.
One of my favorite
This-
things from Red Ash is that when it failed funding, they said, "Oh,
Mhm.
well, we actually got a bunch of funding from a third-party developer, so we're gonna make it anyways. So we didn't need the Kickstarter." And then, like, nothing was ever heard from again.
No.
They did release, like, I think a 30-minute anime episode for Red Ash.
That's right. I
Like an
remember,
OVA.
like,
It's on YouTube,
I remember
but I never have
something
actually
like
watched
that.
it.
I remember a bunch of stuff about anime for it too, and people being like, well, "What about just funding the game?"
Yeah. I think there were maybe 2 Kickstarters, one for the anime and one for the game. I don't really exactly remember. Maybe I'll do an Otaku History on this.
I wonder what KJ Inafune is even doing nowadays.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from him since
No, neither
have I.
Mighty Number 9.
He's
fiasco.
been funding the Neptunia games or something like that.
Huh. I honestly think that he might have gotten out of game development after Mighty Number 9.
Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Who made Mighty Gunvolt Burst? Because that game's
that was-
actually good.
It is good. Did you finish
Is
that?
that Inti Creates? No, I haven't.
Yeah, it was
No.
Inti Creates.
Yeah.
But I think it
I
was more
don't-
based on. Well, maybe not. But
I don't think they had anything. I don't think KJ Inafune had anything to do with it, though.
no, probably not. It was probably more headed by the people who did Mighty Gunvolt
Yeah,
instead of, or Gunvolt, whatever, instead of Mighty Number 9.
various games. Yeah,
Gunvolt Number 9.
they did Azure Striker, Gunvolt, and they did. Didn't they do like Bloodstained? Curse of the Moon?
They did Curse on the Moon.
Curse of the Moon, yeah. And they did like my Mega Man 9 and 10 and all that shit.
Yeah.
So they know what they're doing. So that
And
makes sense.
Create does make a lot of good stuff, surprisingly.
It,
Like,
it is
they-
it is extremely funny to me that a good game actually did come out of Mighty Number 9.
I know, right?
Because like I said, Mighty Gunvolt Burst is actually worth playing. That's a good game.
Yeah. Well, like I said, did you beat it? Because I remember
No.
you were playing my copy of it.
No, I didn't beat it.
I know I
should-
told Neil about it, and it's fucking great. I also like how the other like indie game involved in it is fucking Galgun.
Oh yeah, I haven't played that.
Fucking Galgun.
Galgun is absolutely nothing at all like the other two games, because like
Oh, weird.
Mighty Number 9 and Azure Gunvolt are both kind of Mega Man / Mega Man X-ish games.
Yeah.
And then Galgun is like a rail shooter where you shoot girls and make them orgasm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have heard of this
Anime.
actually.
It's like I have the VR versions, and they're surprisingly fun for what
Yeah.
like because you kind of go into it like like perv game, and then you play it, and you're like, oh, this is actually kind of great.
Well, I mean, look what's happening in front of us right now.
That's true.
Aside from the perverted motivation.
Ping would be far better with anime titties.
Let's be honest. If these paddles were some waifus.
What if we
yeah.
totally downloaded and played Bob's game? Oh, huh. Yeah, KJ Inafune hasn't really done. He's doing something, but not a lot. He still has a career, but
Okay, that's
like that's about
somewhat
it.
surprising.
He's
Actually-
credited as the producer on a game called Dragon and Colonies.
Hmm.
I don't know what that is. That happened in 2019. That's the only thing he's done since. Boom. KJ Inafune, as it turns out, was really just a guy who was a character designer at one point, and then
Yeah, isn't that like, wasn't he a character designer and then a like producer, and he never really actually
Yeah,
had
and
any
I think-
major input in the Mega Man games?
as
and
legend
people
has
just
it, he didn't even like. He wasn't the first person who designed Mega Man either. Like someone else came up with that idea, and he like refined it.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, and I remember
So-
him wanting to make Mega Man red and white.
Yeah,
Hence why that's the color in like 6 with his weird bonus armors.
so yeah, he did like character design and graphic design. He's not like a director, or you know, he went on to like. I mean, he was like Capcom's like CEO or like executive producer, wasn't he, or something like that? But
It wasn't like anything amazing like CEO. I think it was kind of
No.
a whatever position.
he's just like an executive producer, but I don't know what that means. And also, it was during Capcom's worst period, probably. So,
He definitely gets more credit than he deserves.
absolutely. This is what I learned from Mighty Number 9.
I mean,
Yes.
to be fair, most like celebrity video game designers get way more credit
Mhm.
than like maybe not necessarily more credit than they deserve, but like people have this idea of like these like video game
yeah.
directors as like an author or like a painter.
I
like
completely understand. Yes.
yeah, like,
It's
like,
very rare that that's actually the case.
yeah, unless the game is literally made by like a group of less than maybe like 12 people, which is becoming more and more common these days. But
Yeah.
uh,
The best. Yeah.
the whole
Or
like
if they're a
auteur game
director,
designer
like-
thing.
Yeah, like I
It's
feel
kind
like
of a myth.
Itoy and Earthbound, he had kind of the influence people tend to associate with, but
Well, I mean, even then,
Yeah.
that's the director.
yeah. Well,
I would say that the best you could get is like when Bloodstain was coming out and Koji Igarashi was the project lead on that. It's like, well, he was the project lead on Symphony of the Night, and that turned out good.
Yeah,
So that's a better chance. Still not, like, still not a
obviously, he
guarantee
did
'cause it
design
depends.
everything. Yeah,
Right, it depends totally on the team underneath him, and who knows how much input he has. But at least he was the project coordinator of that game.
yeah.
That's the same role he's doing. KJ Inafune never did that. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a director definitely like has a big influence on how a game turns out, but like
mhm.
there's usually several game designers, several level designers, several content designers. Like,
yeah,
like,
and
especially
most
for
of these
big
people,
AAA games. So like most of the
That-
moment gameplay isn't like really like designed by the director. Usually,
no.
they'll play tons of it and then give feedback if it doesn't like fit with the vision. But like
really more the thing with Igarashi is like maybe he'll keep the trains running on time a little bit better than Inafune did. Like
Yeah.
that's
well, Inafune was never a director. He was only
yeah,
a
that's
producer.
exactly what I'm saying.
Right,
So
yeah,
he didn't know like how to
how to actually
keep this thing.
direct.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, that's absolutely true though, is that the real heart and soul of these games are largely going to be designed by people whose names we'll never know.
Yeah.
Maybe literally back in the days when like they weren't even credited properly.
yeah. And like even like we were talking about, like we were joking how this game doesn't have like a design doc. but like
Mhm.
a surprising number of big mechanics can make their way into games that were never in design docs. Like
Mhm.
design docs,
Oh, yeah,
even
absolutely.
like today, like a friend of mine is a designer on he works at Monolith, and he was one of the designers for Shadow of Mordor, and like
Mhm.
the whole mechanic where you could have either you played Shadow of Mordor? I don't know.
No,
but I'm
I'm-
like kind of familiar with it.
same.
There's a mechanic where you can like poison like because you like while invading like an orc camp or whatever, you can like poison their like grog or mead or whatever it is. It's like a giant barrel, and once you poison it, when some of the orcs start drinking from it, they'll get sick and like they'll die or they'll fall asleep or something, and it'll like spread around like a virus amongst the camp as more and more orcs drink this. And that mechanic was designed by my friend because he just literally like was playing with the tools one day and was like, hey look, I made this thing work, and they're like, oh cool, let's put that in the game because that's a neat mechanic.
God,
And
there
like,
must be countless stories that are like that in game dev
yeah.
too, where something ends up in the game just because someone was fucking around one day.
yup.
That's so funny. Like, yeah.
I think that is one place where a skilled designer, like a skilled director, is very important, because a good director will be able to know like where the fun is in the game that they've made and
Absolutely.
steer the project towards that fun.
Yeah.
Because like
And hopefully we'll have a good idea for what should end up on the cutting room floor. Like if this poisoning mechanic like isn't fun and doesn't really serve the game in any
right.
proper way, like, you know, if it does, then great. But
yeah, like a large part of game development, more so on smaller teams than bigger teams, but this can even happen on bigger teams, is just like, okay, we have a vague idea, or we have an idea of what we want the game to be like. Let's get it working at a basic level, and then see what's fun about it, because it's probably not going to be what we initially think it's going to be.
yeah.
And then once we know what's fun, let's design the rest of the game around that.
Yeah, and it's so amazing how often that's true. I'm immediately reminded of Crypt of the Necrodancer, which you know Crypt of the Necrodancer,
yeah.
right? Like,
I don't really know much about its development though.
yeah, I do know a little bit. And one of the stories that's told about that game is that it was originally not a rhythm game.
Really?
It was.
Really?
Yeah. So here's the game was originally designed as just a turn-based roguelike where you had a limited amount of time to make decisions. And so he's playing this game where you have this limited amount of time to take each step. And as he's playing it, he starts to realize that he's playing it kind of like a rhythm game. And he's like, oh, so like, what if I actually turned this game into a rhythm game and like made that the whole concept? And that's where that kind of took off, was that he started with this basic idea. I started playing with it and like, well, what's fun about this? Oh, it's fun that I'm kind of tapping along to the beat of the music. And so that wasn't even originally the idea. It was just like kind of a thing that bubbled to the surface from designing this original concept. I just think that's really interesting.
Yeah, that is like a very big skill for a good like director or designer, is to be able to just find the fun.
Absolutely.
And then really hone in on it.
I'm kind of reminded. I don't know why that reminds me, but I heard a thing about the development of Breath of the Wild, where when they were making it, one of the
stories.
Oh yeah, like one of the design people on it had this idea of like, what if we made like a Reddit style comment system?
What?
Where, like, yeah, so like what they would do is like because they didn't actually design the map. Like, okay, here's the map. Okay, let's go build everything. They kind of made it as they went along, and then when somebody would make something and it was cool, people would leave anonymous comments on it and be like, hey, this is great, or like, what do I do here? Like they just kind of create a discussion
Like
about it.
like
and,
the devs among themselves, you're saying?
yeah,
That's
Oh
kinda
wow.
cool.
and so like
Oh, that's so
and
interesting.
so then when like Miyamoto, and they weren't like planning to use it, but then Miyamoto saw it or whatever, and he was like, hey, like what is this? And he would see an area with like a ton of comments and kind of look into it, be like, oh, this is really cool. And then they kept this system in the game where like people would make something and other people would stumble onto it and kind of leave comments, and the ones that got a lot of comments from people would be like, this is awesome. They would keep that stuff in, and then stuff that kind of went unnoticed or like this isn't very good would get taken out, and then the result was just that they had like tons of cool stuff. And
That's so interesting.
So Breath of
Yeah,
the
it's
Wild was
really
originally
neat.
Death Stranding.
I was gonna say this sounds a little bit like Dark Souls, but
That too.
but dev side instead of player side.
But yeah, I love the idea of like them kind of progressively making the game and like leaving comments for each other. It's a really neat and very unusual way
really
to make
cool.
a game.
I almost kind of imagine. I wonder how much, because I really like Breath of the Wild's world, and I
Yeah.
wonder how much of that has to do with that. You know, like
Oh, I'm sure a lot.
Mhm.
But it's a really interesting to hear that like it's a very structured way to make it kind of unusual, because like
Yeah.
obviously there still is that area where, hey, this is cool, let's include it as a major mechanic, but a lot of games are no, this is what we had in place, this is what we need to stick to because this is what sells.
Mhm.
yeah.
For a company like Nintendo, I can definitely see a lot of
Like,
that more freeform.
Gil, you and I
creativity.
have talked about like, yeah, and we've definitely that we're like comparing old games to new games. Just like 5 guys be like, oh, this is neat, okay, let's include it. Oh, this is cool, let's include it. As a okay, if we're gonna spend $100 million on it, we need
Right.
Sometimes I wonder if Breath of the Wild, like, I'll bet like the stasis rune was the result of someone kind of playing around at some point and,
Oh,
and realizing,
That would not
like-
surprise me at all.
yeah, like
somebody
realize,
got frustrated they couldn't time something right, so they're like, I'm gonna make a time stop, and then they're like, oh, this is awesome.
and I'll just like I bet the idea of like being able to launch shit like across the map with stasis, like I'll bet that wasn't intended. That's something they stumbled upon.
I could
I'll bet
easily
you,
see
like,
that
5
being a bug, and then.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. A bug that
oh,
became a feature because it was like, oh, this is fun.
Yup.
It's a feature.
See, that's why I'm fascinated by Bob's game, because it's very obvious Bob never tried to find the fun.
But you did, and that's what counts.
Like, I'm kind of joking, but I'm also kind of not. Like, Bob's game is like other, like, amateur video game designers. They just get, like, an idea of what they think the game should be, and then they just make
Yeah.
it, regardless of how fun it actually is.
Oh yeah.
But it's because it's what they imagined it being, so that's what they have to make. And so they
Right.
just make it. Without, like, thinking through much,
Well,
or, like,
well, also,
actually playtesting it beyond just the initial thing that they imagined.
right. But then also, while somehow also getting caught up in this scope creep where they're like, I'm gonna make this an MMO someday.
Yes.
Like, I'm gonna have a whole fucking system where like your hero like needs to eat and sleep, and there's gonna be like time and weather shit, and like I haven't actually implemented any of this. I don't understand how it's gonna work with like any other. I just know I'm gonna do it because like that's the fucking cool thing. Like
Yeah.
this is going to be my magnum opus.
Yeah, a lot of new game designers or game developers just like kind of create or think up games kind of like as though like a 5-year-old were describing them. Like and then this happens, and then this, and then this, and then this, because it's just like you just get all these cool ideas, and just the fact that like, oh, if the game had all this stuff, it'd be so cool.
Oh god, yeah. I took a
yeah.
I took a course in college, and this was as a as a music producer because they were doing a game design course at my college, and they decided that they were going to pair up with the music department to get like people who'd compose music for their games, right? Because they don't have anyone who could do that.
Right.
Who could do music and sound design. So like that's a cool idea. Like I was like really excited about this. Wow, that ended up being a really weird and bad experience, where people were less prepared for the idea of game design than I imagined they would be, compared to us music producers who were pretty well prepared. To the point that the music producers actually became the project leads because we were the only ones who had an idea of scope and how to manage that. So
what
we ended up being the project leads. What's that?
Roughly what year was this?
Oh,
Like
God, what
2006,
year?
2007, something like
Oh,
that.
no. It would have been 2013, probably.
Okay.
Around then.
Yeah.
2012 or 2013.
At that time, like, most schools that weren't, like, just a dedicated game design school, and even a lot of the ones that were, like, they didn't know how to, like, teach that stuff yet. And I
No,
honestly don't even really know if they do yet now or not. But
I don't know either. So, boy,
Probably not.
I could talk about this all day. I wonder if I never actually got in touch with my music professor, who he's also actually a professional board game designer.
Oh, cool.
I own a lot of his board games.
What games does he make?
I've actually helped beta test some of them. He's also like he's like a world ranked Go player. Like he's actually quite good.
Oh shit.
Like he's not like elite like grandmaster, like whatever the equivalent of that is, but he's like very good at Go. He teaches Go lectures in Seattle every week.
Oh, cool. What does Seattle Go
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might know him.
That's what I'm like. What's his name?
Nick Sabicki.
I don't know him. What board games has he made?
He's made. You probably won't know the board games, but he's made King's Forge.
Oh, I fucking
He's
love
made.
King's Forge.
Oh, okay, then you do know him. He made King's Forge.
Okay, cool.
I also like partly made King's Forge actually because I helped them beta test it like
Nice.
a
That game
lot.
owns. Good job.
Yeah. Like some of my game design tweaks in that game like end up in the final game. So yeah, so that's kind of. I'm not trying to make it my baby or anything, but that's definitely Nick's baby. But I do have very fond memories of beta testing that game. Yeah, he also made 10-minute Heist: The Wizard's Tower.
Okay.
He made Farlight, I think it's called. I don't remember what that game's called now because it's gone through a bunch of different names. Oh god, what is this other game? Shit, he made another game. I can't think of it. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, he also teaches music at Edmonds Community College, and he's a really great teacher. I really like him. And he, at one point, obviously he's also the dean of my board game club that I ran. The dean, whatever. He's our advisor, our club advisor. And he had talked about wanting to run a course at college that was like a game design course, but not like video game design, but like board game, like not board games even, but just like just the idea of like designing games, like what makes them fun, kind of thing.
I think board game design is a very good way for people to like get a start with game design. Like a lot of people that want to make video games or want to design video games should really start designing board games because
absolutely, it's a lot easier to do.
Yeah, it's super easy to do. Like it's super easy to just make something and play it. Like you just write on some paper and you can play.
Yeah. Designing a good board game is very hard, but it doesn't require you to like know how to code, or you don't have to do art or music or sound.
I would probably argue designing a good board game is more difficult than designing a good video game.
Possibly. And that's kind of hard to compare, right?
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Board game versus video game is interesting because video games can be sloppy. board
Yes.
games cannot be sloppy. They need to be really well refined to be good.
Yes, and like, because like, with a video game, you don't need to remember, or you don't need to worry about like the player remembering rules and shit like that. Like,
Yeah, that's very true as well.
you don't have
Games.
to really worry that much about like the physicality of it. Like,
Mhm.
like how if the player has a bunch of stats, how are they keeping track of it? Like in a video game,
Right.
you can just be like, oh, there's
I
just a
don't-
number on screen.
I don't know about that because my experience with Genshin Impact is very frustrating because like you'll be mid combat and then something will happen and you'll be like, "What the fuck, game? You're just changing the rules on me now. Fuck you."
I mean, yeah, some video games do require you to like memorize rules and stuff,
Mhm.
but like not to the extent board games do.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then there's D&D where else just make something up. Okay.
Right, and that's what's great about board games is at least designing them is that you don't need to create an artificial intelligence that runs the game for you. You just have the rules in mind, and humans can kind of adjudicate it. So that makes it a lot easier.
The rule of cool, man. That's like the best rule in D&D.
I think he was gonna call.
It's a cool idea.
He's gonna
Make
call
a
the
rule
class
for it.
like he's gonna call the class like ludology or something like that,
That
which
makes
is like
sense.
the study of like gaming.
Ludology? Well, that just sounds like a porn game class.
Uh, I don't know if he ever actually did that though, because this was like a little bit after I graduated, so I don't know if he ever did it or not. I never asked him about it again, which I should, because I see him sometimes, not since COVID, but
Yeah.
because that would be a really good class for this game design class where there were some really good coders in this class. Like I was really impressed with a couple of people in this class. They are going to have careers coding something, maybe not games, but something.
Something, yeah.
Code monkey.
But nobody knew how to design a game. Like,
Yeah.
and oh boy, the professor. I had him for Intro to C, and he's a character.
So like, two thoughts. One, I have yet to meet somebody who's good at teaching programming because the people in a college setting, I should clarify, because the people that are good at programming are not the people who are good at teaching.
Well, to teach you need some level of charisma.
That is
And spoilers, programmers do not.
that is so incredibly true.
Yeah.
This guy, I wouldn't say this guy wasn't charismatic, but boy, his teaching style was idiosyncratic at best.
Yeah.
He seems like he is a very good programmer. I have no doubts about this. But oh boy, that class was
Ooh, a nice
weird.
casual.
I can't say that I liked him much. He's not like terrible. He's not a terrible person or anything, but I didn't really get along with him that well. And boy, this game design course, wow, he gave some of the worst advice I've ever heard. To the point where I confronted him about his teaching style because I realized that this class is going to end up a train wreck, and I was right. Because so this class started out like the first couple weeks is like, okay, pitches a game design idea, like, pitches like you come up with like a basic design doc for like what your game is going to be.
Right.
And we're going to have two teams, and we're going to pick our two favorite ideas and do those by a vote. And his suggestion for what kind of game you should come up with was that you should absolutely let your ambitions run wild and come up with the craziest idea you could.
Oh no.
And
this is like intro to game design.
This is a game design course. This is like, it's not like an intro to game design. I don't know if there was an intro to game design that came before this, but this is like the group project. Like,
I think I remember you telling me about this.
I know that I have all the design documents that people came up with, and some of them are golden. I still remember the one girl who came up with she had like this Sonic the Hedgehog like character named Kitsu the Kitsune, who had psychic powers. She had psychic powers and like a bunch of like forest friends, and she wrote up
Oh,
like
she
an
had her
entire
own ball
document
puzzle.
about Kitsuya the Kitsune's like backstory, and it's just like but she didn't like design a game. She just designed Kitsuya the Kitsune.
Well, a lot of people, even people who think they want to become game designers, don't actually know what a game designer does, or really what game design is. Like,
I got this sense from nearly everyone in the class.
yeah, I mean, I've met people who have worked in the game industry for decades who don't know what a game designer is or what they do. Like,
Oh, wasn't it?
That's
Who
fascinating.
was it? Wasn't it like Shinji Mikami, or someone who was like,
yeah, go on. I think I know what you're talking about. Continue.
yeah, where he didn't know that they had the levels for Mario Band or something.
Okay, so yeah. This was Shinji Mikami when he was making Beautiful Joe. And remember, Beautiful Joe came after he made Devil May Cry. So he's made Devil May Cry, he's released Devil May Cry, now he's working on Beautiful Joe. In Beautiful Joe, there's pickups that increase your energy
Coins, right?
And when he was working on one of the levels, he put these pickups in an arc over a pit. And when he did that, he realized, oh, that's what the coins in Mario do. They lead the player.
They lead the player
to show the player where to go.
Oh wow, that's
So Shinji
that's
Mikami
really funny.
He created Devil May Cry and was midway through Beautiful Joe without knowing why Mario had coins.
Wow, that's so funny because I don't know when I realized when Super Mario Brothers had coins, but it was before him. I knew about this in the 90s.
Yeah. So
I mean, that doesn't make me a better designer or anything, but that's just interesting to have that revelation.
That's a
means
story
you understand a key fundamental.
That's a story I remind myself of whenever I'm feeling like I'm a bad game designer, because I'm like, well, Shinji Mikami made Devil May Cry without knowing about coins, so...
You know, that is interesting, because I think about how many games have a coin-like mechanic in it, and it's mostly because Super Mario Brothers had them.
Yeah.
They don't know why. They don't know why Super Mario Brothers had coins.
Whenever I'm trying to picture a game mechanic in my head, the the key concept I always try and keep in mind is okay, here's my mechanic. What am I trying to teach the player?
I don't know
And
if
that's
necessarily what you're trying to teach the player is always the most important question, but the why is this mechanic in here and what is it accomplishing?
Yeah,
is the important question.
when you're introducing it, what am I?
Oh yes, when you're
Because
introducing.
at the end of the game, at the end of the game, that mechanic you're, but why? What am I do by doing this right now, and how am I trying to communicate that?
Yeah,
It's like a director in a movie or a play, nothing is done frivolously. It all has to have a point. And if it doesn't, then you're just kind of a dork.
I will say, with game design, and I assume this also applies a bit to filmmaking as well, while it is always good to know why things are happening and why you're doing things, it's also good just to follow your gut sometimes. If you can be okay, this feels good, I can't really articulate why this feels good, but it feels good and this is fun, so I'm gonna follow that.
In the sense of a movie, yes, but at the same time, you have to see it, you have to view it afterwards. Yes, this is a conscious decision to include.
Yeah.
So this game design course, so basically, first of all, the funniest fucking thing happened. I'm gonna tell this story, and it sounds like I'm making this up. It sounds like I'm a character in a movie, but I didn't do my design doc. I didn't think I was going to have to, because I thought I was just gonna be a music producer, right? But no, we're all gonna participate in the class. Even though I don't know how to program, barely at all. you know, okay, like I could engage with the game design. Like obviously, I am pretty well prepared to do that. Not that I've ever taken a game design course, but at least I've spent a lot of my life thinking about this in a semi-intelligent way. So you know, okay. But I couldn't think of like a good game idea because I'm thinking like, well, what the fuck can like 8 people make in 6 weeks? The answer is, I mean, you know, people could do stuff in, like game jams exist, but I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do in 6 weeks. So I'm trying to think of a game. I couldn't think of anything. On the day of, I didn't even submit a game doc. I just walked up to the whiteboard and I started like almost off the top of my head bullshitting about a Contra-like game starring a guy named Max Fightmaster. And
oh my god, you fucking did that?
yeah, I
Thank you
did.
so much.
I stole the fucking name Max Fightmaster. I did not come up with
I
that.
love that name.
You didn't even write Sergeant Max.
Oh yeah, he was Sergeant Max Fightmaster.
Oh.
And I just started I made him into this like Chuck Norris like figure where like he's this awesome badass and he has to save the president's daughter from like a race of like robots taking over the earth. I was like, okay, this game is gonna have robots in it because robots are really easy to draw. Like we're not gonna do like fucking aliens. No, it's gonna be like they're gonna be like cubes that take over the earth because we can draw cubes, right? And like my idea of like a fun little gimmick is that like Max Fightmaster has like a shield where he can absorb bullets and like he can fire bullets back at the enemy. Like it wasn't a great idea, but I was like, okay, I gotta come up with like some kind of twist here because all I'm describing is Contra. I'm describing Contra.
Honestly,
but
I think for like that kind of game design course, if you had just literally just described Contra, that would be a fine pitch.
Yeah, and that's the pitch I made. Basically, I said Contra, but like I was like maybe like make it so you have like a shield that you can use to absorb bullets, like, and then you can like fire those same bullets at the enemy or whatever. And even this, I'm like, this is going to be kind of hard to do in 6 weeks. Like platformers are not the easiest game to design. You know, something like one of the ideas I'd heard before that people had done was like a 4-player Space Invaders. That sounds like something you could make.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
putting aside net play, like you're not going to do that. It's going to be local, obviously.
Yes.
But you know, a Space Invaders game, yeah, you can do that in 6 weeks. Like, okay, that sounded like it could have been pretty fun. My Contra pitch won. Like by far, like everyone voted for my pitch, even though I didn't fucking do the doc. I just got up there and bullshit about like a Contra mechanic starring this Chuck Norris figure.
Ikaruga Contra.
Yeah, basically. Because I won because all the other design documents were screamingly awful. Like none of them could be produced by like a semi-large team in like 6 months, let alone 8 people in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Like some of the ideas people came up with, like they really did come up with like they thought they were gonna make their magnum opus. Like I'm gonna make this game like whatever it was called, like fucking Titan's Quest, and it's all about this like building fucking robots and like crafting and like open world. It's just like, oh my god, what the fuck are you doing? We have 6 weeks. Have you even like what are you thinking?
I would bet you anything those are their pet ideas that they've been thinking about for the last 10 years and that they've just been dying to make, and that now they actually have the ability to pitch a game, so they just instantly pitch their dream game.
Right. And that would make sense if this was like if this part of the course was just like come up with a design document. We're not going to make the game, but come up with a design document about your dream game. What would your dream game be like? You know, like what kind of that would be a great thing to do in a game design course, right?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
But that's not what this was. This was no, we're going to vote on these things and actually fucking make it. So yeah, so my design won, obviously. But we needed to pick a second one. And boy, the one that we ended up getting. Oh, and also the rule was that whoever pitched the idea, they couldn't work on that game because, like, the idea is that we would totally take it over and it would be like our game.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I had actually had problems with that in the past, so I get it.
Yeah.
It is kind of annoying though, because I have this idea, right? It's like,
Right.
and also the idea was like would really suit my musical abilities very well, and I'm not even planning to work on this game at all. So you know, the other idea that ended up winning was a game called Harmony Tactics. It was a Final Fantasy Tactics style game in which you have warring orchestras, and the amount of damage you deal is based on units, like on a scale, like on a musical scale. Like the grid is a music scale, and you have to position your units so that they play like a melody that like
a treble clef and a
combo
bass clef?
damage. Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's
Like a
bizarre.
staff. Like a staff is what I meant. Which is like, okay, I mean, that's interesting. I don't know if you could make that work, but like, maybe
It's an idea.
maybe Square could make this work, but we're not programming Final Fantasy Tactics in 6 weeks. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, in 6
What
weeks,
the hell?
in 6 weeks, you could probably get a basic version of Tactics running.
And that is actually what we did.
Oh,
That's
there
the
we go.
crazy part, is that we actually had a working prototype.
Nice.
There were really no music mechanics, like the whole like being on the musical staff. That didn't happen. But we managed to make a working prototype where like it was basically like Advance Wars, where you could like move a tank around on a grid and it would go to that place that you select, and you could click fire on the opponent and it would do damage. Like
Neat.
they programmed that in 6 weeks. I was actually really fucking impressed.
Cool.
It wasn't a game. It was, you know,
A tech demo.
it was a collection of subroutines. So that's great. But
That's kind of what I went to school for game and simulation programming at fucking DeVry University, and they did not have a very good program. And
I'm not surprised.
yeah, my senior project was basically just to make a game with a team, and our initial idea was like just a fairly simple kind of like, maybe not simple, but like a Zelda-like game, and this was over the course of like a whole semester, which I think was like 8 to 12 weeks, so a bit more time, but not a lot more time than you guys had.
Yeah.
Like, our initial idea was like a kind of like top-down Zelda-style game, and for some reason we decided to partway through scrap that for... Oh no, it was over the course of 2 semesters. The first semester was planning, and the second semester was going to be making the game. And like near the end of the first semester, for some reason we decided to scrap that idea and go with like a Harvest Moon style like crafting game and like sim game.
Was this before Stardew Valley?
This
out
was
of
before
curiosity?
Stardew Valley, yes.
Okay, interesting.
And it just wound up, like you said, just being a collection of subroutines. Like, we had enough working for, like... Because at the end of the second semester, all the teams would, like, show off their games, what they'd made.
Right,
And so
yeah.
we made enough of a... We basically just made, like, an E3 demo, like, an E3 presentation demo, where it, like, shows off what the game could be, but it was just heavily scripted, only goes in this exact order if you do these exact things. And
Right.
that was it.
Yeah. Our Harmony Tactics game, like, it didn't even have AI. You know, it had just the ability to move around units, and, like, there were 2 players, but that's, you know, about it. And there wasn't... I don't think there was even, like, a win state, really. It's just... But the fact that they even programmed, like, they managed to program, like, a fucking grid, like, strategy combat grid thing,
Yeah.
like... That's no joke. Like, they got that done, and that they were like really, they worked really hard on it. So big props to them. And our project lead. So we had 3 music producers from our music class, but there were only 2 teams. So I wound up with the other guy, the third guy, and he ended up being a great project lead. Like, considering the fact that he has gaming experience, but he's not like a game designer either. He ended up like, just in terms of like getting people to do the work and like keeping up with them and making sure that everything was on track, like he was great at that. He was so organized. I was really impressed. And he ended up also, I I did not end up learning how to do sound programming. He did. He ended up just diving into that shit. He had no background in that whatsoever, and he just learned how to do it in like 2 weeks. So that you could actually put sounds in the game, because that's the thing you have to learn how to do.
Yes.
He also ended up writing the game's only music track. I also wrote one, but it wasn't as good as his, so we just used his. I did all the sound design and some general game design support. I was kind of extraneous. And hilariously enough, this is a game where it required like an orchestral theme, which is not really my wheelhouse. I can write one, but I'd rather write like a cool Contra soundtrack.
Okay.
And the guy on the other team probably would have rather written the thing that I had to write. So
Right.
they did end up making Max Fight Master. It also wasn't very good, but it was playable. It
Okay.
was a platformer where you could shoot stuff, and it was very baby's first platformer, but it
Yeah.
worked.
Yeah,
So
you gotta start somewhere.
My favorite thing about that, by the way, is that the Kitsuya the Kitsune pitcher ended up on the Max Fight Master team, and she was the only one who could draw,
Oh no.
and
God.
she was mostly interested in drawing horses. So Max Fight Master, but she stuck to my design doc though that suggested that it should be robots. So Max Fight Master mostly fought robot horses.
I love that a lot.
I was so charmed by that. I wasn't mad at all. I was so happy.
So, I was expecting Max Fight Master to be like riding a robot horse.
Oh, I wish. But there's no way they can program that.
It would have been very in character for what we do know of Max Fight
I know.
Master.
Oh god, yeah, there were basically like no artists in the team, either team.
Yeah, there's never any artists in those classes because they all just go to art school.
Right. That's why they got the music people, which was really smart because we actually knew how to do music. And I actually know how to do sound design. So I did some sound design. It wasn't great, but I mean it was way better than anyone else would have done. So
I am not looking forward to learning how to do sound design for my game because I know jack fucking shit about sound design.
I've long since forgotten what I knew. I haven't done it in a long time. But
Go to Wingless Seraph, and I think that was it. And they have just like a bunch of royalty songs.
Sound design really just comes down to fucking just learning how to use synthesizers and just fucking around and understand how to make decent sounds.
Man, I remember in the M2K2 days, you and I pair fucking around on that MIDI file thing creator I found.
Oh god.
Just dicking around, making stupid MIDIs, and then going to vgmusic.com, downloading MIDIs, and then just fucking with them.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kara, I'm curious, because this is another thing that I see a lot with kind of newer game designers. How many of the game design docs or pitches or whatever were just stories with only the very vaguest?
Not all of them. Some of them were actually gameplay ideas.
Okay.
They just weren't very good.
I was gonna also say, how many of them actually talked about the moment-to-moment gameplay instead of the overarching gameplay?
Oh, none of them.
Okay,
none of them. So some of the docs did at least describe at least a basic sense of I remember one of the ideas was I think probably the most inspired idea of these was the idea of you're a very tiny ninja in a house and you have to sneak around the house and not get caught by the human large people that inhabit the house.
You were literally describing Gun Pixies. Where the fuck? Gun Pixies, that's the name.
Oh, good. I think this was before that, probably.
Oh yeah, much before. But that's
so there was
literally the point of that game.
So they had a couple of vague ideas about what you would do as a ninja, a tiny ninja in a big house. That's a basically interesting idea, kind of, right? But they didn't really have any ideas as far as like, let me describe the moment-to-moment gameplay.
Yeah.
I was at least able to do that because I was just describing Contra. So I'm like, okay, so like you drop it a level, right? You got a fucking gun that you can shoot in 8 directions, and enemies, and you played Contra, like, right? And I don't think anyone's played Contra in this class because I was fucking like 10 years older than everyone else, but whatever.
But yeah, that's definitely a thing
Jump
that
and shoot, man.
a lot of newer game designers don't really like. They don't think about like what the actual like core gameplay loop, the actual moment-to-moment gameplay will be like. They think about, they have like this idea in their head, like, oh, it'll be like a JRPG where it's a racing game JRPG.
It's a JRPG where you play Pong.
Play Pong. and like, so then you'll be like,
Yeah,
okay,
it really is like that though. Where people think of games, like the concepts they come up with, it's like they're describing movies, not games. Where they have like a story and a world that they want to design. But, and I mean, this will sound like so fucking, back in my day, but like these kids, these fucking kids really need to play like Super Mario Brothers and think about the gameplay loop in Super Mario Brothers.
well, the
That
thing
game's
is,
really fucking genius,
like,
and
it
Jump
is.
and Goomba.
But a lot of people like don't really think about the moment-to-moment gameplay because they just think, like, when they think of Mario, they think, oh, it's this cool platformer where like you go through all these cool worlds. Like they remember just kind of the broad experience rather than the individual like
that's absolutely true. Yeah.
moments. And I mean, it makes sense, that you remember the big, impactful like the emotions you felt while playing it, not like
That's definitely true.
you don't remember the
But then
buttons you were pressing and shit like that.
I think that again, and this will sound so old, but I think that experience is compounded by the fact that games are very complex now and have like these complex storylines,
Yeah.
and that kind of, I mean, that's great. I love that about games now, but
I don't know.
that
Circling
even
back,
that hides the moment-to-moment gameplay even more,
Yeah.
because like I could see that all of these are like epic concepts.
Yeah.
Where like Kitsu the Kitsune was one of the more like possible to make concepts in this group. Like
And
Like,
of course,
I
there's a lot of ones that
I want to make this game about my persona.
like I assume that Kitsu
Kitsune
the
the
Kitsune was this sort of thing where it's just they just describe a story or like the world
Oh,
or the setting
absolutely.
rather than
Like at best there was like, oh, like, maybe there's like 6 worlds that you have to go through and you have to collect the chaos rubies or whatever. Like I can't remember. I have these documents somewhere in my house. I need to find them. It's been so long since I read them. They're not all gold, but they are interesting. Like just the same mistakes that each one of them made are just so obvious.
we should make a
and
bingo card and
a lot to learn from that.
or like place bets on how many of the mistakes they made Bob also made when making Bob's game.
Oh, absolutely. I genuinely, I feel like I genuinely did learn something about project design in that class based on the mistakes that other people made. Helped me think a little bit more about where did this go wrong? What would I do to do this better? And just the idea of I as we were making Harmony Tactics, like as we're just trying to get this idea of like, okay, how do we like make a tactics RPG at all? Like, where do we even start on this? People are already going off into ideas of like, okay, so like, what if you had like these communications towers on the map that you could capture, right? And like you go to those and you like get an offensive bonus, you capture those. Like we don't know how like a tank works yet.
Yeah.
We don't know how attacking, like firing on the enemy or like even movement, we don't know how that works. We don't know like what the objective of the game is, and you're talking about like communication towers. Like what the
I
fuck?
almost hit triple digits.
Oh wow, you
Oh,
I think I got to 96.
Oh,
Sorry,
Christ.
continue.
That was mostly it. Just that people kept coming up with these ideas that are like step 33 in the process. Like,
Yeah.
you haven't even finished step 1, and you're already like imagining like these crazy concepts.
Yeah, that is another very common problem. Is just people. It's not even like getting like a big scope or like feature creep or anything like that.
No.
It's just like it's top-down designing rather than like bottom-up designing. Like you're not thinking about the core gameplay. You're just thinking about the cool stuff that you can do in the game. Because honestly,
and the problem is that
the core gameplay isn't the most exciting or luxurious or like.
No, it's not. So I get why you're thinking about the cool stuff that you can do. The problem is that you don't even have a core idea yet. So this cool stuff, like, you have like this pseudocode sort of idea, right? Of like, oh yeah, you capture the communication tower and it gives you offensive bonus, but you don't actually know what that means. Like, what does that interact with, like, practically in the game? Like, you need to have these basic building blocks, and then you decide what can you do with these basic building blocks to make them more interesting.
Right.
So like, once you've got the basic combat system down, then you can start thinking about the communications tower idea. Like, will that make the game better? It might not, who knows. But
yeah,
we don't even have the idea of properties or capturing them in this game yet. Like, we haven't even gotten there, and you're already thinking about like a specific kind of property that you can capture. Like, and that happened like all the time, where people would just get way ahead of themselves before it even means anything to have an offensive bonus or to capture a tower. Those are like non-existent concepts in this game so far.
So
the whole like idea, like every time I kind of start a new project, even just in my own little like I'm fucking around making a video game, like I'm like, fuck, okay, my scope was too big, I need to dial it back by like half, and every time I cut my half, I'm still like, this is on.
It's great. My FPS idea started with like, oh, I'll just have like.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. Like I just like, oh, maybe I'll just have like 3 levels, but they'll be like really big levels. Like each one will take like half an hour to an hour, and like, okay, a 3-hour game, that's fine. And then as I got working on it more, I was like, yeah, maybe just like 3 short levels, like maybe 4 short levels, like rather than like 3 long levels. Let's just say 4 short levels.
It wasn't levels, it was guns. You were like, I'm gonna have 4 guns with 2 sub-attacks, there's sub weapons each. And you're like, nope, I'm gonna have 4 weapons with 1 sub-weapon.
Yeah.
Fuck that. 3 guns.
No, I do have 4 guns, each with unique sub-attacks, so I did wind up fulfilling that. But now I am just like, it's just gonna be a single level, and you just play it forever like fucking Devil Daggers. So I can fucking get something out. I'm tired of work. I am reaching the point where I'm realizing I'm tired of working on this project, but I don't want to just not release it. So I'm just like, oh, I need to figure out a way to turn what I have, like, I've got like the core combat working and it's fun. I need to turn it into a game so I can stop having to work on it.
That's kind of funny, actually. That is a little bit in the reverse of how I'd imagine. Like, I would imagine that once you've gotten like the basic idea down, then like, oh, now I can like go crazy with it. But it sounds like it's the opposite for you.
Well, it's just because I have other ideas and
like
I want to get working on them. And now that I'm more skilled at programming, I'm like, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Yeah,
maybe one day.
It's funny because like the project I'm working on right now, I'm getting to the point where like I have the core of the combat down, which means I can get to that point where I'm like, okay, I can go wild with this. Now that I'm there, but I'm like, oh fuck. Like this really opened things up. Like so like I have the kind of core skills down where I can really kind of hog wild now that I have this kind of the core system. But I'm fuck, this is suddenly really I'm overwhelmed on where to. Like when you get to that
You're
point where
cutting
you
out a
can.
lot on
Yeah, you are
your
cutting
end.
out. I can't actually understand you very well.
Yeah.
It's kind of a detriment.
I don't know if Don can even hear us.
I think you might be cutting out for him.
I was sitting here like, is this me because I'm streaming? Or...
No, that's me too.
Nah.
I'm glad that you're still here, Axum.
I'm happy to be here.
How are you enjoying Ping?
Oh god, you're still playing.
Very much so.
I got up to
It's hypnotic.
I mean, I've had it on my screen, but it hadn't really, like... I hadn't really processed the fact that you've been playing Ping this whole time while I've been talking about fucking Kitsy the Kitsune.
Am I back yet? Can
You
you
are.
hear me
so.
now?
You are.
Yeah, I
sound
can hear you
better.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I found out why my thing was cutting out a lot because I just lost connection to everything for a second there.
Cool.
Yeah, it sounded
It's
like you
funny
did.
you mentioned that, Para, that like I've just been playing Ping while you've been talking about Kitsu the Kitsune, because like my brain has like melded these two memories together. I can already tell
Oh
it's
no!
And so every time I think of Ping, I'm just going to think of my mental image of
Kitsune the
Kitsu the
Kitsune.
Kitsune. I don't know what she
Um,
looks like, but I just have this mental image of like a pinkish purple fox with like
Two
a
pouch
sonic
tail.
color, like a
I
sonic
think
flesh muzzle, and like
I think she was pink, yes. I
Anyway,
won't swear to that. I have to find the fucking doc.
please do.
There is no attached art, by the way. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to get your
damn
hopes
it.
crushed right
No.
away.
Like as I was trying to say before, like on the kind of the project I've been working on, I've talked to Gil about it a bunch, but I've kind of reached a point where like I've finished the core gameplay and I can like
Yeah.
I can get into the part where I can really open up and go wild with it.
Mhm.
And now that I've reached that point, now I'm like, oh fuck, what do I do? And now I'm like suddenly really overwhelmed of like where I should go with it next. Because like I was so hyper focused on like, okay, here's my checklist of shit that I need to get done before I can do other things.
Mhm.
And now that I'm reaching the end of that checklist, it's just like, uh-oh. Like, I have a lot of freedom now and I don't know what to do with
The
it.
thing you do is you just add in you just start adding things to the checklist as you come up
Yeah,
with
pretty
them.
much.
If you don't have like a solid idea of the core structure. That is probably one reason why I think with my first person shooter I'm just at the point where I'm like, I just want to make it and release it, is because
Yeah.
I had a good idea for the core gameplay, but I didn't have any I didn't have any ideas for like anything beyond that. Like the overall like the large scale gameplay loop. I didn't have any
Yeah.
ideas for.
Interesting. Yeah, I
Which is
see what you're
usually
saying.
the opposite of like what a lot of people have. So at this point I'm just like, you know, I didn't have like a solid idea that I was really intent on doing, so I'm fine just like making it a score attack arena to like just be a playground for this core gameplay I designed and just releasing it like that.
That makes sense, yeah. I think for a lot of people, like the prospect of like getting to do level design would be more exciting than designing the core gameplay or whatever.
It
but
was for me,
I
but, like,
see how that makes sense though.
I got the level design bug out like a decade ago when I was making TF2 maps.
That makes sense. Like, yeah.
I guess it's not necessarily that I got the bug out, but it's like, oh, okay, I've done level design before.
Yeah.
It's not like the
Yeah, I get what
magic
you mean.
where when you create a world and step into it and walk around in it, that magic
Right.
is kind of not necessarily lost, but it's not like still really novel to me.
That makes perfect
I definitely get that. Like even when you were playing like Scott Gil and you were like, oh, that's like a really clever shortcut you made. And like, haha, I kind of feel like I got this. And now it's just like, well, now I just want to like put my mind towards other things.
Yeah.
Like it's still a thing you kind of look forward to, but you're also like, trying to just think of other ways to be creative.
Yeah.
I'm right now actually I haven't been working on it nearly as much as I should, but I am trying to design a pen and paper RPG right now.
Nick, you're just influenced by your friend's game, aren't you?
Oh yeah, my friend who made an RPG over like the course of it's been 25 years now. Still working on it because he changes it over time.
Is this person named Cody Flinders?
No.
Okay. I know someone named Cody Flinders who I hope is not watching this, but I would be very surprised if he is watching this. Who, like...
Neil Flinders.
He's been working on a tabletop RPG world setting for, like, probably 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's ever going to finish it.
I know how unlikely this will sound. Like, you won't believe me. My friend's game is extremely good. To the point where I'm vastly more obsessed with it than I've ever been obsessed with Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder or anything like that.
Alright, I'm gonna go on a rant here. Hot take.
Please.
I think D&D is way overblown. Like, I think that when a lot of people say they like D&D, what they mean is they like tabletop role-playing games, and just D&D is the only one they've played, and it's the only one they know about.
Oh, I completely agree with
There
you.
are a billion games that I'm sure 99% of people that really enjoy D&D would probably be better off playing. There's so many other games that they would be so much
Sort
better
of.
to play.
I'll say sort of, because what people really like about role-playing games generally is not
role-playing.
really so much the mechanics. It's about the stories that come out of...
Yes.
Yeah, it's about the role-playing.
Yeah, and so this actually has led to like a big kind of a trend in role-playing games is rules light kind of role-playing games where the mechanics are just thrown out and it's just all make-believe basically.
Yeah.
And that's not really my shtick either. I really like having a set of rules, like you have the character building and like really getting into that stuff, but then also having the story. Kind of like, you know how like video game RPGs are like that, like Final Fantasy VI, you have like all these heavy combat things, but then you've also got story. You do a boss fight, you might just, you'll fight like a fucking giant snail, but then also afterwards you'll learn about Terra's backstory. Like, I like that. That's that kind of thing like draws me in. I like having both of those elements.
Yeah.
So my so yeah, I agree with you that Dungeons and Dragons is not very good. It's good in the sense
necessarily it's not good, just that there are a lot of people that would probably be better served playing other games.
That's possible, yeah.
And I've seen a lot of people write off the entirety of tabletop role-playing based on their experience with Dungeons and Dragons, that I think they would not have written off the entire hobby with another game.
That makes sense.
And
that's the problem with
I obviously there's the whole thing where D&D has a lot of very kind of clunky rules and mechanics that can get in the way of role playing. So like you said, a lot of the rules light make believe style games are good for those. But I do think a lot of people that
it works for some people
that like really combat focused stuff, like I don't think D&D is great for them. Is great for them because
no, it's not.
Like, obviously, I could get into lots of chunky mechanicals to talk about the rules, but just the fact that it's so well known that those types of combat-focused players have to play with very role-play heavy players, and that just makes it a shitty experience for both of them.
That does happen sometimes, yeah.
I gotta say, the most enjoyable D&D experience I've had have been with like theater nerds.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Then it's not about the math at that point. It's like,
no,
okay, let's make this a goofy story, and the mechanics are just there to kind of accentuate that.
Yeah, I could go on about D&D for hours. My basic thing is that as a crunchy combat mechanics game, it could be improved like so much, but the problem is that it's really stuck in D&D, there has to be certain things that have to be true about D&D because they've always been true about D&D.
Yeah.
So there has to be these 6 core stats. You've got to have strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, or it is not D&D. Even though the fact that that stat system doesn't work very well, it could really be improved.
Yeah.
But that's what they have to do because it's D&D.
The-
But the problem is that D&D is the only universal tabletop game. There is no other tabletop game that everyone knows.
Oh,
Everyone kind of knows D&D a little bit, so that's kind of like the that's the
BDSM
trade
for
language
relationship.
of tabletop games, that like everyone speaks a little bit of English, you know.
Right.
Everyone speaks a little bit of D&D. So that game, you can find people who will play it, whereas other games are a lot more difficult to find people to play.
Yes. No.
And
yeah,
I haven't
totally
actually,
agree.
I haven't been able to find. I don't play a lot of role-playing games, surprisingly.
Mhm.
I just play my friend's role-playing game that I really, really like, and I don't want to find any other games, like because
Sarah, we should really get involved in Fatal, and we can learn the mathematical equations for determining the circumference of our anus.
Yeah, great, good.
Fun fact: Fatal was the basis that I based the JoJo Discord games rule set on. A very, very heavily modified Fatal.
Oh god.
I thought the one you did wasn't Fatal. It was fuck, what is it called? It has a similar name, but it basically like everything
Fate.
is determined on
Oh yeah,
Fate.
No, yeah, it was Fate. You're right.
No,
Right.
Fatal and Fate are very, very
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Do not get the two confused.
No, Fatal, it has like formulas for everything. Like when I said there's a formula for determining the circumference of your anus, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah. It's a bit infamous in role-playing circles.
My problem with D&D is summed up with armor class, with AC.
Yeah, armor
Because-
class is not a good mechanic.
Not
fix.
necessarily the mechanic, although I'm not a huge fan of the mechanic either, but the fact that it's called armor class says everything about D&D. It's called. Why would it be called armor class? Like, it's called.
And
armor class-
I have the answer for you.
Well, I do know that there is an answer for why it was initially called armor class, but like now.
That's not what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well,
What
why
I mean
then?
is that it's called armor class because they called it armor class in the 1970s, and you can never change it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's always
that-
going to be called armor class.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Is it was called
Right.
armor class for some reason, and now that doesn't make any sense. If you say, if you ask someone what armor class means, they'll say, heavy armor, light armor. But no, it's your defense. Like, just
It's
It's not
like-
even your
some kind of-
defense, it's
some
your
kind of-
evasion rate, basically.
It's some kind of old like wargaming terminology that like leaked in there from like the 1970s, and it's just stuck.
What's
And
funny about D&D though is that there's armor class and damage reduction.
yeah, damage reduction I think was the later.
But it's just
Thing that
it's
they
so
added.
emblematic of the unintuitiveness of D&D, and like
Yeah.
just the fact that they can't change things because they are how they are, because that's
Because
just
if
how
you
they've always
did-
been that way, and if they change it, people will get mad.
D&D has a lot of that,
Yes.
and
Oh, that
I
was
don't
due to
get-
Rally.
it's an old. You know, I give a lot of credit to D&D for coming up with basically all of these fucking ideas.
Oh,
like,
yes.
holy shit. But time to move on. Come up with some better ideas, because you could make the game both more intuitive and also more crunchy. It kind of fails at doing both a little bit.
I will concede that I think D&D is it's good for like it's maybe not good, but
It's-
like it's passable for players like you who enjoy both like the storytelling and combat.
Yeah,
aspects.
when I say D&D is bad, I'm being a little bit harsh. What I more mean is that D&D is not ideal. It's an entry level game. It's the Settlers of Catan of
God,
role playing
I'm so
games.
fucking sick of hearing people talk about Settlers of Catan. Not that
Why?
I'm saying I don't want you to talk about it, but like when people talk about like, oh, board games can be really good nowadays. Just look at Settlers of Catan. I'm like,
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, It's better than
Settlers of
Monopoly,
Catan.
but there's so many
Yeah,
better games now.
I'll Settlers of Catan is the base level of what I won't refuse to play.
Yes.
Does that make sense? If you bring it out, I'll be like, okay, and I'll play it with a smile on my face. I won't complain. But there are so many better games that do everything that Catan does better. And give credit to Catan where Catan is due. There are not that many board games that are older than Catan that are better than Catan. Like, it was one of the best games available on the market when it came out.
Oh, yes.
And it really, I give it. There are other games like what else came out that time? Like El Grande was pretty good. There are other games that existed at that time that were good, but I do credit Catan with kind of the rise in Eurogaming.
Yeah. And it is like D&D, like you said, like everybody kind of knows how to play it. So
Everyone
like,
kind of knows Settlers of Catan.
everyone's like passingly familiar with it, so you can bring it out and be fairly
Yeah.
comfortable with the idea that people know how to play it, at least
Yeah,
after
and-
going over
and-
the rules book again.
And in a general sense, the game will satisfy my desires for the kind of thing that I would want in a game.
Yeah.
It's just that it could be so much better. There are so many better games out there that are more novel to me now, that have more refined mechanics, more refined ideas. That Catan, I just don't need Catan anymore, and it is not state of the art any longer, because there are so many people. I don't blame them for this or anything, but there are a lot of people who are just finding out that board games are fun, and they're finding that out via like Settlers of Catan, Ticket to Ride. Oh shit, what's another basic bitch? I like Ticket to Ride, it's fine, but Arkham Horror, absolutely.
I will rant for hours about how bad Arkham Horror is.
I hate
Arkham Horror is a game to play once, ever, never again.
My same friend who was writing that big tabletop RPG,
Yeah.
he loves Arkham Horror. He's very much a flavor over function kind of game player, so like he will forgive really bad gameplay if it has good flavor, and so he loves like Ameritrash stuff, including Arkham Horror.
Yeah,
And like
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
I think I've heard somebody describe Arkham Horror. It might have been Shut Up and Sit Down, but I've heard somebody describe Arkham Horror as just a very like elaborate slot machine.
Yeah, it kind of is that, isn't it? It's an elaborate slot machine where all of the things in the slots, instead of saying 7 or bar or whatever, it's a fucking tiny card that you have to read off of for 10 minutes, which completely kills all momentum. Like,
my favorite story from Arkham Horror is we were playing with some expansions, because he owned most of the expansions, and I had some combination of cards, I think from 2 separate expansions, where it resulted in, at the start of my turn, I had to roll 2 1s or 2 6s in a row, I can't remember, or I'd skip my turn. It was something where like I was cursed, and so you had to roll a 6 to get rid of the curse, and I like would lose sanity if I was cursed.
oh god.
And because I was out of sanity, how it works is when you run out of sanity, you lose your turn and then regain 1 sanity or something. So I wound up in this situation where there was, I think, maybe something else in there. I just distinctly remember if I didn't roll 2 6s in a row, I'd skip my turn. And so like I sat there for like an hour just
that's
losing my
peak
turn.
Ameritrash.
Yeah.
I hate that shit. It's like, even if you want to play Arkham Horror, like Elder Sign is a game by Fantasy Flight that has basically the same game, but it's better. It doesn't have as much flavor, but
I've heard the Legacy version of Arkham Horror is better.
I haven't played it.
I think there's a Legacy. There's a Legacy version of fucking everything now.
Also, I think Mansions of Madness, I think is
Maybe I might be thinking of Legacy Betrayal.
Possibly. Betrayal. I'm also kind of about Betrayal in the House of the Hill.
Yeah.
Really good idea,
It's another
but
very elaborate slot machine.
it kind of doesn't work for some reason. Like, it's a good idea.
I don't know.
I've had fun with it, but
It's a fun idea. I don't know why, but for some reason, I always get the fucking curse or whatever it is, where the giant raven carries the house away.
I haven't actually seen that one.
I
That's funny.
Out of context, that's really confusing.
I literally ran into that 3 times.
Oh,
And the
Christ.
whole fucking gimmick of the game is that every time you play it, it's different, and I've always had that goddamn raven carry the fucking house away 3 times. So Dawn,
That's
for
funny.
reference, this is a board game where there's a giant book of... there's a fanciful name for them. They're like curses or reveals or betrayals or something like that. And every time, at the end of every single player's turn, they roll a dice, or they roll like a d20 or 2 d6s, I can't remember. And if it hits a certain number or above a certain number, then the betrayal happens. And as the game progresses, that number gets lower and lower, so you creep closer and closer to the betrayal. And then once you hit it, depending on the board state at that time, there's this huge book of like 100 different possible betrayals, and you, depending on the board state, you open it up to 1, and then that determines how the rest of the game turns out. So,
Right.
like,
And that's the point at which the game goes from cooperative to being competitive. One of the people betrays the rest of the party, basically.
So, like,
And there's a scenario for what happens.
The idea, the theming idea is that it's like you're investigating a mansion, and there's going to be some kind of horror movie twist partway through,
Mhm.
and you don't know
Right.
what it is before you start. So, like,
Right.
it
Which
could
is
be
cool. That's really, I like it.
a dragon shows up in the basement, or like one of you's like an axe murderer hunting down the others, or something like that.
Mhm.
And
Or the raven carries the house
yeah,
away.
or the raven carries the fucking house away. The problem with betrayal, it's a cool idea. Problem is, A, you can get the raven to carry the fucking house away 3 goddamn times, or since you never know what the betrayal is going to be, I'd say probably half
don't
the
know.
time it ends almost immediately. Like,
Yeah.
in my experience, at least.
My related issue with betrayal is this, and I think you'll get what I mean.
Mhm.
I had 2 people teaching me this game, and one of the questions I asked at the start of the game is, "What am I trying to do?" And they said, "Well, you're trying to explore the house." I'm like, "That's not what I mean. What am I trying to do?
What's the
What is
goal?
my objective?"
Yeah.
And their answer was, "Well, you kind of don't know because you don't know what the betrayal is going to be." So I'm like, "Okay, then how should I proceed in such a way that it would give me the best chance of winning later?" And the answer is to kind of like exploring the house does
Kind of.
probably help. You get some items, you get some upgrades, but it's all very like, it's not entirely clear
Yeah.
what actions you could take to help you win the game. It's not totally clear how you're getting stronger, how it's going to
Yeah.
help you. And I understand that part of that's on purpose because of the betrayal thing, you don't know what's going to happen. And I get that. But there's still this sense that exploring the house doesn't really have any urgency to it
Yeah.
because I'm just kind of fucking around until something happens.
Yeah, it never really feels
and
like you're like exploring the house. It feels like you're just wandering through a mansion.
Yeah.
And
And
then
also, yeah, there's
and then eventually, like, a Frankenstein
Whoa!
appears.
What a mansion!
wow.
That
is
hall
great.
is dangerous.
Wow, I found some food in this room.
But yeah,
Hey,
Dawn, so
Tanglers.
that you know, like, the reason the game almost immediately ends half the time when the betrayal happens is because it could be like, oh, this one player chosen at random needs to escape the mansion
Yeah.
before anybody else, and they happen to be standing next to the front door.
So-
Okay, bye.
Let me tell you about my one story I have playing this game.
Mm-hmm.
We got the scenario at the end where I was the bad guy,
Okay.
and it turned out that I was an evil scientist who was going to shrink down the other party members so that my cats would eat them.
Okay.
And
Sounds like you.
so that's great. So I look at the objective, and I only know my win condition. I don't know theirs. I'll know, like, I'll have some kind of idea of what's going on, but I won't know exactly what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that my objective is to kill half plus one of the remaining players. which means both of them because it's a 3-player game.
Oh.
So I need to kill both of them. Great. So I'm like, okay, one person's on the top floor and one person's on the bottom floor. This person is closer to the cat on the bottom floor, right? So I'm gonna send my cat after them, and they're gonna be fucking dead. Worked. Great. And then the other player just flew out the fucking window and was over because their objective was to escape with half plus one. Half plus one of the surviving people. So when both people were alive, they needed to get both of them out.
But as soon as you
But
killed one,
as soon as I killed one of them, the other could just leave and win. And that's exactly what happened.
the one of
Which is
my
great.
fun betrayal stories was the betrayal was actually still a cooperative one. A giant like NPC controlled dragon appeared from like the boiler room, and
Right.
the goal was just to leave. You could try to kill it, or you could just leave. Every player happened to be in the boiler room, and the dragon killed all of us on the first turn before we had a chance to react.
Amazing.
It literally was just like, oh, this dragon appears, and now you're all dead. We live.
I feel like this board game is just a fucking shitty story generator. It generates like terrible stories. Like, wow, we played this board game and like this really dumb thing happened, and we all had a good laugh at it. Like, we had a great time because it was really funny. That like the idea of Brandon Jaspers just being like, oh, I guess my friend's dead. I guess I'll just leave.
Hey, bye.
He literally gets into a toy airplane and flies out the window, which I didn't understand. I didn't realize that it was going to be like, oh, he can fly out the window, he doesn't have to go out the front door. So I was protecting the front door,
right?
But he was just able to fly out the window. And if I'd known that, I mean, I obviously could have deduced that, but I didn't really know. It was my first time playing.
Yeah.
But even if I known that, it would have been really hard to win because I need to kill both people. But once I kill one person, then one person needs to escape because of the numbers. If it was a 4-player game, it would work fine because then it would have been if 2 die, it's over. If 2 escape, it's over. But with 3 people, it was very awkward.
Yeah.
So that's
betrayal.
Yeah, that's another game that like people really like. That's like, oh, it's great that you're finding out that board games are fun, but there are better games though. Yeah, or at least there's more games.
That's how I feel about like Werewolf and by proxy Among Us.
Oh, yeah.
Like I played Werewolf a bunch in university because theater. And so it's just like, oh, we're in the green room, we're gonna play some like Werewolf, and it kind of got to the point where I was just like, I'm so fucking over this. And then
I enjoy
when
those kind of like hidden.
Yeah,
I fucking love that type of game.
Like
actually.
you can only play it so much before you get bored of it. And then on VR chat, when I got onto VR and VR chat was big, that was like the only kind of game you could play because there wasn't really much like built-in games. So again, it was like everyone wants to play Werewolf, and I'm like, I'm sick of Werewolf before this started.
I've played so much.
Yeah, and then Among Us came out. I had a bunch of friends like, oh, I should get Among Us with us. I'm like, it's just Werewolf. No, like I don't like
actually
Werewolf
I haven't played
ever
Among Us
again.
yet, but I'm really interested in playing it because I think it's actually
There's a ton of tabletop board games done that are hidden trader games like Werewolf, and
Yeah.
I enjoy a lot of them. Secret Hitler is a really good one, but the problem is that they all are the same basic game of Werewolf. They all are. Somebody's lying. Maybe
I do
2
think some of
people
them
are
are better
lying,
though.
and you're trying to figure out who.
Yeah.
Or you're trying to fool people, and like that core gameplay is pretty much the same through all of them, and it's just different set dressings and rules to contextualize different things.
Yeah.
Resistance/Avalon is actually one of my favorite board
rules.
games.
I love Resistance.
I fucking love Resistance. I play that game. We play that game so much in our board game club at college, and I miss it because we got like really good 10-player games going. That were like that would go on for like 2 to 3 hours, and it was always fucking Nick Sabicki who was a fucking monster at that game. Jesus Christ.
One of my friends in my old board gaming group in Seattle, Nina, she would always tell the truth, no matter what, and nobody would ever believe her. Like, she would literally just say, like, yeah, I'm an imposter, or whoever, or, like, I'm a traitor, and everybody would go, no, like, you're not gonna just be upfront. Even when everybody knows that she always just tells the truth. And she's
That's
like,
funny.
it's great, because then I don't have to worry about if I'm a bad liar.
Like I don't like board games pretty much at all because a lot of it boils down to luck, and when it comes to like cards and stuff, I just have none.
You need to play better
for
board games, my friend.
For board games that kind of rely on like a mechanic like that, like dice rolling or cards, or whatever, I've never played one that I've enjoyed. But the kind of board games I do, well, that's why I enjoy D&D, is because like if you get shitty rolls, it's not the end of the story. It's just like it kind of determines the flow of the story, and then it just continues on in a different way.
If you have a good DM.
If you have a good DM.
Yeah. I've only ever had good DMs because all the DMs I have understand that the point of a DM is to tell a story. And so, but like the board games that I have enjoyed, there's one called Super Fights, which I don't know if you guys have ever played, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I have that.
Yeah, Super Fights is pretty funny because it's like two people, you draw like 2 cards each or something, and that's like your character, and then you have to describe why your character would beat the other one. And it's like some of them are really funny because like I've had like Invulnerable Godzilla versus Purple Jesus. And you have to like describe why Purple Jesus would beat Godzilla.
I think that
and just like
you would probably enjoy. There's a whole genre of board games that are not role-playing games that are just called storytelling games.
Yeah.
And the whole point is they're board games where the rules literally just exist to help the group tell a story together.
Yeah, like those kinds I'm more into. There's another one I played. I've only ever seen one person play it because I don't know if it got like an official release. They just had like a Kickstarter release of it, and it was called Channel A or A Channel.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
That one was hilarious because then it's like
I played that with a group. You have to describe animes, right?
yeah. So you draw like 10 cards, and then the producer is like they pull so many, and they're like, "Okay, you need to describe me an anime based on these 3 cards," and you'll get like a drama and a fruit or something. And so then you look at your 10 cards, and you have to make the title of an anime that fits that genre. Out from like 1 to 10 cards, and then you have to like pitch the idea to the producer.
Yeah, I've played a similar game to this called Snake Oil.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's a game where you like have to create a product out of your cards, then pitch the product.
Yeah.
I see Dawn likes
like
the
that.
genre of games
Maybe.
where
It's bullshitting.
bullshit a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes
like
100% sense.
thing.
I could maybe see Dawn. I could maybe, for a more traditional board game, I could maybe see you enjoying a game called Chinatown, because
I don't know that one.
it is 100% just about like bartering, and it 100% of the time just devolves into everyone screaming at each other. Like, into just shit like, hey, I'll give you $5 and a fish store for that piece of land and $12, and like shit like that.
The other thing for me though that really inhibits my ability to enjoy like most board games like that too is just that I'm not competitive. Like the only time I ever get competitive is like when I'm playing Smash Bros, and even then I'm like, yeah.
All right, in that case,
Yeah, I'm
probably not Chinatown then.
I'm a very competitive player. I'm not a combative player, but I am like I care about winning.
We'll see how much you care about winning when I set the world record for
not that
Bob's
much.
Game normal speed run.
Oh Christ.
It's never happening.
Yeah,
It's never getting ping.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm working on this pen and paper RPG. And I'm thinking about that whole top-down versus bottom-up concept because I'm like, I just want to like invent spells. Like that's just what I want to do.
Yeah, you just
And I
want
am
to make
doing that
spells and cards.
because I know I need exactly 216 spells that I'll need to write because my system demands it. I'll come up with them. I mean, I like every day I just come up with like one or two because I know I eventually have to have a fucking book of these. But the problem is that I can only write them in terms of the vague idea of what they should do as like a pseudocode kind of way, where it's like, okay, fireball, it casts a fireball, but what does that do? What are the numbers behind that?
I actually think so. I think you kind of have the right idea, but you also are getting caught up on some nitty-gritty stuff in worrying about those numbers. The thing is to come up with a vague idea. Like, it is okay to come up with just, oh, it's a fireball, but something maybe more you might want to try to think about is, like, what is the role that this spell plays? Like, why would the player play the role or pick the spell?
To be clear, I am actually aware of that. I've been working on this. I've been working on this for a couple of years, and actually I don't really have as much design doc stuff as you would think I should. It's all in my fucking head.
Yeah.
But because I've been very methodically considering what mechanics do I want to be in this game and why. Yeah. And I have actually pretty good answers for that.
Okay.
Just thinking about the type of game that I want to run, and thinking about how to facilitate that. What kind of things do I want the player to engage with? What do I want to engage with? What do I want to create? What kind of story do I want to tell? How do I come up with mechanics? And when I come up with mechanics, what goals does this suit? Why do I want to do this? Why do I not want to do this? Etc. Etc. It's been a lot of that.
That's good. Those are the kind of questions to ask.
Yeah.
But
things like I'm really trying to deconstruct it. Things like currently there is no MP in the system because I don't think it's necessary. That kind of thing. I was like, why do I need MP? Like, okay, well, the idea behind MP is that it's attrition, right? Where you want players, it's a resource, right? Where you want players to conserve their spells and to not be able to go like too far into a dungeon or whatever before they have to like stop because spells are very powerful, etc. And my game doesn't really care about that too much. Yeah. So I have a different idea in mind.
And I mean, you can solve. It's good that you're thinking about it in terms of like, why is there MP? What problem is MP solving? Because then you can come up with alternative ways to solve that same core problem.
And thinking about it, because my game is, I'm not really writing a dungeon crawler, right? MP is very good for a dungeon crawler where it's this limited resource you have. But in my instance, I'm thinking in terms of like, if someone has a spell and it's really good in this situation, I want them to use it. I don't want them to worry about conserving it. I don't want them to worry about
you don't want the elixir conundrum.
Exactly. I want to avoid the elixir conundrum, and MP does that in RPGs a lot, where people get worried about whether or not they should cast this spell right now, when I think the most fun thing is to just do it. Yeah. So I'm kind of getting rid of MP, but that creates other issues, which is like, so basically the idea is going to be that if you want to cast a spell more than once in a scene, in an encounter, you have to make a check, and if you can't make the check, then you can't cast the spell. But you could do it like once free for an encounter. It's just if you want to keep sitting there and casting the same spell over and over to achieve some kind of goal, then I'm going to make you make a check to see if it works, basically. I still have to refine that idea, but that's just an example. Just thinking about that kind of stuff. But it's really tricky because I'm at the point with this game where I have a pretty good set of goals in mind for what I want to do, and I have a lot of like cool ideas in the future that I know that are definitely going to be tabled until later, but I have them. That's fine. There is no linear path to designing this sort of thing, right? Like you don't have to start at step 1. If you've got an idea for step 5, you can kind of think about like that and kind of start to think about how you want to work towards that. You just can't get married to the idea. Like it might not work out, but you can kind of hop around a little bit. The problem is that I have to eventually come up with mathematical formulas, and I don't want to do that. Like I have to come up with. See, I have an idea of what the stat blocks should be, and I have a good idea of why they should be that, but I still don't actually know what they do. So like for instance, I know that this game has strength. I know that strength powers up your weapon attacks. I don't know what that means. I don't know how much 1 point of strength powers up your weapon attack, and you know how that interacts with the rest of the system.
Yeah.
And that's a really hard hurdle to get over.
Once you have kind of the formulas, though, you can just kind of play with the numbers till it feels right, too.
Yeah, you can, but it's tricky though
Really, the
to
more
arrive.
concerning thing to me is the fact that you don't have a clear idea of the underlying combat, and
Oh,
you
I
are-
do, but
Okay, well, it sounds like the fact that you've already decided that there is going to be strength, but you don't know how it will interact with things. I guess unless it's just purely a matter of you don't know only the formula. In which case, then it's a matter of how much do you want strength to fuck with things, I guess.
Yeah, a part of this is I'm partially basing this off my friend's system. I'm kind of using that as a chassis for everything else I'm going to do. Because basically, I don't know how to say this without sounding like a hack, but I basically just want to make his game because I can't run his game. His game is his, and he's the only one who can run it on the planet. And there are a lot of reasons for that. He can't publish this game. It wouldn't work. I can't run his game, but I want to run my game that uses the idea of his game so that I could just introduce it to other people, right? Because I want other people to see what he's done.
I think
So I think
that's
it's
totally fine. Like,
Yeah, I
not-
think it is
not in
too,
the
and
sense of
he
you,
agrees
like,
with me.
stealing his game or anything like that, but just there's an experience his game provides that you really like and you want to share with people, so you want your game to provide that same experience.
Exactly. And basically what it is like everyone who makes a role-playing game is cribbing off of D&D in some way, usually. At least at some point back in their thing. But this game was actually the first game I ever played. And so it's kind of my native role-playing language to me.
I see.
So when I think of role-playing games, I don't think of them in terms of D&D. I think of them in terms of this game, Nexus.
Okay.
And so it has a lot of core ideas that are different from how D&D works, and I prefer them that way. And so I have basically an idea of how combat flow should work. And
Well, whatever
But,
goofy MP system you wind up coming up with is going to be way better than spell slots.
right, I'm not good at spell slots. That sucks.
I
Spell
thought you
slots
liked
are
that,
a pain in the ass.
Neil. I thought you enjoyed that about the original Final Fantasy 1 and were pissed in the remakes.
I enjoyed it in the original Final Fantasy 1. I don't necessarily enjoy it that much in D&D because it turns into the elixir problem. And also, why the fuck are they called spell slots?
The elixir problem is so huge in D&D and Pathfinder and all those other games. I'm going to fucking obliterate it. That's one of my big design goals is to avoid that. Because I think that's good. I've been playing role-playing games for like 15 years now, so I have a lot of thoughts about like what parts of the experience are like I'm not fond of, which parts of the experience are really good. I want to focus on those. One of the parts of the experience I don't like is worrying about whether or not I should cast a spell because I might need it in the future.
Yeah.
That's so then I think about mechanics that might facilitate that, and I've got some ideas on that.
It's actually a one of the design philosophies in City of Heroes that I always thought was kind of interesting with their powers was that like the powers are designed in a way where like the early game powers and the late game powers aren't like, you know, late game powers are super powerful and you know you're not going to get to use them much. It's more that the early game powers are simple.
Yes, absolutely.
You can kind of use them wherever without
That
much thought. And
that
the
is a
late game
key
powers
concept.
aren't necessarily like, you know, level 8 spell slots that you only want to use every once in a while. They're just much more situational.
That is a key concept in this game, actually, is that the lower level spells are workhorses, the higher level spells are flashier, but more niche. Yes. So that's absolutely true. Yeah, part of my problem with this game is that, though, I don't want to design the same exact game, because that would be stupid and boring, and I don't want to do that. I want to make my own shit.
Yeah.
So I have to come up with new design spaces. And part of that is jiggering with the stat system a little bit, where I've sort of... I've got ideas for what I want to do with the stats. It might change in the future once I realize that I want to switch it around a little bit. I just use strength as an example because I'm pretty sure that there is going to have to be a stat that correlates to weapon damage. Like, that's... I don't see another way to do that in my system, and that's fine. Like, yeah, that's great.
That's totally fine. If you need a stat for weapon damage, definitely.
Right. But I've played around with a lot of different... Again, it's the pseudo coding element of the stats, where it's like, okay, what do the stats do in a broad sense? But then getting down the nitty gritty of how they're actually going to... Just the formulas. Just a fucking pain in the ass. And like, fucking... I don't even know what I'm doing with the levels. Yeah, that's a big problem, is the leveling system. Because the game I'm basing this off of does not go from level 1 to level 20. Level describes the power of a character. So, like, a level 1 character would be like a frog. A level 2 character is like a cat. Adults are like level 5 or 6.
Okay.
And then, like, it goes from there. Like, the adventurer range, like, you start at like level 18 usually. Is like, that's like an adventurer.
I kind of
like a basic ass adventurer. And then, like,
so you're not gonna have any wizards getting punked by a house cat?
No, that doesn't happen. It can't happen. The metaphysics of the game don't allow that to happen.
I can't remember. It's like D&D 2 or 3, where it's like a level 1 wizard has 1d4 HP, and a level 1 cat can deal 1d4 damage with scratch.
It's actually kind of stupider than that, because it's more like the wizard has 1d6 plus con HP, so they might have, and even at first level, even if you take the max die, they'll have 8 HP, right? Like, or 7 or 8, whatever. And then the cat, you know, the stupid thing will be that the cat will have to do a minimum of 1 damage. So it might just do 1 damage, but if it does 1 damage to you 8 times, you're fucking dead. And the extra problem here is that the cat has high dexterity because it's a cat, so it's really good at hitting you, and you have shitty armor because you're a wizard, so you're really likely to get hit by this cat.
Yeah.
So 1 cat's probably not going to be a problem. 4 cats will absolutely tear you to fucking shreds. There's nothing you can do.
Are you telling me
because
that's
of the way
not
that's
like
scaling.
real life, though?
True. If 4 cats really wanted to kill me, they probably could. But that's so this game does not have that. It's level 1 to 50, but adventurers generally range from level 16 to level 25, and then, like, there are higher powered NPCs that are higher level than that, but you never really go to those levels because just various reasons. And it's just a very different way of thinking about how level works, like, why, you know, leveling up. But then this game doesn't just progress in character level. You also earn skill points and you earn spell points. for using skills and casting spells. So that's another tree that you advance at a different time. So your character is like gaining little upgrades every sessions instead of all of your shit all at once in one level, right? And that's the thing that I like, that I want to port over.
Yeah, that's definitely
because I
something
kind of like
really
that gradual sense of like, this session I gained this new skill, as opposed to this session I ain't gained squat, but in like 5 sessions I'll be able to do some shit.
Or even just like, I gained a level in D&D, time to spend 2 hours going through my level up process.
That's the thing too, is that it very much keeps the process, it's more gradual. And
I was designing, just for fun, a tabletop role-playing system, because I wanted to see if I could make a system that was based entirely in skills.
Interesting.
And that had no stats at all. So there would be no strength or dexterity. Instead, instead of strength, you would have like swordsmanship or something like that. And just and kind of go with the Final Fantasy II style thing, where the more you used a skill, the more it would level up. Like each skill would have its own little EXP bar, and then it would go up all on its own, like as you use that skill, and then that one skill would level up and stuff like that. I kind of just did it like as a little bit for fun. I even went like stupid with it and was like, oh, you don't even have like spells. Like a spell is a skill check that you do. Like you just your skill at casting fireball. So the more you cast fireball, the better you get at casting fireball, sort of thing.
I could see that quickly devolving into a everything looks like a nail situation, where you're starting to think about how can I use swordsmanship to solve this problem.
Yes, exactly.
Bardic knowledge.
That's a thing that can happen.
Yeah. It wasn't something I was like seriously designing to like get published or anything. More just like a fun game design experiment.
Yeah, that is kind of a good like kind of thing to think about though. Is just thinking about like what are different ways that you can resolve problems in an RPG, right? Like, it doesn't even, combat doesn't need to exist. Combat could just be a thing that you tell as a story that has a few checks in it. I want combat to exist. I'm completely 100% certain of that. That is a design goal I have. Combat will exist. And
How will I defeat Ping using my sword skill checks?
When are we getting Bob's game, the tabletop role-playing game? How do we turn Ping into a skill check?
Oh, Christ.
Right now.
This is a DC.
Your skill is being checked.
No, I got it. Every time you make a skill check, you have to hit a certain score in Ping. Like,
depending on the difficulty of the check, you have to get a certain score.
Yeah, exactly. Like opening a door, just get a score of 2. You're probably going to be able to open that door.
We actually have done this type of shit in our role-playing games before, where he'll open up like a flash game that we need to play, and like if we solve it, then we like succeed at the skill check. It's not like a common thing; it's just something he does it for fun.
Yeah,
but it's kind of funny when he does that.
Anyways, it is 2:45. I really should be getting to sleep.
Okay. Yeah, you've been playing. Oh my God, you're still playing it.
I'm still playing Ping. I've been playing Ping forever.
Oh no.
I'm still playing. I can't stop. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to stop.
The one thing I wanted to say about this RPG though is like, it's so hard to convey the concept that like, no, really, this guy who made this RPG for 25 years, it's actually really good. Like, I know that sounds
better than Bob, who's been making Bob's game for 15 years and is still garbage.
I could tell you about how the fact that he has a world map that is larger than Earth, that has like, I think about 500 to 600 cities labeled on it, and there's like 60 different playable races, something around there. We counted at one point, and I mean, he's got like 43 pages of spell lists. So that no, it's more than that. I'm sorry, it's not 43. It's more. It's like 200. And he's got all these fucking docs, story docs and shit, and like it's not bullshit. It's actually really good, but I can't prove it to anyone because I can't play with people. I can't show you that it's good. It just sounds like bullshit. It's like, no, I swear to God, though, it exists.
All right, I'm going to go to sleep.
Okay,
Thank
good
you
night,
for-
everyone.
All
Thanks for like the
night.
4 people
Good-
who are for some
good
reason
fucking
still
talk.
watching.
That turned into a pretty fucking interesting
That was
conversation.
fun. I'm glad we
That was the
experienced
thing.
this. All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
Goodbye.
Take it
Okay,
easy.
good night.